Where are we? Where are we? The more I teach, it's really strange. The more I teach, the more I have to shake my head. Let me see. Let me go get my phone. Tell the fellas that tell the fellas that hey, hey, Laquan, what's going on? Alex Francis, what's going on? Go get my phone real quick and tell the fellas on the other chat that I'm here. Be right back. Okay, I'm back, folks. Uh, wait for my uh, wait for my compatriots. Let's send them a link real quick. Let's get them in first before I allow the. Ah, thank you, Danielle. Appreciate it. No, we having. Oh, there's the American Mail. Where's the rest of them? American Mail. They coming in. You guys want me to American Mail? You want me to post the chat, the link to the other Hangout first, so you guys can come in first before I let everybody else in? Because you guys know how I hate to do comment beefs in the comment section or any comment section. Everybody's trying to make their point or whatever point they're trying to make by typing, and it never gets across. Everybody's trying to have a royal argument. Let's see. Here we are. Let's do this. Let me do this. I'll let you guys, everybody else in afterward. If they don't want to come in, I'll let them come in afterward. Okay. For those who were in the initial conversation, the link is in our chat. If you guys want to come in, if not, I will open it up to the floor. But the thing we were talking about, the thing we're discussing is, you guys know that the health care bill, Republican health care bill, actually slid on its face. Okay, which it was not. If you know how Washington D.C. works, basically the House bill was basically a face saving. Um, was basically face saving. Okay, for Donald Trump to give him a win temporarily, even though they knew there's no damn way in hell that they was going to pass the Senate. The Senate was not going to pass it because it's too unpopular. And I was telling them that it really doesn't matter because they were saying, how do you lower healthcare costs? I was saying that Obama's original Affordable Care Act was just a framework for a bigger move. And I'm just telling them they should know what the bigger move is, but they couldn't guess. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Well, I can hear you, American. You can come on in if you want to. I was
No, I
waiting.
no, I get what you were talking about.
Yeah,
I knew it wasn't going to pass, but
but I'm saying you should be able to figure out how you're going to lower health costs. It should be obvious by now.
I mean, just for the short term, yeah, they could control the prices, but the UBI when until the UBI is officially,
Even for the UBI, they could do it now if they wanted to. They could really do it
okay.
now. It's called blockchain, which would reduce the price of insurance. Artificial the AIs, which there's already been tested, well, actually been used in China already, and then the artificial intelligence like Watson for doing what diagnosis. That's 90% of your cost. Basically, it could go to zero. Where's Obsidian? Obsidian was here in there. Where's he at?
So I'm really waiting on.
Yeah. He's the one. He was the one railing against it. So I'm wondering where he is.
I don't think he understands that his generation, yeah, they will fight against the UBI, but the what is it, millennials won't.
His generation won't either. He's Generation X. They won't either. When they don't have jobs, what are they going to do? Half of them are on job. Half of them are already on some kind of assistance. What did he? I don't even know what he's talking about. And like I
Is
said,
he on
I
assistance?
no. Well, he's already retired. He's not on assistance. He's got a retirement. Somebody's got a speaker on in the background. Is that you?
It's probably me, BGS. Sorry about
Just
that.
just just lower it a little bit. Um, it's. I mean, I was teasing you guys because it said after a year and a half, you should be able to guess what the next steps are. It shouldn't be that hard. That automation is going to basically reduce healthcare costs to near zero. It's like everything else.
But what I think when Obama's first plan, that's what they thought they wanted to do, make a like a healthcare sharing market or something for
An exchange, yeah, for you set up your own
yeah.
exchanges, which is part of the framework, which nobody took advantage of. A lot of stuff that could have been done, like prevention and all that kind of stuff, because of greed, nobody took advantage of it. It's in the
Yeah,
framework, but nobody
most of the
looks at
red
it.
yeah, but not, most of the red states where they're fighting against it and wouldn't fund it.
We're talking about the exchanges. Well, eventually they
Yeah.
did because they had to. They can't have people die on their watch. But the thing is,
Didn't
they
Blue
did.
Cross just
Well, they bailed out. What is it? A year and a half ago.
yeah.
But the thing is it's but your particular question about lowering healthcare costs, you should have known that. You should have been able to figure that out already.
I don't think they're at that point. My whole thing is I see them if they control the prices of the goods and services, which they won't.
They
You
it's
could
it's
probably
it's already in the works because you're gonna have to compete against other countries. It's already in the works. I mean, in fact, I just haven't posted the articles. I mean, I could post I mean, you should be able to find this stuff on your own. I mean, I could post the articles, but which I haven't done yet. I mean, I could actually flood this whole
no,
channel with nothing but this stuff.
no, don't flood it. I want to look this up before you start bringing out all the knowledge because I've been trying to keep up with that. like I said, my only thing is watching what Congress does, and I've been trying to keep up with
The
what's been happening.
okay, the reason I point you guys to certain people, I don't talk about Congress a whole lot. I mean, even though I could, is because I'm trying to get you guys to focus on the people that actually make the decisions. The World Economic Forum has already said that this will go through. These are 6,000 of the most influential people in the world, not the country, the world. They tell Congress what's going to happen. If you want to know what's going to happen with the banks eventually, you look at the Bank of International Settlement, which is I haven't talked about that, because a lot of times I don't bring out stuff because I don't, it's like just like talking to Daniel Solomon. Okay, the
We
reason that the,
come on, we
the
not that bad.
no, I'm not saying that you're that bad. I'm using him as an example. The reason that our hangout didn't go rather well is because he didn't have enough base knowledge to actually talk intelligently about anything that we're talking about. Because, like I said, he doesn't. It's not that he's stupid. He doesn't have enough base knowledge. So I was continually trying to go down lower and lower and lower to a point where we could actually find some kind of common ground. But he wants to, we're trying to talk about calculus. He's arguing about what 1 and 1 is. Okay, 1 plus 1, you have to accept that 1 plus 1 equals 2. If you can't accept that, then the rest of the argument actually goes to moot because we don't have anything to build on. And sometimes a lot of stuff like the Bank of International Settlement, I would have to do like a week and a half just talking about banks and the Bank of International Settlement, why it was set up, what it's about, and all the other stuff that goes along with it, just for you guys, just to start explaining why you should follow it. Like, in other words, I can't cram 30 years worth of knowledge onto a YouTube channel. I mean, I've seen my teacher, Dadisi, try to explain stuff to us, and we had him for like 2.5 hours, and it was only like a small group of like 30 people, 25 or 30 people, right? And it took him a course, over a course of years of us digesting the material to get us up to a point where we could actually talk intelligently to him about discuss with him about what was going on, because he literally had to build us up from ground zero. And that's what I'm trying to do with you guys. I'm literally building you guys up from ground zero, because I know a lot of this stuff is like blowing past you because it's something that you didn't even know existed. It's there, but you didn't even know it existed, most of this stuff. And it's not even the theoretical stuff. This is just the stuff that just is, that can be proven on a day-to-day basis. Everything that I've said, given you guys, can be proven looking on a newspaper, on YouTube, or anything else, because it's already there. It's already been settled and passed. So I'm giving you stuff that's already passed. I'm not giving you stuff that's looking forward. I mean, we project a little bit forward, but a lot of stuff has already been settled. So I'm trying to literally build you guys up from ground zero. That's how come I didn't give you the answer. I said, you should be able to find the answer yourself. You should know the answer already.
I appreciate it. No, because I'm still trying to find it, because I'm looking at the articles. I'm trying to see where the tipping point is, because it's like it's just a slow drag right now.
Well, the thing is, it's actually accelerating faster than you actually think it is. It's just not, all of it's not implemented. In fact, who was that? It was Ezra Taylor said, if you don't know how to automate processes, you can't even find, for the most part, it's difficult to find a job in IT, because most of your software is actually automating systems. So it's actually, you have billions of ants, basically tearing up the carcass. So all I'm doing is basically dropping stuff so that you guys can actually pique your interest, okay? And so, in other words, stuff that we talk about in Hangouts, and say, okay, you remember we talked about this. Here's 3 articles of what we talked about. Remember we talked about the UBI. Here's a couple of articles talking about the UBI. Remember I talked about basically a cashless society. Start dropping articles about Bitcoin. So in other words, I've already given you the framework. I'm just giving you the pieces so you can drop in. So you can find your own pieces and drop it in. Because the guys that have really taken off, I got about 3 or 4 guys that actually really have embraced it, and actually they're actually out there doing their own research. They're becoming their own little think tank because they're doing their own research because they embraced it. So that's what I'm trying to get you guys to do, is embrace it, so that you can go find your own answers. I mean, I can't, like Daniel Solomon, I cannot take a teaspoon and basically drop knowledge into your mouth one drop at a time. It's impossible for me to do, especially over a wide range of people. I can't individually just take as much as I would like one person over another. I can't individually take all you guys, all 5 or 6 thousand you guys, and actually individually make get you to see something. I can point you to it. Eventually you will see it, because it's going to be obvious, and a lot of this stuff is obvious. Where's Obsidian at? He's not going to come, I guess, because he was railing against the UBI. But in his absence, open
the chat up. I know everybody wants to get in. You answered my questions. I still need a lot more studying, so I'm not going to waste your time.
I mean, it's not a waste of time. I mean, I don't like, because we're going back and forth in the comments.
I know. I just said I don't want to be on this hangout like trying to argue a point that you already answered.
Yeah,
now it's up to me.
Yeah, it's there. It's already there. It's already there. In fact, let's see if I'll post.
BGS.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Albert.
Okay. On the UBI tip, to a certain extent, wouldn't you consider the welfare states that are going on in Europe and in America already like that?
No, the UBI is basically, really, the reason you don't have the UBI right now is because it's untested.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is like with the Section 8 and the vouchers and
it's
it's not like a UBI already.
Not really. I mean that would be a part of the function. It's kind of like piecemeal because it's means tested. Section 8 is means tested, and it's not. And the reason it's means tested is only for a very small portion of the populace. Even if we look at it with Section 8 and housing and all stuff, the only thing that's even close to the UBI, I would say, would be the SNAP program. But even that's means tested. It's only a very, very small portion of the budget. They absolutely have no idea how the UBI is going to work. All they know is that it has to work. Otherwise, because that's the only answer that they have.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that people keep saying, well, it's not going to work. It's not going to work because it's not perfect. Yeah, it's not perfect. But the thing is,
better than alternative.
There are no alternatives.
Well, anarchy.
Worldwide anarchy means a die-off of at least, I would say, minimum of 40% of the population of the world. Minimum.
I got to disagree with you. I think it'd be in the 70s. I think it'd be in the 70s.
I did say minimum, did I not?
Yeah, I think minimum 70s.
I mean, anything's possible, but I say minimum 40. I'm conservative. Let me see if I can bring up my Evernote real quick, because I think it's easier to look it up in my Evernote than in my notes, because we just. If I did it, maybe I didn't do it. Maybe it's still in my email. Let's see.
Now, I was following that chat earlier, and I was going to say, I'm starting to see white women walking the streets again. So
depends on where you are.
Well, they ran them all off for the longest time down here. But
there's a lot of homeless white. There's a lot of homeless white women. A lot of homeless white women that you just don't see.
The people of Walmart are real. Let's just say that.
There's a lot, and basically what they're doing is that's another reason for gentrification. They're separating the haves from the have-nots. So
Depending on what side
basically,
of
it's not
town you're
just
on, you see them clustered, and it's kind
yep,
of interesting because they're in black areas down here, and it's like
yeah,
I'm seeing them clustered, and they're very dusty.
yeah. And basically, it's going to be more about class than it is about race. Okay, here's one. I'll post the link for you guys to look at. I did get one of them.
That y'all had was real interesting.
Well, I've been telling you guys that about it. Gentrification is more about class than race, and I've been consistent about it. But you guys have to see it for yourself. I mean, I'm used to projecting. You guys aren't. So, um, I can just tell you about it. I can tell you what to look for, and then you guys you'll notice it when you see it because I've told you about it, made you aware of it. All of a sudden, boom, you see it. Say, God damn, I'll be damned. I didn't think it was possible. But there's one about the doctors, about the artificial intelligence in the doctors. They're just talking about. I mean, Watson, as far as them being able to diagnose, it has been around for a while. They just didn't want to kill the medical industrial complex. They didn't want to kill it, so they've been holding it back.
It seems to me that they're holding a lot of stuff back just because they're trying not to basically pull the rug from under people. Completely.
Yeah, I mean, if you're running a society, you have to do that because the thing is, it's not whether you're going to make money or not make money. It's a matter of what kind of imbalance that you're going to have to deal with in the meantime. You know, if you put everybody out of work, what do you do with them? There's a lot of things you can. I mean, you can kill them all if you really want to. There's lots of ways you can kill a large number of people if you really want to.
I think it's a situation of, like you said in the previous hangout, where you don't want to lower your population too much because you get overrun by others.
Yeah.
Like what's going on with Europe right now.
Yeah.
You know, like if they weren't being overrun by sub-Saharan, not sub-Saharan, South Mediterranean peoples, I don't think they'd be tripping so much about the population drop off. Because the automation would, make up for the loss of manufacturing.
Yeah, a lot of manufacturing. There's a whole lot of things that our automation would make up for. So, but the thing is, you still need what? Customers, do you not?
True.
Obsidian ducked out on us. Okay. All right. Maybe he's not able to join the hangout. Maybe he's type only. And Mike Viston said they're just piloting to see how you live over the next couple of years on that sort of living set. Yeah. Well, they have to test it. They have to test it.
So, okay, this is the thing I never understood about the UBI. If you have a UBI, where do your taxes come from? Is it strictly from consumption, or is it?
It will come partially from consumption, but mostly it will come from the profits that the manufacturers actually producing stuff. The majority of the taxes will have to come, and that's another negotiation that they're going to have with the corporations. And
won't that be a change up on the current status quo, where most of the tax burden is not on the corporations' back?
You have either one or two things. You have the UBI, or you have the pitchforks.
Yeah.
And where do you run? You get you an island, you get you some bots, and you stay there. You can do that. The rest of the world will go on. Will figure out a way to rebuild itself without you.
Right. Go back to more of a traditional, not so much rat race lifestyle.
Well, the thing is, if you're an industrialist and you produce whatever, right?
Yeah.
And if there's tons and tons of people that have the technology, the people that you leave behind will just have to take the technology and slowly rebuild it for themselves. 90% of 90% of the technology that people need to actually survive is already known. They can make it themselves. In fact, you're going to have all the workers that you have actually doing this kind of stuff. When you put them out of work, they still, just because you put them out of work, like I said, if they put you out of whatever you do, they put you out of work. Can they wipe your brain clean about the skills that you acquire doing what you do?
No.
So in other words, if they fired, say for instance, they fired, you had say you have like 10 owners that own the business that you own, right?
Right.
And they fired everybody else. If the government says, okay, Albert, we're going to give you and your coworkers loans to buy equipment and build the same factory, could you guys indeed not walk into the factory the next day within a week or two, be doing the same jobs that you were doing for somebody else?
True.
Yeah, that's what would happen. Now, you wouldn't be able to compete with robots or whatnot, but you would be able to make a living. And that's how come I play a lot of Richard Wolff about socialism and worker co-ops and that kind of stuff, because that stuff is going to come. That's the other part of the UBI is worker co-ops. That's how come they're really pushing Richard Wolff to the forefront, because Richard Wolff has been around for years, man. I've been listening to Richard Wolff for, good grief, 15 years. But now, why is he so popular now? Is because this is coming over the last 3 years, because this is what's coming. They need him now. So now they're promoting. Now he's everywhere because he has part of the answer. So you ready for me to drop the link, Albert, or you got a couple more questions?
Well, it's an honor, but today's one of them days where I actually have work to do.
Okay.
I haven't been able to catch up with you in quite a few weeks. I've been rehabbing a house, so.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. I mean, is it your house or you a house to rent? What?
My great grandfather, he's 100. And
God bless his soul.
Yeah, my parents moved in with him, and I did the floors, I did the plumbing, a little bit of electrical.
Oh, okay. So, oh man, you're man, jack of all trades, huh?
I learned that stuff in high school, and I went to computer science because I was lazy.
Yeah, so actually, you're a very handy individual.
I can do most.
All right, bro. I'll let you go, man, if you got work.
All right, brother.
All right. Thanks for dropping in.
Yes, sir.
All right, folks. I'm going to drop the link. This is really impromptu, so it's not going to be a marathon. Because I was just on a Biggs hangout for about 2 or 3 hours last night. It seems like when I get on a hangout, all of a sudden it goes from 30 minutes to like 3 or 4 hours. And it's the curse of BGS, I suppose. All right, there's the link. Oh, Big, please. No, I didn't. I left. I didn't get booted. But yeah, if you guys want to argue about Big J's hangout, argue on Big J's channel. No, I didn't get... Hey, the Field Master. What's going on? I'm honored, man. I don't get a chance to hook up with the Field Master too often. Hey, Field Master. Somebody got the YouTube feed on in the background, muted. If you guys are going to be on the hangout.
Yo, all what's up?
Hey, holler at me.
What's up?
I'm honored, bro. I thought you were busy on Wednesday, man. I thought you got clients, man, lined up from here to Djibouti, man.
Djibouti.
Yeah, Djibouti, yeah.
Hey, nah, man. I just got off the phone with the client, and you usually don't have something on Wednesdays.
No, and you're absolutely right. The only reason, you know how I am, man, is normally Tuesdays is when I get the a lot of the disagreements. I don't know why it's Tuesdays, but we're in another hangout, and we're talking about the defeat of the Republican healthcare bill, which anybody with any kind of well, you're in DC, man. You know that bill had no chance. You know how DC works, how they count votes, and you know that the only reason it passed in the Congress is because they knew the Senate wasn't going to pass it. You know how DC, you're in DC, you know how it works. Anybody inside the Beltway were laughing because everybody knew it was for show. Now everybody outside is having a hissy fit like it had actually had a chance of passing. But congressmen get together and they actually talk about it, and they count votes before there's any form of roll call. They're all in the halls counting who's going to vote on what. They already know what the outcome is before they count. If there's a unpopular bill, especially say whoever's in power, right? Say say if it was the Democrats and they knew there was an unpopular bill, they would say, okay, how many Republicans are for it or against it? Okay, now we have enough votes to pass it, but we need a few Democrats to kill the bill. Who's going to fall on their sword and be unpopular that they can actually afford the hit to not pass this bill? So they says, okay, these particular people in these districts will get slayed if they actually went against this bill. So we're going to have them go ahead and vote for it. But these people can actually take the hit. So these people will actually not vote for the bill, and everybody else can look fine. So come election time, everybody's good. So they do that all the time. I got a question. Go ahead.
What about the fear of the Republicans have that they'll get primary because a whole bunch of angry white people will be like, you didn't repeal Obamacare?
Well, they already know that that's not going to happen.
You don't believe that some senators are not going to fall on that sword, like maybe John McCain or others?
Where have you seen them have a conference, have a town hall meeting where people said repeal Obamacare?
They've had 8 years and they didn't do it. So if they haven't done it,
I mean, just recently, remember all those town hall meetings where they had to have bodyguards usher them into the car?
Okay, so if that's true, why do they keep trying to repeal? I mean, I understand what you're saying, but why do they keep trying to repeal it?
Come on, man. You're in marketing. You have a president that ran on that, right?
Yeah, all the Republicans did.
No, they ran on it, even though. But the thing is, they have to look good, right?
Okay, as good as the Republicans look, if you call 36% approval rating looking good, okay.
If you
I understand that in principle, but in practice,
not even principle, dude. It's just marketing.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but that's not what I see going on. Like,
it's politics, okay. In other words, it's called a good loss. Okay, you have a president that needed a win because his approval rating was so far in the dumps. He needed a win. If he doesn't pass anything, then basically he's a lame duck. He's a 4-year lame duck. You can't afford that as a president. So they gave him a win. Okay,
what was the win?
It was basically when Congress passed, and they barely passed it. They actually had to go to those Republican congressmen and say, look, if you guys go ahead and pass this bill, we know the Senate is going to kill it. So if it actually passed and it had to implement this stuff, and the stuff goes bad, do you think these Republicans would get elected? No.
I hear you, but I just personally don't count what the Congress does.
I understand. This particular subject, Edward, is not even up for discussion. Okay.
Yeah, that's not what I'm really talking about.
It's not even up for discussion. You got Ron Wills right there that lives in DC. He can actually tell you this is the way it works. It's been working that way for a very long time.
It's all a show down there. That's all you need to know. It's a show. They don't even take it seriously. They're going to make that show of it, but they were never getting rid of Obamacare.
No.
Okay.
They ain't going to get rid of it.
I'm not.
That's basically it. But they're going to make a show of it.
That's cool, and that's cool. I'm not, and this is like my last real question. I'm not trying to suck up the oxygen room. You're in DC. I'm curious, what do you think about Kamala Harris? And there's a reason why I'm asking that.
Why in DC?
Because Kamala Harris is a lot of news reports that she's being courted by the Democratic machine. She's been backed by a lot of them.
Okay, that's okay. There's two parts of DC: getting things done and getting elected. If you want to talk about getting elected, you have to talk about California. Kamala Harris is part of the Democratic machine, the feminist Democratic machine in California. You're not getting rid of her.
Here's why I brought this up, and I'm not trying to name drop, but I got screenshots to back this up. So I'm sitting here, and one of Boyce Watkins, one of the people that work with him, that's on his show, that deals with him, and they shared a thing of Kamala Harris. So all the people in that group, let's just say they're lukewarm with her. This is like one of the few things that the black men and black women are like, no, bourgeoisie, blah blah blah. Lo and behold, Michael Imhotep basically comes in there and spams and he got mad at me, by the way. He spams basically the thread talking about look at the information, and then I basically gave him that BGS knowledge, and he didn't like that because I started to refute his information that he was putting, because I said, you're putting information out that the White House gave. So of course they're going to make it look like they did a lot more than what they did. Because the argument was vote for Kamala Harris does not necessarily help black people. And he was saying, well, you need to have the right person in office in order to be able to push your agenda. And I said, the CDC does not have a black agenda. The Congressional Black Caucus does not have what we would say on social media is a black agenda. And he didn't like it.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do black people have a black agenda?
No, they don't.
Okay, so in other words, if your constituencies don't have an agenda, how are the politicians supposed to have one?
I get that, and that's a valid point, but that's not what he was saying. He was saying that they do have an agenda, and he was giving me like the platform, the platform information to read, and he was giving me the White House talking points, and I was saying
that's true. But the thing is, black people did not elect Kamala Harris.
Again, you're absolutely right. And that was exactly my point. And that's what I was trying to say. I'm not completely against her, but I said we got to stop jumping on people just because they're black or, they're black. And then we need to wait and see and look at the actual policy.
No, you need to not wait and see. And then my brother in DC, Ron Wills, can tell you exactly the same thing. Black people did exactly the opposite of what they should have done. They should have put pressure on President Obama because he was black, instead of sitting back and asking him to do things. They made the mistake, and I said that from the very beginning. So if Kamala Harris is going to run or basically be presented as a black person in Washington, D.C., should do the exact opposite. Should put more pressure on her and call her out on her blackness so that they will do stuff for you. And the way Washington D.C. works, why Obama, in my opinion, gets a very bad rap, is because think about it. If a black man who most white people don't particularly like being president, but accept him in that position and look at him with a side eye for 8 years, if he announces that he's going to do something for black people, especially for black people, what possibility do you think that bill is going to have a chance to do in Congress?
No, it'll have little to no, and I understand what you're saying.
DOA. Okay.
Yeah, so I understand that, but at the same time, because he said that too. He said if you put black on it, like you got to look at the law. And I told him like straight up that a big reason why pressure didn't get put on Obama was because of people like him basically running interference for Obama on the black side. And you
You have to do it covertly. Actually, if you look at the stuff that's being repealed, that you have Obama act. If you look at all the money that was spent, because you're not even looking at the money that was spent. Obama was there to keep the United States afloat until something else could be done. Obama actually doubled. He actually doubled the amount on your credit card just to keep this fucking country afloat. I always
Yeah.
tell black people, okay, well, he ain't did nothing for black people. If he does not keep the country afloat, what kind of mess do you think you're going to be in?
Yeah, but my main point is all these up and coming black politicians.
Mm-hmm.
We cannot. I don't think we should do the same thing. Like you just said it, we shouldn't do the same thing that we did with Obama. Which,
Yeah.
Pardon what I said is wait and see. We should do the opposite.
Yep.
And the problem is people like Michael Imhotep is like, well, we should just vote for him just because. That's basically what he was selling.
Well, yeah. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, you don't have a political party at all. I mean, the BBC, the Congressional Black Caucus, is not representing black people as the weapon.
Okay. Your mic is Borgian.
No,
You said you don't have a black caucus.
No, I was saying that it's not a representation of black people, it's a weapon of the Democratic Party. So you need your own political party to represent you. You don't have that.
And at the very I disagree. I understand that, and that ultimately is what you want. But within what the confines of what we have, we can do what other groups do, which is levy for what our interests are. The problem is, like you just said, we don't have an agenda to even begin to do that. So what happens is we end up going along with the program, and that's what they want.
Well, a lot of what you have, a lot of what you have in black politics, you have crabs in the barrel. You got two competing sides that can't decide on one direction. So you have the politicians pull from one side to another. And guess what? They actually walk right in between you and do what they want to do. Because there's one people propose one faction proposing something, and the other faction think they have a better idea, trying to tear it down.
So what do you think about this statement? Personally, I think that happens because most of the black male politicians are there at the pleasure of the black women in our community. And that's where a lot of that quote unquote hoe ass shit comes from, in my opinion.
Well, then the black women should shut the fuck up and stop complaining, which I have been saying. Either you're going to do the job or you're not. Complaining that mad men are not doing the job is a silly ass idea. Those are your fucking communities. They're giving you the power, they're giving you the resources, and you're not doing anything with it. So you need to shut the fuck up and fall back.
And I think that's a big problem with the Congressional Black Caucus is that dynamic. And quite frankly, I've said this before, I think that's a problem with all sectors of the black community, even the sectors in which it seems like men are in power. The men that are in power are selected by the women, kind of like a matriarchy where they have more than a say in who, the men may run it, but they're there because the women want them there. There's not any politician I know that's there.
Man, hold up, man.
Go ahead,
hold
Ron.
up, man. I know we always talk about that thing about matriarchy, but as someone, and technically I'm not living in DC now, but it's just about power down there. They get their little perks. They get the CBC conference. They got their legislative weekend. They get their pussy, all that shit. It's just about power. If you're dealing with any politician, power is about their little fiefdom, what they can do. That's why a lot of times I don't even pay half attention to any of the bullshit happening there because it's all show. It's all show. They all on the same team, but they give a good show for us. This whole healthcare thing, at no point was that going to be passed. At no point, because the insurance companies making money out of it, they're like, no.
No, and
people think it was going to happen. It wasn't happening.
And the actual people that actually benefited from it, regardless of how much it costs, aren't going to have it either.
Well, what I'm talking about, you see locally too. This dynamic you also see in local politics. But I'll keep that's mainly what I'll talk about too. But I'll keep that with healthcare. There was an article by Politico that talked about the opioid epidemic in Palm Beach, where Palm Beach is kind of like becoming one of the nation's, how can you say, rehabilitation centers. And it went very, very, very deep into actually how the fraud happened with Obamacare. It talked specifically about the fact that before Obamacare, and I'm more for it than against it. I'll say that. But it talked about how Obama lifted the caps on how much you could spend on drug treatment. And that's where a lot of these white guys are. That's why a lot of these health insurance companies were pulling out exchanges, particularly in Florida, because they were spending too much money on drug treatments, and they were doing things like, it went into great detail, like $1,500 piss tests, $3,000 for like 3 hours worth of work, basically turning
Okay, you borged out. Okay, I guess he hit a bad spot. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Okay, the thing is, they've been saying, okay, when they first passed the bill back in 2009, because Hillary Clinton tried to pass it back in 90. We missed about 3 minutes of you talking, but when they passed, the thing is, when they actually made this compromise, because it was a compromise, because it's supposed to be a single payer healthcare bill that wasn't going to get passed, so they compromised. There's a lot of loopholes that were left in that bill, and the Republicans, if they had done their job, they would have closed those loopholes instead of trying to kill the bill.
Oh no! All I was saying was that they were in Florida and Palm Beach. Like, a lot of people know Miami is known for drugs, but what they don't know is Palm Beach is like the rehabilitation center of one of them of the country, and they're using the Obamacare law in order to greatly hustle the drug facilities because there's no cap on it.
Yeah, well, there's going to be loopholes, so it's up to Congress to close the loophole. When you have such a huge bill like that, there's always loopholes. There's always people that are going to find a loophole. If you got a really good lawyer and really good accountants, you're going to find loopholes that you can exploit. And they found it.
Hey, can I get next question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm good. Okay.
So this is sort of for everybody. How has the ACA affected the Black community?
Oh, a lot of people. The biggest thing, believe it or not, the biggest thing amongst the Black community, and I benefited from it, is that you have a lot of Black children that could not find jobs, the jobs that could give them health care, right? And for the most part, if you have a job with health insurance, they will cut the child off at 18, right? Max like 20, right? But the thing is, one great thing, and God bless Obama just for this, he extended it to 26. So my son, my daughters could actually keep their health care past the age of 19 or 20. And that helped a lot, because they have a lot of kids that have that are either unemployed or underemployed, that can't find decent jobs and could not afford health care. And the only way they were going to get health care is if the people that are already established actually put them on to their healthcare plan, and that allowed my children. I can't speak for anybody else, but a lot of Black children who had parents that had really good jobs, union jobs, and had healthcare plans were allowed to keep those children on that plan. That's just one way.
Well, for me, it added a $200 bill that I had to pay. So thank you, Obama. But I'm a single Black male, so nobody gives a fuck about us.
Well, it actually destroyed a good portion of the Black community, because a lot of the people who did find jobs, they found them as like contractors through staffing firms, and those staffing firms were not actually giving out healthcare coverage until after 90 days. So if you did not have health insurance coverage within the time frame, you got whacked pretty good. So you get whacked, I think it's something like $133 per month that you don't have it. And if you don't have it for at least 6 months out of the year, you're shit out of luck. You missed the time frame to actually join. So most Black people get their taxes taken at the end of the year because they don't have that insurance coverage.
Okay.
In our state, because our state was the first one to actually have that ACA bill passed.
So how did it kill the Black community?
Because when you don't have insurance coverage, whatever taxes that you're trying to file at the end of the year, that's it, that's gone. can't take that.
Oh yeah, you're talking about your income tax. I wouldn't say
Yeah, your
kill
W-2's gone.
They're on balance, and on balance, it actually did a lot of good for not only black people but all people in general. That's how come they're actually the common folks are actually fighting for it.
But it's the whole point, the whole purpose of it is to siphon money out of your pocket. So if it's mandated that you're supposed to have this insurance coverage throughout the year, you're really paying for nothing, because the insurance coverage may be outside of the network of your PC, your primary care physician, and they may not even accept it.
Hey, so one of the stats I've heard thrown around a lot is that a third of every healthcare dollar gets put towards end-of-life care in the last like 3 months of life. So what do we think about just cutting people off?
Oh,
They're not going to do that.
How popular is that going to be?
Of course they're not going to do it, but
older people vote more. They're not going to do that across the board.
Short term, actually, if you think about Obamacare, and that's what I was saying in our hangout, if you think about it, it's a framework for something, right? It's a framework for automation.
I agree with that completely.
It's a framework for.
That's what it is. It's a rip-off.
It's a framework for automation. No, it's actually a compromise for the insurance plans to actually allow it through, because they weren't going to allow it through.
My co-pays went from $10 to $250. That's a rip-off.
It's a rip-off to you.
It's not mutually exclusive.
It's a tax.
Yeah, that's a rip-off. There's nothing better.
It's a rip-off to you.
It's not mutually exclusive. It's both a ripoff to certain groups, and it's a great boon to others.
It's a compromise.
And you know that any bill like that, black men are going to get, well, not black men, but men in general are going to get fucked. Black men are going to get fucked times two.
How about all the black men that all the black kids, black boys that don't have jobs, or have jobs that are underpaying and they need health care? How are they going to get it if not through their parents?
Most men don't go for health care anyway. It's a gendered wealth transfer.
I'll make this statement. When people say black people, politicians, they're really talking about black women and black children.
Yeah,
black men always get cut out in that equation.
And BGS, you need to understand that it's dependent on how much you make, what your income is. So you have to be making less than like $18,000 a year in order for you to even qualify to be subsidized by the state for the coverage. You got 40%. You got 40% of your men that are not even in the labor force. Period.
Right, and those guys who are not buying into the insurance plans or the insurance markets,
they get subsidized. They get subsidized.
No, they actually don't. They're actually dropping out of the market.
Yeah, but they also get subsidized by Medicare or Medicaid, which is another thing that the Republicans were going to cut out because you expanded the Medicaid option.
Well, one of the things that they were doing, the people that were not being covered, they were using the emergency rooms as a way to get coverage.
Which is something the Q addressed, and is why I put it on my channel, is that bill had actually gone up unpaid as a debt, and they compromised also with the insurance companies to actually absorb that bill. So there's a lot of things that are going on behind the scenes that we assume that we always focus at a little small range. We don't look at the bigger picture. Eventually.
No, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I can tell you in our state, nobody's happy with it. When we have 99.9% enrollment in terms of coverage, nobody's happy with it. They want that gone.
When nobody's happy with a bill or with any kind of legislation, that means it's damn near perfect.
Not necessarily.
Because nobody's supposed to be happy with it. Nobody's happy with it.
It's expensive.
It's an odd proxy.
It's very, very expensive. The Trump care bill was
yeah, but what I'm saying, you can argue about it now, but the framework it's built for automation. That's what they're trying to herd you into it, because the way legislation works. If you look at DC, if you follow politics for any length of time, a lot of times a legislation will be passed 5, 10, 15 years in advance, waiting for something.
This bill is waiting for something. It's waiting for automation.
Can I jump in for a second?
Go ahead.
All right. I think maybe when you say it's built for automation, the way the system works now is that the majority of people get their health coverage through their employer, and employers get to write off the insurance expense. So it's a system where companies get subsidized to provide insurance. But if I understand you right, they're basically trying to break that link so that people can have insurance without having a job. Is that
exactly?
That right?
Exactly.
Okay.
In other words, you can't. What they're actually shooting for is what? Single payer. That's what they're actually shooting for. So as you can cut the insurance companies, basically the middleman, right out of from the heart of it, right? But you can't do that in a liberal country because you can't get it passed. So this is the compromise.
It seems to me that they actually built some, they put some poison pills into Obamacare itself to collapse it, to get us to single payer. I mean, that's what it seems like to me.
Well, the thing is, the system really don't have to build a poison pill anyway, right? Because the system on its own will collapse from its own weight, right?
True.
In other words, Obamacare probably actually saved the system. The system probably was going to collapse anyway. Otherwise, they would have killed it from the beginning, because they killed it in '94 with Hillary Clinton. If you got this many people out of work, and you got people coming into the emergency rooms, and there's nobody to bill anymore, eventually the system will collapse on its own weight.
But yeah, it's a different style of collapse. I think the collapse you would have seen without Obamacare would have just been the government, well, people being slowly frozen out because they got sick and couldn't afford it. This could cool down the whole government.
And then what happens to the doctors? You either raise your rates, you keep raising your rates because you have fewer people coming in. And then eventually what happens?
The hospitals are closing.
Hospitals are closed.
Right.
Well, they're required to treat people no matter what anyway, right? By federal law. If you go to the emergency room, you have to get treated. Now, it's not the best care in the world. And I think and correct me if I'm wrong, but the hospitals can basically go to the state or to the feds and get reimbursed on some level. If
the ACA wasn't passed, and you get as many people out of work and without health care, upwards of 100 million adults that are out of work and don't have health care, that are not in the workforce, and you have another 10%, which is what another 10 to 11 million that are unemployed, and you get a bunch of people that are underemployed. You get 150 million people. You have a constituency for what? Single payer health care.
But what does the collapse of ACA healthcare look like, assuming that Trump doesn't get some?
It won't collapse. What it will do is it will actually evolve into either a single payer or basically peer-to-peer healthcare, which you're going to have, because right now you have systems. A lot of times, in fact, Q said a lot of money is spent on non-critical healthcare. In other words, you have a cold, you have a flu, you have something where you have to take a kid in for like my grandson. Okay, he's had 4 times he had to go to the doctor because of flu, because he's 4 years old, right? Because his immune system. If you have a system where you basically hook up a strap, hook up a belt, or whatever it is, a suit, you can hook up a suit that monitors his vitals. You plug him into a computer. It reads his vitals, whatever it needs to read, right? Goes to an AI, and AI spits out a diagnosis. And it either says, this is what you give him, this is the remedies that you take, or this kid needs to go in for further treatment. They have the system. They have the systems online right now. They have you can actually outsource a lot of that stuff already.
I used to work in healthcare, and I know I idea what you're saying.
We can barely hear you, Mike. We can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit. We'll struggle with it. Go ahead.
No, I was saying I used to work in healthcare IT, so I have an idea of what you're saying. They do have a database and a whole entire system set up just for what you're they've had that for at least 10 to 15 years.
Yeah, I'm saying now the AIs can actually. In fact, I always post this stuff. I always post this stuff so that you guys can put the pieces together. And so I don't always have to basically come in and basically drop, take the droplets and drop them in your mouths and say, like little birdies, and say, look, piece by piece. I'm saying I want to get you guys to the point where you guys can actually see this stuff for yourself. It's already there. Okay, I just posted the point where where Watson is a diagnosis. It can diagnose just as well as a doctor that has 10 years experience.
But it's very expensive, and I don't think companies are going to actually use it at the moment. I was there at the IBM Research Center here in Cambridge, and I saw Watson working, but you're talking a $2 million, $3 million, $10 million machine.
Yeah, but it's for an AI. How many sessions can an AI run?
It can run multiple sessions, but who's going to pay for it is the real question.
You already pay. The thing is, the same people that pay for doctors' appointments now.
Oh, I got one. Think about it this way. You got how much of these doctors, how much does an average doctor's education cost? And then divide that up by $2 to $3 million and run that.
Talk about $300,000 to educate a doctor.
Okay, so basically, if you divide that up, that easily you're talking about seven doctors. So
okay, but the thing is, Watson is just one system by one company in one country. How about Russian AIs? How about German AIs? How about Chinese AIs?
And like any technology, it gets cheaper.
It can get replicated. How cheap would it be for a Chinese to replicate a Watson system?
Well, like anything else, what China does,
that would be really difficult for them to replicate that. That's a completely different type of system.
Huh?
I said it would be completely different. It would be really difficult for them to actually replicate that system.
Why?
Because the way it's structured, the Chinese already have their implementation in place. It's not even compatible with their systems.
So, in other words, how long does it take to copy code?
It's not the code; it's the actual ASIC itself. So the chip itself, the way the code runs on top of the chip, it has to match with the processor itself.
They don't run it through processors. They basically do it with multiple video cards. The AIs are run like neural networks from video cards now.
That's a processor.
It'll be a little bit more inconvenient, but they'll get it done.
It's actually not. It's multiple processors. Basically, you know about the modern video cards. They got billions of small processors, right?
Right. They're called shader processors. So the shader processor for each chip, there's probably about 1,000 microprocessors within one chip. And you're talking about
more than that. Talking millions of processors on board of on the chip, right?
Shader. We call them shader processors.
Shaders, yeah. Yes, I'm talking about. You got millions of them, and they run them in nodes. They run them like brain cells.
Right. Right. That's the only way they can get their leverage. But I'm saying the Chinese don't have access to that.
Yes, they do. They're running it now. In fact, Mike, I will actually post the articles. In fact, I'll actually, because I haven't really done a lot of that. In fact, I just posted one about Alipay actually using it to replace a lot of their insurance claims. As far as doing, they have an insurance company that runs 45 million claims a year, right? And so they tested the new AI, and the AI has the same experience as an insurance adjuster with 10 years experience. And that's just one, doing just by reading the notes and by looking at the pictures. And you already have the medical database. If you put the other system to apply to it, you can easily do that now. And you could easily outsource all of that. All that stuff has been basically stolen and replicated all over the world. That's how come they're going to do it now. And in fact, what they're doing now is they're outsourcing doctors. In other words, a doctor in the United States probably earns what, $250 an hour,
right?
So in other words, you have a doctor in India or a doctor in Thailand that's been trained basically the same way, and he's doing phone diagnosis just like a nurse practitioner would. You even have a human systems that can actually lower the cost. There's a lot of ways to do it, and that's what's coming. That's what the Affordable Care Act is actually for. You have you can have peer-to-peer exchanges that can actually do the same thing. All you need is a few more pieces of technology to actually do home diagnosis, where you don't even have to go into an office to a big structure like a hospital, which has its own costs. And if you cut out the insurance, you cut out the hospital, and 80 to 90% of whatever you need is a doctor for can be done with a little technology and some outsourcing, what's going to happen to the majority of the medical industrial complex? It's going to get flattened, right? And that's just the stuff that we know already. We're not even talking about the stuff that they're developing that hasn't been out. So there's tons of stuff that they're not that like if they really wanted to get into stem cells and the other kind of stuff, you know how many dentists would get put out of work within 5 years? They'd be teeth cleaners.
Dental hygienists, yeah.
I mean, yeah, most dentists will be dental hygienists for the most part. If they just implemented stuff like stems, they can actually pull a tooth, cut you open, drop in some stem cells. Your tooth will grow within like 3 or 4 months. They can do that if they want to. But the thing is, what it's going to do to the dentistry? There's a lot of stuff that hasn't been that's going to get released. It's going to flatten healthcare. So,
yeah, they've been working on ways, at least here and not in this state, they've been working on ways to mitigate people coming actually into the ER in the major hospitals itself. So they open up these micro clinics in every neighborhood, basically in any project or any corner, just like a liquor store.
Which makes more sense. Makes way more sense. The only thing that one thing
we
that
have a lot of those here too.
One thing that one thing that really set things back, I think, was Theranos didn't work out like they wanted it to work out, where you actually take a blood test and get rid of like 80%, like 90% of the lab work. If Theranos had actually worked, then you would see a big acceleration of killing. They don't want to kill. If you kill hospitals, then what's going to happen to Kaiser and all these other networks? They don't want to kill hospitals.
What do you do with a major facility that big? I mean, there's so much investment into it, they can't afford to.
Exactly. So the thing is, there's a balance between the new technologies and the dinosaurs. It's got to be balanced. But the thing is, now you don't have a choice, because if you don't do it, somebody else is going to do it. But that's just one thing, that's just one thing we're talking about. That's why I was saying to American Male, who was talking about what can be done to reduce health costs. I said, you already know the answer. If you've been following me for any length of time, you already know what the answer is. The only way to reduce health costs is through what? Automation. Like everything else.
Yeah.
Also take money out of people's pockets as much as possible.
That's not reducing healthcare. That's pushing healthcare to somebody else's pockets.
Well, that's what they've been doing since 2008.
In other words, either you get if you have what should happen, and believe it or not, if you really want to know who is pushing for single payer healthcare, is not the people that you actually think. It was Ford, GM, Walmart, and a whole host of other very large corporations that needed to compete with European corporations, because European companies have a shared cost between the government and them as far as providing healthcare. Most companies want to get out of the healthcare business.
Yeah, because that's like a big thing with the unions too. A lot of those workers' costs were healthcare. They had those really good healthcare plans, and that's the first thing they got rid of when they were manipulating the unions before they went after the pay, right?
Yeah.
Those Cadillac plans, that's what they did to politically make them look bad. Because if you take into account what they get paid and you don't add in how much they cost, as far as when you add healthcare, if you manipulate that to like, you give like $1 per hour amount,
Yeah.
Based on their healthcare coverage,
Yeah,
then it makes it look like they're getting paid so much money.
Basically, most decent paying jobs, most employees only pay like maybe 20% of the healthcare, and 80% of the healthcare cost is borne by the corporation.
And that's not even counted when you take a job to like Mexico or South America, somewhere like that,
Yeah.
outside the Western world that does not really account for healthcare like that. That's not even counting the money they save off doing that.
Yeah.
That no wonder there's so many manufacturing facilities or technology facilities or data banks that are open in those areas.
See, I can tell you the tipping point for single payer is probably within 3 or 4 years when when the machines actually start coming in. You're gonna have the majority of your people. You already have 40% of your people not working as it is. What happened when you have another 20 to 30%? It doesn't take that. But people think, okay, for them, automation can't wipe out 100% of the jobs, which is true. It doesn't have to. All it has to do is wipe out 50%. You wipe out 50% of the jobs. So you add another 30% to already 40% that's not working. That's 70% of your people not working. I definitely. You know what I'm saying? It's not just for you, Edward. I'm saying when does shit actually get real? I'm trying to get you guys to see what I see, because I've been seeing this I knew what Obamacare was when they first put it out there. In other words, it's an imperfect framework whose time has not come.
Yeah, and Social Security was kind of like that too.
Yeah.
But it was fixed. I mean, not fixed, but improved upon and worked on. I knew that, and I agree with that.
Well, actually, Social Security was already tested out in Germany long before it was implemented in 70 years before it was even implemented in the United States. They already had worked it out. Germany had already perfected it before it ever hit the United States. They already know the actuarial schemes, how it worked, that played out in real life. So it was almost a no-brainer. It had to come. A lot of this stuff had to come. That's how come I don't argue about feminism. I don't argue about any of that bullshit, because once you understand the framework which it exists in, you understand what's going to happen. Like a lot of people talk about marriage and all that shit. I said, if you understand the framework, if you understand what's causing it, causing marriage to die. In fact, I have a book talking about the retreat from marriage. You know how old that book is?
How?
You know when it's printed? 1990. And they were talking about taking statistics from 1985. Okay. This is not new. They have known this stuff for a very long time. That's why I'm trying to get you guys to understand. Stop looking.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pointing to you guys so you guys arguing about stuff that people argue about on the ground. Okay, on the ground. You're not looking from the top down. Okay, I'm trying to get you guys to look from the top down and not from the bottom up. Now, Rom.
Okay, so here's the thing from the top down. So I was driving for something I had to do like 50 miles away, and I was in the stick. And North Carolina ain't like Raleigh's a big city like that anyway. And I was thinking about, some of the stuff, not just that you say, but some of the stuff that's out there when it comes to like going in the suburb, not the suburbs, but going in the farmland and stuff like that. A lot of areas that are kind of developed, but not really, to grow food and stuff like that. My thing is, the way I see it going, because I read an article that said, and I can forward it to you if you want, it said, it's CNN Money actually. It said that 49% of a lot of the growth that are going to these cities. No, it said that foreigners are going into the cities like 49% from like up from last year. Just to say the momentum, that there's a lot of foreigners moving into the cities, and that's one of the things that's driving the rising cost of cities and the gentrification, all that stuff. My thing is, I feel like
you have to look at what type of foreigners are coming into the cities, and not just they're foreigners. What type of foreigners are they?
Well, they said 50% of them. Go ahead.
Are there HB1 visas that have their families?
Yeah, part of it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like Indians, Asians.
Yeah, it answers your question. So it's not just foreigners. They're high-tech foreigners. They're going into the cities because that's where the jobs are, right?
Well, yeah, but that was kind of like prefacing my main question.
Okay.
My thing is, I feel like Black people are getting pushed out to be like kind of like how Afro-Brazilians are in the favelas. Like once we get pushed out there, it's not like they're going to be any resources. They're going to concentrate the resources back in the city.
See. Now you're thinking like from a sheep from the bottom up.
We don't contribute.
Why? You know why? Because you're talking about race and not class. Who's getting pushed out? If you're like Mike, okay, I'm gonna use Mike as an example. If you're like Mike, are you getting pushed out of the city?
I guess not. I'm not getting pushed out. But
in other words, people with the
reason why I even brought it up.
Go ahead.
I understand what you're saying. It's not that like the reason why I talk about Black people is I care about Black people. Like I understand that there's not just gonna be Black people that's gonna be out there.
I know, but the only way you're gonna only way you're going to help Black people is understand the framework. If you don't understand the framework, you can't help them.
They're not pushing Black people out. They're not pushing Black people out of the city. At least in our city, they have something called the Redevelopment Authority, where they take your minorities and they stick them right into predominantly white areas to mix it up in order to blend up the community as much as possible. They do it on purpose,
Okay, what state are you in?
Mass. Yeah, thanks, Darkface, for your donation. One thing is they're separating. In other words, you're gonna get pushed out. You're gonna get pushed out into the sticks just like every other poor person. Because out in the sticks is not just Black people, is it? It's white folks, isn't it?
Actually, it's more white folks than Black folks.
And it's by class. There's two things that they're doing at one time, and I think I'll reiterate it for people that don't know. Is that there's two reasons that they're doing it. They're separating people by race, by class, and they're causing you to mix forcibly. So the upper class Black people like Mike that can stay in the city, they can afford to be there because his job is there, along with the Indian, the Chinese, the white Persian, whoever that are doing basically the same thing he does. Those are the people that are going to live in the neighborhood. The people that cannot, the poor, the rednecks, the trailer park folks, the Hicks are all going to live on the outskirts of the city. And they're going to mix. They might have to fight it out for a little while. The Black folks inside the city might have to be profiled for a little while, but eventually what's going to happen, they'll be separated by class and not race, which is what the United States wants. Go ahead.
He just is absolutely right about that. They look at your income first, and then they look at your voter base, and they use that as a way to minorities into white people. Black people who have higher education and higher income, they shove those Black people right into the neighborhood.
Yep.
And then the white people who can't afford to live, they shove them right back into predominantly Black areas.
Yeah. Yeah, you see it now. I see it in Los Angeles all the time.
What state did you say you were in again?
I live in Mass.
Oh, he's in
Massachusetts. Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, but look, I'm not saying I disagree with that, but the thing is, I forget who made this statement. Somebody made this statement talking about, class transcends race, and you can buy the idea that Black men as a group. See, you got to understand, I'm talking about things from a social capital standpoint. Okay. If you got a couple of Black people here and there, because let's be clear, that's what it's going to be. That it's all these Indians, all these Asians that are only really here because of H-1A1 visas. It's not like they really came up through the American truck. They are going to work together. So this idea that I'm not saying that that's not what they're pushing it towards, but certain people are going to mix more than others. And the reality is there's going to be a new pecking order. And the reality is Black people are going to be at the bottom of that pecking order, regardless of what social class you're in.
So what do Black people need to do to not be at the bottom of that pecking order?
They need to understand that social capital, regardless of class, is one of the most important things, and actually work together. Because here's the thing, Black people in the suburbs don't work together almost as much as Black people in the hood. So the idea that if it's a class situation is not necessarily true. I hear what you're saying about class, and I agree with that. But that doesn't mean they're going to get absorbed.
Because you're not understanding what the fuck I'm talking about. It's going to happen. Either you work with it, or you get run over by it. because it's going to happen. So all your social capital.
Give me an example of what working with it would look like.
In other words, if you're going to get pushed out into the suburbs, right? If you're going to get pushed out there into the rural areas, to the suburbs, you need to start learning how to build your own homes, grow your own food, work on co-ops and that kind of stuff. You need to start doing that now, because the majority of you won't have the skills to actually live in the cities. They're going to price you out. And the ones that can hold, that are already there, they can take advantage of it. They can buy property. They can form communities. You need to focus on taking care of your whatever bubble that you have then, if you want to stay inside the city. So in other words, don't sell your house. So in other words, this is going to, the only reason that it's slowing down and you have the opportunity for it to slow down is because President Trump is not rubber stamping the community grants to actually gentrify your area. So it's going to slow down. I'm trying to get you to understand the framework and the processes so that you can move around effectively. Because if you don't know how to play chess, you go eventually a chess master is gonna bump you off the board. So arguing against the game, in other words, you're trying to hate the player instead of the game. You gotta understand the game. It is what it is. So all your social capital doesn't mean squat, because if you don't have any jobs and you can't eat, you will go to where the food is and where the opportunity is. So it's best to get there first, then get run over by it. It's going to happen. Okay. You're going to get pushed because you ain't gonna compete. You ain't gonna compete with a PhD. The reason that they're importing people is because it's cheaper to train a PhD in India than it is United States. So it's easier. It's like Bitcoin. It was easier to buy it than to mine it. So it's easier to buy brains than to train brains. It costs you, for an engineer, somebody like Mike, it costs at least $300,000 to train. Okay, where it costs $50,000 or $40,000 in India to get a PhD, which is easier to buy him or to train him.
Your human resource is your natural resource, and that's what they're trying to grow as much as possible.
You try to grow it.
I mean, I hear that, but that's not really an American. It's not a very American policy.
Like
because
what?
The framework of what your country is going to change. And when you understand like the BRICS and stuff like that, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but that's like a cold capitalistic like mentality to it. That's basically fuck white people.
Oh, geez.
And I don't see them. I hear what you're saying, but I don't see that going.
You exported 90% of your manufacturing to China. That's not cold and capitalistic and fuck white people.
All right.
Come on. Oh, really? Oh, wow. Wait a minute. Edward has had a revelation. Hallelujah. Stop. Wait a minute. Stop the show. Calypso, Oregon.
White people didn't realize, like, all right.
The regular white people did.
Like you said, white people are the core of this country, and when white people rattle the cage, it break.
You know, like let me. Wait a minute. Let everybody take a drink because I'm getting ready to mention Jason Black. You know how he does it? Is this on? Is this on? Are you hearing me? Is this on?
Look it up.
Is this on? Do you hear what I'm saying? I'm giving you, 100. Mike is here. Mike is in the industry. He knows what I'm talking about. You got Dr. Jones in the industry. If I was wrong, Dr. Jones would have interceded. He said, "Master teacher, you're wrong about that." I'm giving you 100% high level, next level game for free. For free. This is free. In fact, fortunately, the DOD doesn't care about it anymore because they used to shut off my internet for doing shit like this. This is free. This is next level game for free.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm trying to like map out how black people would navigate through. I'm talking about people that want to be black and don't want to assimilate. This is an assimilation. You're
trying to figure it out. It's already, I'm telling you what you need to do. You have two choices. Either you get the skills necessary to stay in the city. Stay in the city or you go with it and establish a community outside of the city. For the vast majority of black people, I would say the latter, because they don't have they don't because to make somebody like Mike, you have to start him basically no later than the age of 10. Because you don't get him at the age of 10, you're not gonna have a guy like Mike. And most black people, they haven't seen it because you let black women take control of your boys and not give them the necessary tools. You miss basically you should have had Commodore 64s and Ataris and all that kind of stuff in every home, and actually teaching this kid from ground up to program. You didn't. That was in 1985. You can't not do it 30 years later. It's too late. All those kids are grown. All those white
You know
boys.
what? And I'm gonna tell BGS. I'm gonna tell you that honestly, that's probably what it is. What you just said. Did a lot of this stuff, the reality for a lot of black people, I'm talking about like 30% at best that have the choices that you're talking about.
70. Try 70%. 70, maybe more. I'm being generous.
No, I'm talking about they even had the 30% even have the choices to really live a high quality life and be effective at taking those two choices that have time. Because 70% are fucked. That's really what it is.
Well, they're fucked inside the city. They have to make different choices. There's the other stuff that they can.
Well, they're not going to do that. They're going to get idle and then go to Christianity and say, "Oh Lord, what was me?" You already know how it's going.
In other words, remember that there's a very good reason I put that post in from that little clip from Day After Tomorrow. It said, "What can I do? What can we do? Save as many as you can. Can't save everybody."
Yeah, and for me, I struggle with what that number is, because what my mind says that number is a lot lower than what I really would wish that number was.
You ain't got time to figure out what the number is, okay? Like the dude in Day After Tomorrow, he ain't got time to figure out what the number is. You save as many as you can. If it's 1%, 10%, 50%, you save as many as you can. You can't got time to figure out how many can I save. You save as many as you can. That's all you have time for, because it's too late.
That's what MIT.
Is that what you tell them on the web? Yeah, I said, yeah. It's not that I'm trying to figure it out. What I'm trying to say is my heart is really unfortunate. My mind knows what the number is, but the problem is my heart is like, damn, that's too damn low, and I'm like, it's that back and forth.
I came to that conclusion 12 years ago. Because I've been knocking hard-headed black folks in the head for 20 years. And after that, you figure, okay, they're not going to get it. And then we said, okay, how can we get these black people to get it? And then after that, you said, okay, you're not going to get the majority of black people to get it. You save as many as you can, because they're going to be resistant to it. Most people are going to be resistant to it, and especially black people. You cannot convince them to save themselves. Either the environment will have to do that. I remember my partner, he has all these particular things put in place. He kept crying, black folks aren't getting hip to it. Black folks aren't seeing this. I said, you cannot make them see it until the environment makes them see it. The environment is starting to make them see it. So now all the answers are already there. Okay. You know, if I wanted to dox myself, I could give you the majority of the answers. I'm not going to dox myself for this shit. Okay.
Well, I mean, I already see it in Jason Black and what he's saying and how his stuff gets received. He's doing the closest.
Jason Black has maybe 10% of the information. Maybe 10%. Maybe 10%.
And I see how they react to the percent.
Yeah.
Which is not favorable.
The tip of basically the conscious community. Jason Black is just at the outskirts of the conscious community. Actually, this stuff has been bandied around for a long time. There's plenty of answers. Okay, people fight Pan-Africanism. Okay, people fight going into rural areas and starting communities. People fight a whole bunch of stuff, right? Until they absolutely have to. When I say you should, instead of fighting Section 8 or fighting to stay inside those Chicago communities, move those women outside of the community. Use whatever Section 8 that you have to rent houses in a community. to where black women can actually learn to grow their foods and all this other stuff and actually homeschool all this stuff to actually work. Okay. How do you like,
Well,
no, I ain't doing that. Well, you don't do it. You're gonna
yeah,
suffer.
black people, when it comes to homeschool alone, I've seen how I know black women that do agree with it, but the like 9 out of 10 black women, they just don't want to put in that kind of work to raise kids. They just don't. And I've seen that with all the excuses that they make. They see that as too much work. They want to have the babies, but when it comes to homeschooling, I see that kind of knee-jerk reaction to it. They like, and me thinking about.
No, I was saying they see it as a rite of passage.
They'll have the child. Yeah.
Well, they don't want to do any rite of passages. They don't want to do that.
You didn't get what he said. He said black women seeing having a baby as a rite of passage.
Oh, okay.
That's what he's saying.
Okay. No, I agree with that, but it's, oh my God. That's why single motherhood, a lot of times, and I believe this, in the black community, I do believe black women want to make single motherhoods have a higher class status than a wife.
And you have a lot of black men that take up for them. So said, if you're going to have black women on welfare, you're going to give them food stamps, WIC, whatever, and housing, and then at home the majority of the day. You could at least make them spend 4 hours a day helping their children learn, and make that a stipulation for them getting their benefits, right? But they don't know nothing, and how they gonna learn? Who gonna train these black women? And all of a sudden the whining starts. Well, you gotta feel sorry for.
Well, that's because they don't. That's one thing Sarge really Pete used to do, or still does, that I like. It's kind of like O'Shea stopped the show, is when he'll do all the complaining he does, and then he'll do what you just did, and then say, well, at the end of the day, you just don't want to do it. So I'd rather you just say that, because there's a difference between having legitimate concerns and asking legitimate questions and need answers, and then really just throwing mud at the wall because you really just don't want to do it. And that's the problem with most black people, is you have people like you or like Jason Black that has the answers. So anything you throw at them, they can kind of give a solution to it. But at the end of the day, they just don't want to do it. And it's more of an emotional thing.
Everybody says, well, you complain you don't have solutions. And I throw 10 solutions at them and they go away.
I've never said that.
I know you haven't.
Well,
you never said it.
But I've heard people that do say that, yeah. And I'm like, wow, he's gonna beat your ass. He's gonna pull out his belt. That's what I'm gonna call these hangouts, those other hangouts that you do. You're pulling out your belt.
Even American Male, when he got on the hangout, he said, don't tell me, I'm gonna go do my research and figure it out, because I just posed the question to him, because he should have figured it out on his own. Because I've given you the pieces that you can put the picture together. I'm not trying to basically lead you by the hand step by step and tell you what to do, because I know a lot of millennials are raised that way. No, just give me the information so I can pass. Just give me the information so I pass the test. I'm not doing that. I'm giving you the framework. I'm giving you the tools to go find it for yourself. Or if you follow the people in power, they'll tell you what direction you're going in. The World Economic Forum
that's why I tell people, they need to get the damn passports. I mean, just to have it. And only 5% of black people have passports. If you take out the people I said to take out that would have a passport, it really goes down to about 2.7 African Americans in a non-military, non-continental, blah, 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 that has a passport. And that gives you kind of a good indicator as to what black people are on.
Why would you need a passport?
Because a passport, in other words, you need a passport because you need a plan B. Regardless.
No, what I'm saying is they can barely afford to live in the United States. Is the idea of them having a passport means that there's going to be some kind of travel, to another, your plan B. But
no, cost of living is less.
Let him finish, Edward.
No, what I'm saying is
another shot.
They can't afford to leave anyways. They can't even afford to leave their own neighborhoods. How are they going to leave to another country?
Okay, so what I would say is, yes, I kind of disagree with that, because we see a lot of bullshit black people have. So it's a matter of they don't have a priority to do that. But, and you're right, there are some people that can't afford it, but a lot of black people don't have the priority to do it, the ones that could.
You got about 30% of black people that can't afford to actually do that and don't have passports because they're resistant to it. There should be way more.
That's a sizable population.
Yeah.
They're Americanized.
Well, white people that are just as poor have passports.
Yeah, but they're not actually leaving for a plan B. They're actually staying within America. But black people don't really have a plan B set up. You know, they don't have enough resources to leave.
What I'm saying is, if you get a passport and you start investigating, it starts to open up your mindset. And that's why I said getting a passport is not just to leave; it's also to change.
Yeah, I would challenge you. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And there's a video that Boyce Watkins did with a black woman just today that she's in the military, you know, and well, yeah, she's in the military, and she tells you, she talks about a difference between black people not having that mindset and what she learned as she got in the military and learned that mindset about. And it's interesting because she spoke a lot like you as far as things like what she learned about geopolitics, kind of a lot of stuff that you keep on saying with us about not thinking like a sheep and stuff like that. And she says you get that faster if you're overseas because you're just thinking about the world in a bigger and different way. And that's a very good interview that's on his channel right now, just saying, because it answers this question. But another thing too is you gotta understand, thinking like an expat, because I've spent 7 months outside the country at a time in the Philippines, and I can tell you, thinking when you're outside the United States, you begin to think very differently about what the reality is. The biggest cost, to be honest with you, is getting there. But once you get your stuff in order, get the bank accounts and get stuff like that done, like the Dominican Republic, which I still talk a lot of shit about, but there's a guy on YouTube, his name's Taylor Made Dreams. O'Shea has done an interview with him. He's about to move to the Dominican Republic. He's your age, BGS. He's about to retire. He's retiring, so he uses his retirement money. This dude is not like rich. He probably, I don't know how much money he got, so I'm not gonna say that. But he's not rich. He's not like wealthy, but he didn't fuck up. You know what I'm saying? So he's gonna retire there, and he said all you need is like $2,000. You're not gonna pop bottles every night, but you're gonna pop bottles maybe once a week. He said the cost is just having fun. The cost isn't even living. It's having fun. Yeah. Where the costs come in, and he broke down those costs.
Black people need to move into places where.
Sorry about that. Somebody called me.
Oh, go ahead, Mike.
No, I was just saying that black people need to move to places where they're going to have political power. Moving to the Dominican Republic, where you probably don't even speak the native language, and you don't have any political representation. You know, you're pretty screwed. It's not that much different than the United States.
Well,
I mean, how long does it take to learn a language? I mean, if you're serious about it, like Spanish, if you're serious about it.
Somebody, if you're in the chat, speak up. If you want to join the conversation, it's an open conversation.
Getting tired.
Because and again, a lot of this stuff is they don't want to do.
Hear you. Take a breath, Ed. Where somebody's trying to get in. Go ahead.
I know, man. You take a 2-hour break.
No, come on, SBI. Don't start shit. Come on. Jump in.
I want to let somebody else get in because I
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
No, I was just agreeing with Edward and just saying that all you can do is just learn the language, just like all the other natives come over here, Arabian or Chinese. They just learn a little bit of English and they start up their thing.
Yeah, I don't know a second language. I'm lazy.
I was just saying that there should be political representation for yourself. I mean, we don't have that in America, and the whole point of getting out of America is to get that, establish a political representation base for yourself somewhere else. If you're just leaving just to leave, what's the point?
Because you want a better style. In other words, it's an individual lifestyle. It's not about political representation. Basically, you're picking your spot where you can live that way that's comfortable for you or more agreeable to you.
And the racism is not the same either.
So politics doesn't play into it because just like anything else, if your income doesn't is not locked to a location, which is the more difficult part, politics doesn't play into it. You don't really most expats don't really care about the politics.
Yeah, and most black expats, black men will tell you the United States is the most dangerous place for a black man. These are not. Well, that's what they say. And my point is that they don't even talk dealing politics like that. But they'll tell you.
Hold on, there's places in Nigeria that I wouldn't recommend that black black people go.
Well, the point is that the United States is one of the worser areas, like when it comes to how black men are treated. So the political representation.
I wouldn't say all that.
Well, you get what I'm saying though. As far,
yeah,
huh?
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, like the political representation that he's talking about is not as necessary.
No, the plan. Basically, the plan B is for either one or two things. Either you're going to if you don't have a job, for better opportunities, or basically escape in case things go the other way. So basically, you need a passport, but also the other thing you need a passport, and for people that can travel, is to open up your worldview about exactly how the rest of the world lives and what advantages or disadvantages you have in the United States. So there's disadvantages in the United States as far as because you're part of the caste system and people see you as low caste in America. But the advantages is that you live in a very wealthy country. In other words, sometimes it's better to serve in heaven rather than rule in hell. You know.
And if you can merge the two, then that's like when you're black and you get looked at as American first. And if you got money, people will fuck with you.
And BGS, I had a question.
Go ahead.
I didn't know if you got my email, but it's more of a career advice. If you can give me some advice.
You're the one talking about IT.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I answered you, but yeah, I'm saying that IT or robotics, IT are all just trades now, basically. Okay, you got to look at them as trades, as skills. So the more skills that you can acquire, the better.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay.
So in other words, if you're a top level programmer, if you can get into robotics and engineering and stuff like that, the more skills you can acquire is you can cram into your head, the better off you're going to be. But you can never predict the plate is going to break, right? It's going to break, but you can't predict the pieces that the plate is going to break into. So in other words, if you have different skills in all four sections of the plate, the odds are good that you're going to land on a whole piece when it breaks.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
He's my guy said, how old you are, Cozen?
Oh, I'm 24.
Oh, okay.
Get them certs, man.
Well, not certs, but you got to get a skill set. So part of what drives IT right now is, like BGS was saying, was automation. So learning Python and JavaScript or Java is a big of the market right now.
Okay. Yeah, because like right now I was just gonna go ahead and do programming and learn JavaScript and C++ and what have you. So
and get yourself if there's a good a real good strong user group, because user groups are normally on the cutting edge of everything, because those are the uber geeks, because that's what they do for hobbies. If you got a good strong user group in your area, join it. So whatever. Back in the day, that's how a lot of people learned. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I have a group, several groups that I'm a part of on meetup.com, types of IT, from security to networking to robotics, Raspberry Pi, all types of groups that I just frequently join just to, make, networking and FaceTime with people, because FaceTime is really important in the industry. Because if you get fired in this industry, your career is pretty much over, because everybody knows everybody, and the word spreads around really, really quick.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, my dude, man. I'm glad you brought up meetup.com. Every black man should have Meetup, the Meetup app in their phone, because that's a very good way to network with other people. When people always talk about how do you network, that's a very easy way to start to get in the circles. There's a lot of digital marketing stuff in the local area that I deal with. Yeah. So I love that you mentioned that. Also, by the way, people in chat disagree with me when it comes to America being the most dangerous place for black men. Look, that was kind of a figure of speech, but my point is this country is one of the most dangerous places for black men today, where they actively attack us. And I get a lot of y'all that haven't been overseas, and some of them have that are disagreeing with that. But you get what I'm talking about as a framework, and expats do say that. That's why a lot of these dudes don't like to come back to the United States when they get out of the military. So this idea that a lot of that I feel like is fear. When people say, oh, well, I don't need to get a passport because this is a first world country. Yeah, it's a first world country trying to kill your black ass.
Well, in other words,
they can kill you with the police and get away with it.
Someplace else you're outside the system and you're anonymous. But there are certain places that are a hell of a lot more dangerous than the United States.
No, I get what you're saying, but I mean, we're talking about like, it's not like America's 50-50. You know, it's not like America is like one of the, like America is one of those, America's kind of in what that bottom, like what they call it, the bottom percentile in the curve. America's there too for black men. Maybe black women, that might not be, you know what I'm saying? Because black women are treated differently depending on where they go, because they're treated in sex objects in a lot of different countries because of a lot more than black men, to the point where they will talk to themselves. If a black woman was saying that, and black expats will tell you that, it's a different calculation. But when you're a black man, you get the advantages of being American, but they know we not running none of this bullshit that's pissing them off. Now, that's not, I get the dude that died in Greece. I get that. But that was Solo TV, and Mr. Research talked about why that happened. So for the most part, black men will have a better quality of life and not as much stress as if they're outside the United States. Now, keep in mind, I'm not an expat. I want to travel, but I don't really feel like I want to full-time live outside the United States. So I'm not on that board, but I do understand where they're coming from.
Oh yeah, what I'm saying is, when you pick a place in the world, Eastern Europe is not one of the places I would pick, but yeah,
I'm thinking like Medellin, Colombia. I'm thinking places like that.
Okay, Cyrillian, you gotta mute your feed.
Oh yeah.
I'm thinking like Medellin, Colombia. I'm thinking, there's obviously there's places that are better than others. I'm not saying with a, spin the globe blind and pick something. But the cost of living isn't. Go ahead, sorry. Feel free to cut me off.
No. I was just actually wanted to like add on.
Yeah, you gotta feel free to cut him off. Okay.
No, I mean it.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know, like, to like get more knowledge on that. Like, what is it good to invest in land in like Jamaica or Brazil?
I would say if I was gonna invest in land outside the United States, I would say Brazil I wouldn't do it. Jamaica I wouldn't do it. I would actually go either into Ghana's part of it. Actually, the best place, believe it or not, the best place to invest in land right now is probably Uganda, because they need farmers. They need industry. In fact, they don't have anything. So in other words, you're actually starting from the ground up. The thing is, you won't be comfortable, which is important to a lot of. The reason they don't have a lot of black expats, period, is because black people expect to be comfortable. Most black people don't camp. They never learn camping. Okay, they never learn to shit in the woods, right? So when they have to shit in the woods, they can become uncomfortable, right? And if you're gonna go to places like Uganda, you're gonna go to places like some places in Ghana or any place on the continent or even Latin America, you're gonna be uncomfortable.
Yeah,
a lot of black people don't like being comfortable.
Sometimes you will be like for example, and one thing that needs to be put together is all of these black expat channels. It's actually a very lovely couple called Young Black Expats. If you want to get an idea of what I'm talking about from a black man and black woman perspective that has a black child, go to Young Black Expats. A very lovely couple, very lovely channel.
I know, but I'm saying is, if he asks, where should you buy land if you want to make money?
Okay. Uganda's good. Uganda's in Eastern. Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe they and granted, I didn't watch the video in its entirety. First of all, good evening to everybody on the panel. Didn't they move to Medellin? If I'm not mistaken.
Young Black Expats. Yeah, they were in Costa Rica first, then now they're in Medellin. And they talked about buying. Yeah. They talk about a lot of that.
You can buy land. The stuff that you can, unless you're coming in with money, okay. Unless you're coming in with money and you're established, you know what the fuck you're doing, then you can go to the more cosmopolitan areas of the world. What I'm saying is, if you want to make money, and you go and you really want to make money and actually come up where people are actually making a whole lot of money, or places where most people do not want to go.
Now, Master Teacher, that being said, if there's any place in Colombia, and I would presume that you might have seen the post on the IBMOR group, which I'm going to go ahead and shamelessly plug here on this hangout.
Well, you need to put a link to that because I want to find that.
Yes. Earlier this week, as a matter of fact, I want to say yesterday, I was actually watching videos on the Choco department, Quibco, Buenaventura, and there's a couple other places, and that's basically North Colombia, and that's I'm not gonna say it's all black, but it's basically a majority black. We're talking about more blacks, more Africans than you might find in Cali, Barranquilla, or Cartagena. And you know, when it comes to that, you know, at least in my opinion, even when it comes to the EBM or SYSBM, I don't understand the notion. And again, Master Teacher, please keep me in check if I'm out of line. I don't understand the notion on to leave America to go somewhere else where, at least in my opinion, from what I've seen, that blacks are treated even less. As I've said before, I've seen some places in Colombia where I thought off the dribble that was Haiti. I would have taken that to the electric chair. That was Haiti, but it wasn't Haiti. It was Buenaventura. You should see the condition that our people live in. But I don't want to get off a tangent. I mean, you know,
depends what your priorities are, and it's because you're American.
I got a question.
So you got to separate you being American, because they separate that. Just like how immigrants don't get it like we get it here. That's the short answer.
I got a question.
Go ahead, Angry Man. Somebody, okay. Hold on a second. If you're on here, please mute your feed from YouTube, because we're gonna get here 30 seconds ago. Okay, go ahead, Angry Man.
Edward, did you just say a few minutes ago that America was the most dangerous place for black men?
Okay, I can give you more than 10
Edward.
Hold on. Yes, I did say that, and I will repeat that. America is one of. I said there is one of the.
Okay,
one of the, and I said expats.
Edward, take a breath. Let him finish his question. That's just the beginning of his question. Go ahead.
No,
Edward.
that was the question.
Okay, is there a follow-up question?
No, there ain't no follow-up question. I just wanted to see him. I wanted to hear if he's gonna repeat that shit.
He did.
Yeah, and I will feel free to. Can I respond real quick? I'll feel free to email you the videos and the timestamps, because I know you know, to your time is valuable, of the black men, at least like 8 or 9 that I've come across in the last couple of days that live overseas that have said that. You know, so this not just like that's something I'm saying. And plus what I said was a figure of speech. And yes, America is one of the most dangerous places for black men. May not be at the bottom, but it's damn near D minus.
No, it's not. Not even close.
Now I will allow me to interject real quick.
But African American men, it's not even close.
No, okay. You got military people in here that can tell you that's not true.
Now,
so black men, nothing's going on with black men.
Allow me to interject. Allow me to interject if I may. I just want to reiterate this, and we're going back to Colombia. You have African people over there, and I believe, matter of fact, it is in Buenaventura, and they're just basically cannon fodder for FARC and the paramilitaries. So, you know, if you know, I'm not going to throw out there, say whether Colombia, for example, as an example, is worse than another, but you know, it's I have to reiterate that we're on a losing team. I don't understand this notion. Damn, what was the brother's name? I mean, who does IBMOR, some IBMOR videos talking about Argentina and things of that sort. They're just not in addition with Mexico. They're just not in the consensus, in the census, in the demography. They're just not including us. You know, with the ability just to even self-select. So
you go to Southern Mexico, boss, as an American, a black American especially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
Here's my thing.
I mean, the problem is I don't have expats that could argue for what I'm saying.
Because it's not true, Edward.
It is true.
First of all, look.
It is true. Can I interject?
Look. First of all, here's the thing. Okay, is it messed up for black men in America to a certain extent? Yes, but you know the rules of the game here. You go somewhere else with that nonchalant attitude about America's the most dangerous place, I guarantee you're going to fuck around and catch it.
What I'm talking about is in principle. Obviously,
can
there's certain things you have to take
for a second?
Hold on a second, Cerulean. Let Edward. You got 30 seconds there. We go ahead and respond.
Yeah, all I'm saying is I'm not saying that there's paradise outside the United States. But what I'm saying, and this is what we got to distinguish. A lot of y'all are arguing to not travel at all. And being in the United States is the best that you're going to get. Is that am I wrong by saying that?
I didn't say that. Well, you said
I didn't say you. I'm talking about the other people.
Cerulean's got a minute. Cerulean has a minute because he hasn't interjected. Go ahead, Cerulean.
All right. I'm just going to say that is actually a flat out lie. And the reason that I'm saying that is because I've been to quite a few countries. And a lot of countries that you're talking about, you're not even safe unless you're wearing a uniform. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you can't go and just travel freely in a place like, say, for instance, Sudan.
Oh, hell no.
And you see what I'm saying? Yeah, I think you're just about to be carefree. Now, there's two stipulations that are very well known around the world. That it doesn't matter what color you are if you're wearing a military uniform, if you're with a military outfit, okay? The second, it doesn't matter what color you are if you have a lot of money. Now, when I hear these people, when they're talking about expats, dude, I've been to countries like Southeast Asian Pacific, Cambodia, Laos, Singapore, seen a lot of brothers that go there. They get out the military, they settle there, and they think it's one thing, and it ends up being another.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why they don't have any political representation in those countries, but they do have extradition treaties with the United States. But of course, if you cross the line, they'll beat your ass before they extradite you.
Oh yeah.
Can I interject for a second?
Go ahead, Juan.
All right. First of all, let me say this. No, Edward, I ain't been nowhere outside of the United States with the exception of fucking Canada. I ain't been nowhere. But I will tell you this. If you think for 1 second that you're going to sit here and argue the fact America is the worst place for a black man, then explain this to me. Where are all of these permanent expats at? So I'm trying to figure out if the promised land is outside of America.
That's called ignorance. And number one, I never said, when I say ignorance, I ain't talking about you being ignorant. I'm talking about black people don't travel because the same answer to that is why black people don't travel, because they're afraid.
I know they're afraid.
That's first bit.
I'm not saying that America doesn't have challenges for black people, for black men.
Yeah, but do you know why a lot of people are afraid to travel outside of the country? It's because the rules aren't the fucking same.
Exactly. In America,
rules are not the same.
One time.
Can I say something?
Here's the thing.
Juan, you got it. Juan got 30 seconds. Cerulean got 30 seconds, and then you got to you can speak, bro, because you haven't spoken. Go ahead.
All right. Here's the thing. Number one, yeah, a lot of America. Like, I'm not afraid to travel. I just can't travel currently. But you know what I'm saying? Here's the thing. Outside this country, the game changes. The rules are different.
Yes, it does.
And not only that, but you're an American, and you're talking about going to another country and becoming a permanent resident of that country. When you become a permanent resident of another country, guess what you're subject to? You're subject to the same thing as the people in that country, which is America's foreign policy. Straight up and down. That's another reason why people don't leave the United States and go somewhere permanently, because of America's foreign policy.
Okay. This is Cerulean. You got 30 seconds.
You know, one of the last jobs I did while I was in the military was work with operations. Okay. I explain something to you. What you see that's going on here in the United States, what you see is happening in Chicago, what you see that's happening in Detroit, those are microcosms of what the United States and Britain are doing to other countries.
Yeah.
And that's why a lot of people aren't going to those other countries. That's why a lot of people are afraid. Like, my guy settled in La Maddalena, Italy. Okay. And now he's former Navy.
Was he a brother?
He's a brother, yeah. Now, in La Maddalena, Italy, it's a pretty mixed town. You know what I'm saying? It's a foreign hub. But he take his ass up to Naples, and he gets a completely different treatment.
Okay. GGG hasn't gotten in, and I'm gonna give him 2 minutes because he hasn't spoken. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I just want to support Edward's point because, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
He just said it's one of the most dangerous places in the world, the United States. Look at the incarceration rate of black men in the United States. That alone could tell you it's a dangerous place. Over 1 million black men incarcerated?
Yeah, but they're not dead.
Yeah.
So they might as well be.
They're not getting out of jail.
See, it's a different.
Let me say something.
It's a different. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Bo.
Let me say something. Being one of probably the few individuals on here, I can't really speak to it, you know, for it as a fact. But being one of the few individuals on here that's done everything under the fucking sun illegal. This country is one of the most lenient fucking countries in the damn world. That's real talk. I've done a lot of shit.
Yeah,
way with a lot of shit.
Did you finish your point, GG? GG, did you finish your point?
Yeah, finished.
Okay. I'm saying, okay, real quick. There is a huge difference between being in a liberal country like the United States that have all these civil rights protections, courts, lawyers, procedures, okay? Rather than being in some kind of third world shithole that if they don't like what you're doing, they get together, chop your head off with a machete, and leave your body buried. Don't even bury it, leave it to rot for the crows someplace else. There's a huge difference. United States is one of the safest countries. Okay? It is. Well, we don't like to think about it. I'll give you an example. Okay, you down there in southern Mexico. Okay, you driving your nice little car, you a black dude, they know you're the fucking American, they pull you over in the middle of the night, you get the mouthing off, they don't beat your ass and take you to jail, they pop a cap in you and put you in the trunk and leave you in the car.
And the story. Okay, what's the difference between the cop doing that?
And the story. Hey, BGS, one guy said in the chat room, he said, yo, Angry Man, some of the things that you are jailed for here in the United States would never be an issue in most countries. Bullshit. If we talk about the shit that I did.
Edward, go ahead. You got 30 seconds, Edward. Go ahead.
My official position, understand something. My official position is that black men should travel.
Yes.
My official position is not that black men should be expats necessarily. Hold on, and I've always said that. I've never been as far as to say, but I will argue for that point because we do need some brothers to do that because it makes it easier for other brothers to travel because there's context. Hold on, and the second thing is a lot of the same arguments that you're making for not being an expat are really the same arguments that black people are making for not traveling.
What I'm saying, no, Edward, let's put it this. Okay, let's just get this straight. I'm gonna be real with you. Okay, we're here about telling people the motherfucking truth. Okay, and the motherfucking truth is, if you just look at the numbers per thousands of people, black men that get killed. Okay, per thousand, United States is not even in the top 10, and not even the top 50 of countries that are dangerous. Okay, if you've been an expat in a hotel someplace. Never been in a fucking shithole with the regular folk.
Yes, I have. I got the shot records to prove it. I've been to some of them. But my point, hold on.
Hey, Edward,
Hold on
a second. You take your ass, you go to Brazil right now, as black as you are, go up in those motherfucking favelas at night by yourself.
No, don't do that.
Okay,
Well, I mean,
all right.
actually, I'm kind of light-skinned, but
that don't matter.
But the reality is they don't kill us like that because they make money off us locking us up.
But look,
Shit.
Wait a second.
Here's the thing.
I'm talking about in the United States.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, Angry Man, 30 seconds. Cerulean, 30 seconds, and Dr. Jones hasn't spoken yet.
Here's the thing. First of all, when you take all of these cops, because I know that's what you're basing it on, the cop killings. When you take all of the cop killings,
okay.
What the hell else is there? This
I mean,
fucking
the
up black
cops,
men.
the prosecutors, the district attorneys, it's a whole
Prosecutors
system.
don't carry guns.
Prosecutors ain't killing nobody.
They just don't save black people. They just let them sit there a couple extra minutes.
I'm talking about.
Finish your point.
I'm talking about mortal. I'm talking about mortal danger. I'm not talking about some technical, some shit. Oh, I got locked up. Come on, man. You can't do a couple fucking months. Like, seriously? No, I'm talking about mortal danger, meaning somebody killed you or somebody did you grimy and there was no justice whatsoever. That's what I'm talking about. So when you're talking about that, you're talking about the cops that's out here killing people. Well, you got to take that whole. You can't just take that whole situation and just blanket it and say all these cops is killing because they racist.
Okay, now, okay,
you can't do that.
Cerulean, go ahead.
Yeah, see, like going back to that point that guy made, that a lot of the shit that people do here wouldn't be an issue in a lot of countries, and I would agree with that. Because a lot of the shit that you do here in this country will get your ass killed in those countries. That's why it wouldn't be an issue, because they don't have to do the fucking paperwork.
Yeah, exactly.
You see what I'm saying? They don't have to do that paperwork. And, I'll tell you something else that my boy is over in Guam, and he told me, shit, a motherfucking jail cell is safer than a ditch.
I heard that. Dr. Jones, hold on a second. Dr. Jones, you got 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. Gents, just wanted to weigh in. So I've been to Asia and Europe, places in North America. Yeah, I think every brother should travel. It'll give you a new experience.
I agree with that.
Yeah, but let finish, Dr. Jones. Go ahead.
So, I mean, in one hand, I mean, it depends on really where you are, and you have to really know the lay of the land. I always say, because I am a loyal SYSBM soldier for life, save yourself, black man. I always tell people that if you're going to go to another country, ideally you want to have some good male friends, male buddies that you can trust on the ground. Like we talk about Bakari Henderson, for example, rest in peace. If he had some solid dudes on the ground where he was, they would have told him, hey man, this isn't the bar to go to. This isn't the way to act or the way to behave. So, it is a dangerous world, but you can put the odds in your favor if you have people on the ground that are willing to show you the ropes and the lay of the land.
See my point? I don't need the lay of the land. If I wanted to go to California right now, I could go to California right now and live. I really don't got to get the lay of the land. I really don't got to know nobody there. I could literally get on a bus right now, go to California, go to New York, go wherever I want to go.
Angry man, with little risk, there is little reward. I get what you're saying, but that's why black men as a whole don't ever reach for anything, and that's our problem. So I'm not making this argument so much.
No, that's not our problem at all.
I'm making this
Hold on. Let him finish, and then Cerulean next. You got a minute.
The arguments that you are making are arguments that black men will make for every single thing, regardless. It ain't got to be expat. It could be business. It could be anything.
But that's not the issue that we're talking about.
Well, the issue that what I'm talking about is exactly what the doctor said. Well, some people are going to be expats. I never sold expat. Being an expat is like this mass solution for all black people.
I didn't say that. Well, the thing is, what you were saying, we're saying is that the United States, which is untrue, is the most dangerous place for a black man. That's not true.
Yo, man, real talk. Let me say something. Let me clear up something. First and foremost, I never said a black man shouldn't travel. That's number one, Edward. Number two, what you said was it was the most dangerous place. That's what I was addressing. And as far as what SP Latino is saying in the damn chat room, yo, don't get disrespectful, dude. I don't give a fuck how many places you been.
I'm talking to everyone. I'm not talking directly to you. I'm talking to the whole entire.
I know, but we're addressing.
I know, but I'm just addressing your point. And you know, I got SP Latino talking about something. I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, dude. So you've been to a couple countries. Good for you.
Oh, I thought you thought I said that.
No. He said who
talking
he said.
To SP Latino.
I was like, I didn't say that.
Really, you got the floor.
Yeah, actually, I actually agree with the doctor, because what happens is a lot of times when black men choose to travel, they do it based on their selfish individualism and not understanding when you go to a lot of these countries. You know, some of the safest countries in the world for a black man in general is in the West. That's why you see a lot of the first generation Africans trying to go where? To a Western nation. See, so and that just comes with, you know, having buddies, you know, like the good doc says, and putting in. Now you can actually do that by pooling your resources and traveling as a group, you know, which is what a lot of me and my buddies used to do back when I was in the Navy, is we, you know, put in on a pot, and, you know, and that would
you can do it alone, but the thing is you have to take more precautions.
Yeah.
You have to take a lot of precautions. You have to understand most most Americans have never traveled outside, and plus America is so big and so isolated that we think that America, that every place in the world is just like the United States. And you cannot go on with that mindset. So I've done it alone, but the thing is, I understand that I'm a foreigner, and I have to be humble, and I have to be quiet. I have to be as unobtrusive as possible.
Yo,
can I add to that also?
Can I respond to Angry Man real quick?
Hold on one second.
No, we have Wilsonian first, and then Dr. Jones, and then you can respond to Angry Man.
No, I was just telling these brothers to go ahead and stay online. I'm out.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Remember that link, man.
Is it post the link, Wilsonian?
10-4.
Well, I mean, put in the comment section.
But why does?
So who's next? I think Dr. Jones is next, and then you, bro. GG.
Yeah, just real fast. The other thing that I've always observed, and this is a lot of folks who travel. This is ethnic European folks, black folks, whatever. A lot of guys would travel specifically to meet women. I think that's a mistake, and that will get a lot of people in a lot of trouble. I mean, it's nothing wrong with meeting a woman from overseas. I advocate it, as a matter of fact. But first and foremost, you have to find somebody on the ground, because in a lot of these other countries, men rule. We're not quite used to that, coming from the gynocracy as we do. But, you know, you're not going to get anywhere in Japan, for example, hanging out with the females. You got to have a couple of solid dudes on your team, and then they can open doors for you. So I guess I would say is, you know, don't travel just for the women. Try to have an interest in the culture and the
I agree with that. I completely agree with that. I just wanted to say with Angry Man, I know you haven't been overseas, but a lot of what I see when it comes to within the United States, because I know you've been to plenty of places in the United States, is kind of low level, the same thing that you see when people go overseas. A lot of black people don't even travel in the United States, let alone outside. So I get what you're saying, but I just want to see black people wanting, black men in particular, wanting to be more mobile than what they are.
Black people's biggest issue is travel. I'm gonna just say that. I'm gonna say that first, and then I'm gonna say the SPI Latino. Yo, you a real disrespectful dude, man. He in here talking about some, because I said mortal danger. He's like, and I don't use faggot white people's 50s language so easily. Well, you know something? I've noticed you do use certain language that white people use.
Okay.
I've heard you say nigga a few times.
Hey, I got it, man. SPI, knock it off. Knock it off.
But no, what I'm saying is travel is indicative to a willingness to want to be curious and learn. That's what I'm saying. And that's a symptom of that lack of willingness to do that. And there's a lot of different reasons. I get that. But we got to break out of that because a lot of stuff that BGS is talking about, regardless of how I kind of push against it, the shit is coming. And if you can't adapt and adjust, then it's going to find you regardless, ready or not. And that's all I'm saying. So, I hear you.
Well, I'm saying we're trying to give people a real idea. Okay, we're not trying to scare them from traveling. What I'm saying is, you don't want to be that tourist in the middle of nowhere, man, that gets murdered for walking in some place that he shouldn't. Like I'm saying is,
no, I would never tell nobody to do no. What's the dude's name? Ryan Lochte.
If you think walking in a white neighborhood in the middle of the night is dangerous, like I said, you go in the favelas after 11 o'clock.
Oh God.
By the way, Charles Tyler did a video of them walking through favelas, like the biggest one.
Guess who he was with?
But that's any ghetto.
But that's common sense what you're talking about. We can talk about that. I get that. I'm not saying that, it's heaven and nothing, you're safe. I'm not saying that. Like the same common sense rules will apply and then some, like what the doctor said. Personally, I think you should go to places where black men are, so you can get the lay of the land.
Like I said, I was on a plane going to Guatemala, right? And I have a note. I have a Samsung Galaxy Note, right? Big phone, right? And
I blow up on you.
No, it's old. No, it's a Note 4. Okay, it's not gonna blow up on me. And I was sitting next to a couple of Guatemalan couple. They were from there, right? They were going home to visit family.
Your phone is in the
middle. They said, "Oh, don't." They said, "Are you going to Guatemala?" I said, "Yeah." You going to Guatemala City? He said, "I'm not going to Guatemala City. I'm going out to the outskirts." He said, "Oh, if you're going to the city, don't pull that phone out."
Yeah, don't pull that phone out.
Don't pull the phone out.
Oh yeah, man. I got them little bar phones at best. Like, I hear what you're saying. Like, when it comes to tactical stuff, exactly. And like I said, I agree with the doctor as far as women. Look, deal with what you deal with when you're over there, because they may find a wife. But my thing is, if that's the only reason why you're going, that you're going to be blinded to certain things you need to be paid attention to, because you're going to party and that shit can go bad. So, I'm just talking about in principle, black men need to want to travel and get out of the United States so they can compare and contrast. When it comes to expats.
Oh, yeah. But do it safely. What I'm saying is to say that coming from where you are in the United States and you're going to a foreign country, that you're going to be more safer there than you are in the United States, that would be setting people up for a disaster. It's not true.
Well, most people are not going to expat, and what I would say is talk to people that they live outside the United States. That's my disclaimer for that.
Most people traveling or staying in hotels and in tourist area where you have a lot of cops, okay, and a lot of protection. You get out into the neighborhood, it's a whole different story.
So there's channels where they don't do that, and I would say find those channels. Like Tailor Made Dreams is one of them. He doesn't live in a resort. And he's never lived there. He lives in Sosúa, Dominican Republic. And you hear me talk shit about Dominican Republic. And he gives vlogs. So talk to people that haven't lived in hotels.
What I'm saying is, if you talk to him one-on-one and you actually talk to him about staying safe and not going places where you're not, like if you don't have a buddy, if you're traveling by yourself especially, it's best not to go to bars at night, okay, and party.
Now watch this. Watch this. There's a dude that has a YouTube channel, and he talks about Medellin, Colombia. Mm-hmm. And he did a video on it, and the video was awesome. I was like, oh shit, that's straight. As soon as I get my passport, I want to go there. So I'm having a conversation with somebody I know about that shit, and they start putting me on the game to some shit that's going on in Latin countries right now. Mm-hmm. Now, if I was just on some, oh shit, let me look at the freaking video on YouTube. Oh, like people are not, it's not always going to tell you the whole damn story trying to make.
Well, that's going to give you overall knowledge. Obviously, get a hold of these, not just YouTubers, but do your research. Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. Yeah. I'm not saying not to do that. I hear exactly what you're saying. Because real talk, like how, for instance, you traveling might translate a little bit differently than I'm traveling. Because the reality of the situation is, if you go overseas, you hear what they said, where a lot of things are more patriarchal. And I've heard you reference this. I think you would be a lot more in tune to stuff like that, which would make you less likely to be a target, unlike that dude in Greece, just because you sense that alpha shit a lot quicker.
Well, basically, having hood instincts and being in a foreign country where I don't understand the language or not understanding the language perfectly, I understand how valuable language actually is, because a lot of times you know that you're in danger, in trouble by understanding what people are saying. And if you're out at night, if you're out at night, and I've been out at night, I've been in crowds, I've been in places where there wasn't a whole lot of protection, and I realized, okay, I need to be almost invisible, because I don't know where danger is coming from. Okay, like I would in the hood. I know when I'm getting ready to get jumped in my neighborhood. Okay, I know when I'm in danger in my neighborhood. I know how to deal with the cops. If I go someplace else, I don't.
And me personally, I've been told this by multiple people in multiple different countries, like especially countries that are more browner skin. I blend well. It's only until I talk that they realize I'm American. Because it just depends on the person.
Well,
I'll tell you some safe places for black men to travel would be Guam, Saipan, anywhere in Micronesia or Melanesian islands.
Yeah, Ghana's pretty safe. Ghana's pretty safe.
What about Germany?
Germany's Germany's a Western country. I mean, Germany has basically has European laws. They're not going to blast you on the street, okay?
Brixton, London.
Same thing. You're not going to blast you on the street. It's fairly safe.
This place.
Here's the thing with the whole going to, like, I don't know what it's like in other countries, but I know trouble is universal.
Yes, it is.
When you in different neighborhoods, and I've been fortunate enough to live in different ghettos and shit, it's the same type of shit. There's a certain, that particular animal moves a certain way, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Like when people start, plotting and shit, you can kind of see it if you into. But if you not see, that's the point that I'm trying to make. Like what you saying, Edward, I understand what you're saying. Like if I was to go to a foreign country, I would be a little more in tune with paying attention to my surroundings, because that's my upbringing anyway. But there's people that ain't like that. They walk around and they literally look like tourists.
Man, listen.
Mr. Research spoke on that. What's the guy that you was on his the O'Shea? His name is Mind the Mance, I think. The bald-headed dude that checks the shit out of chicks.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking? Okay, he made a statement I think it was talking about the 20 cent things, and he said that you can class Trump's race. That is very true. I feel like that's a little bit more true outside the United States in general. And I'm not talking about outside the Western world, but I'm just talking about outside the United States than that is inside the United States. I feel like we're moving towards that. And that's what a lot of what BGS is talking about. But outside the United States, it's class. And being an American carries a certain amount of class. So a lot of what you all are talking about is going to these like places where there is zero protection. I'm not necessarily talking about hotels, but I'm not talking about areas just like you obviously you shouldn't be there if you're like American.
I mean, even if you're going to a developing nation and you're planning on buying some land and making a profit, if you don't really know the dynamic of society, like there's people that would be an onlooker to you and see you coming to their country, right? And you got all this shit going on, and they've been there, right? What do you think they're gonna do?
Well, that's what I'm even talking about.
Believe it or not, the best way if you're a black person, the easiest way to blend in, what the uniform you wear. Believe it or not,
sandals.
Blue jeans, work boots, and a t-shirt. You look like you're going to work. That's all over the world.
Yeah, because Mr. Research said you'll get fucked up if you look like a student. And he said, you look like you're doing business. You look like you're doing work, like what you said, BGS, but he didn't describe that. And he said, you look like a student. He said, you don't want to go to these places where you might not have that kind of protection looking like a damn student, because these people like to fucking fight. Because a lot of these people are country as fuck. And people are not trained to see that. So, I mean, these are details. But I'm talking about,
you don't want to look like prey. I'm just saying, all we're doing is we basically smash the subject to death, okay, and beat it into atomized cow parts, okay. So we're gonna do another 5 minutes on this. We're gonna go on to something else because this really is not the topic of the whole hangout.
Well, see, here's the thing. Like,
go ahead, Valdez.
If you like, okay, so BGS, you from the West Coast, so you know, like I know that. It's certain neighborhoods in the West Coast.
Yeah.
You could do something very simple, and that's going to put you in danger. It's the same thing with, you know, neighborhoods in the East Coast. It's certain shit you do that you're just not supposed to do.
Yeah.
You don't point at people. You don't stare at people in the face for too damn long.
Nope.
You
don't do that in Turkey either.
Yeah, it's certain shit you just can't do. Like, you don't go to somebody's projects, you don't know nobody there.
Yeah, you go to West Africa and you wave at somebody with your left hand. You're subject to get your ass beat. Okay.
Really? Yeah.
You slam the door in Colombia, they'll want to beat your ass. If you slam the car door, they hate it.
That's an add-on to what Angry Man was saying real quick. Cause I was young and I went to Canada and England to stay for our family in England, and like I was a tourist. And when you go into like an area, even though it's like it's like kind of mixed. If you go into an area where it's like predominantly white, you feel the atmosphere shift. And it's like it's a feeling of like you're not supposed to be there at that moment at all.
This is the reason why I don't understand why you have brothers who are so adamant about going to, and again, maybe I'm too pro-black for my own good, about going to countries where you are, in addition to the social construct and whether they have safety nets or not, you are already outnumbered. You know, this is the reason, again, you know, I don't understand why West Africa isn't a viable option. But as I've said before,
it's real easy to understand that because it's not developed for most people.
Yeah.
And most black people, most Americans, period,
and I never argued against
Edward. Let me finish what I'm saying, please.
Damn it, Edward. Go to timeout, Edward.
Take a breath, Edward. No, what I'm saying is most Americans and black people, especially, depend on a certain level of comfort, a certain level of infrastructure. And so West Africa, you're not always going to get that. You get that in the main cities, but if you venture 5 miles outside, shit changes and they're not used to it. People are not used to open sewers. You go to Ghana, there's going to be open sewers. You're not used to that. There's certain areas, even in the main city, that are not as developed as you would like. You're used to your electricity running 24/7. Okay, you might go a day without electricity. Your shower may cut off. Run out of hot water in the middle of a shower.
I got something for you.
You might not have a cell tower near to get a phone call off.
You can't flush the toilet because the water pressure sucks. So you got to when you wipe your ass, you got to put the toilet paper into like a bin.
Yeah.
You look at your toilet paper.
Shoot. See, here's the other thing too.
You got toilet paper. You're right, Cerulean. You got toilet paper.
So Cerulean, I guess before I see to Angry Man who's going to say something, what's your top? I mean, I guess I'm going to ask like a round table question, like for us as black men, what are the top 2 or top 3 destinations that you guys would recommend? I mean,
to do what?
If I'm not going to say build because that would be West Africa right then and there, but as you said, we're too which brother said, was it cousin?
You can if you say you can be comfortable, you can be comfortable. You can't go to an African country. If you go to Nairobi is a very modern city. It's westernized because it's been a British protectorate. You got You got a good sewage system. You got good electricity. You got high-speed internet. You got all that stuff. That's in Nairobi. Okay, you go outside of Nairobi, might be a different story. Go to Mombasa. Mombasa is the tourist town in Kenya. You got
what about Accra?
Accra, depending on the section, because you got some seedy sections in Accra, but you got some. It's almost like a hodgepodge in Accra. You got modern facilities, but because it's like 5 million people there, you're gonna have places that look like favelas. All right, so it's a hodgepodge. In fact, if I was gonna, rather than Accra, I would say Kumasi is probably a better town to go to than Accra, because even though it's further inland, it's smaller. The electricity is probably more available, and it's away from a lot of your hustlers. So I would say Kumasi, but it's further inland. It's not near the beach, and that's how come a lot of people are going like Accra, because it's a bigger city.
What about Gambia? Is it Gambia, Zambia? That's English speaking, because he's
The Gambia is a very small strip of land. If you go outside of the small main city, which is where the tourists go, you basically are in the jungle, boss.
Okay.
Master teacher, have you been to a
and the mosquitoes in Gambia are awful from the people, from what I've heard. So you go into the Gambia. I'm too
light skinned for mosquitoes. Man.
It's a step above life. Any place outside of the Western world, you're gonna get mosquitoes. I don't care where you go.
But you know, okay.
Those mosquitoes actually pickpocket people.
They big enough.
Mosquitoes.
Let me get that.
But another big reason that we didn't bring up Africa is because a lot of black people don't know how many black African people are in the Western.
How many dominate conversation, man.
Huh?
That shit is crazy.
What's that?
That shit is crazy, man.
What's that?
I tried to say something like 5 minutes ago. I can't even remember what I was gonna say now. It's bugged out, man.
I'm sorry, man. I know that's like the thing I'm working on in life.
Hey, Valdez, you have permission to say, Edward, take a breath, okay?
What?
Because if you notice, when I call in an Angry Man show, I do try to stop.
So
I do try to stop, because I hear that even on your own show.
So the question was, do I have a couple of places in mind that I would suggest black people to go? First, my guy, he's a Liberian foreign national. He used to play pro ball. And I'll just tell you, like he told me, like if you know brothers that's not doing shit here, don't encourage them to travel outside of the United States.
No.
If they're not doing shit here in with what they got, don't even suggest them to go outside of the United States.
I'll speak.
Edward, take a breath.
Second, we're talking about physical locations. Now, you need to have some money generating apparatus, but anywhere that's like a U.S. territory in the Southeast Asian Pacific, so Guam, Saipan is a decent place to go. Actually, Saipan, you can actually open up like a coffee house or something like that for pretty cheap, cheaper than what you would do it here. But where else in the Southeast Asian Pacific? Anywhere where there's like Melanesian Islands or the Micronesian Islands. I mean, I wouldn't say you're golden. You're still going to have some problems because a lot of those people, what a lot of people don't understand too is that most of these nations that you're traveling to, most of the population doesn't even have the money to be able to travel outside of where they're at. You know what I'm saying? So what that does is that breeds a lot of jealousy. They see you coming in with all of this cash and setting up shop.
Yeah, you make your target. Yeah.
When you went to Melanesia or the Polynesian islands, did you see the other brothers and sisters who were our complexion with blue eyes and blonde afros and all of that?
You'd have to travel outside of city hubs to do that. Like, I mean, they're all over the place. Like some places in Thailand. I remember I was just talking to some guy on Facebook that was trying to encourage people to travel to Thailand, and people don't understand the dynamic of Thailand is that there's a lot of stuff that you could get into in Thailand, but unless the more rewarding stuff is gonna cost you to go outside of the city limits.
Yeah.
I wanted to answer.
Go ahead, Dr. Jones.
Just to answer Garvier's question. So for me, based on my travels, if I had to pick some countries to move to on a permanent basis, Japan would be number one for, obvious reasons. I have family ties and whatnot there. But you can live pretty comfortably. But I guess the thing is you have to recognize that Japan is for the Japanese. And I think this is where a lot of ethnic European people have problems because they expect to go over there and just bullshit. And then when they find out that they're a minority after all, and they have to experience what it's like to be like a brother here in the U.S. of A., then they have mental issues.
Hey, Dr. Jones, does the true white women go crazy when they're in Japan because they can't get no play?
Yeah, but it depends on where they're from.
The most single population in Japan is a white woman.
If they're from like England or America, yes. If they're from like Russia, not so much, because the Russian girls in Japan try to emulate the style and the mannerisms of Japanese women. So they do but the typical feminist white American female, they have a hard time over there because nobody's going for that across seas. And just to wrap it up, my other second country would be Scotland. I had a good time there, and they were pretty chill people. So that's the answers to that.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool brothers in Scotland. I know for a fact that a lot of the brothers.
You got a guy in every country.
Hold on, Edward.
I know a lot of dudes that. You go to a lot of these countries like in Europe or UK, like brothers they have a better kind of cohesion than brothers here in the United States.
Because they all they got.
So yeah, Scotland is. I would suggest Scotland.
Yeah, it's a cool place, and I guess the thing is,
you want to get linked in, yeah.
Brothers just have to recognize that you aren't at home. So like the conversation earlier, you can't just go in there and swing around your schlong and expect for everybody to bow down to you. That's not how it works. So long as you can just keep that mindset that, hey, I'm here, I'm a guest. Even if you get citizenship in a lot of these countries, you're always going to be kind of an outsider. Yeah. So if you're good with that, then.
Yeah, it takes a special mindset to actually do it. That's how come. And you have to. I always say that's why you have to. When they say, where should I relocate? You have to visit the country and find a country that vibes with you.
Yeah.
Because you could go to Nigeria and have an awful time. You can go to Ghana, have an awful time. You can go to South Africa and say, oh, okay, I vibe with the people. I see my opportunities and whatnot. And that's where you actually come and relocate.
Yeah, I wanted to address Edward real quick because he was like, oh, you got somebody in every country. I'm going to tell you something. When I joined the Navy, I was 17 years old. That was in 98. Okay. That was coming right off of the heels of the Mogadishu conflict. The boat that I got assigned to was known as the USS Blue Ridge. If anybody that's in the chat room knows about the USS Blue Ridge knows that ship goes everywhere. There's not a place in the world that ship has not been. It's the only ship in the entire U.S. fleet that actually travels between the Southeast Asian Pacific Theater and the
Hold on.
It's the only ship in the entire U.S. fleet that travels between theaters of operations. It's the 7th Fleet Admiral's boat. Okay.
Yeah.
When I went on there coming off the heels of Mogadishu, everybody was hand selected. Because I scored in the top 10 percentile, it gave me the opportunity to get on that boat. And what they do.
Yeah, I sincerely mean that as a compliment. Hold
on, Edward. Hold on. Just let
So that's how I ended up having friends in a bunch of different countries. Like I've got buddies in the Philippines, You know, and that was one of the first assignments that I was at whenever they were, you know, Longapo had gotten shut down, and I was coming in as they were clearing out all of the rest of the military equipment there out of the Longapo station. So,
okay, now you can respond, Edward. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying I sincerely meant that as a compliment because I see that as a form of wealth. That's kind of like what I was kind of alluding to that I didn't, I guess, articulate as well as I could when I mean social capital and stuff like that. That's really what I'm talking about. But yeah,
well, yeah, it's really kind of just part of my upbringing because you know my dad was my dad and my uncle was both Vietnam draftees, and it's kind of been the thing, and they couldn't get my older brother to really be worth a damn. So I didn't want to I was kind of stepping on eggshells coming out of high school because I wanted to kind of impress pops, but you know I didn't want to follow that lifestyle my brother was leading. So it actually ended up working out better. Actually, I turned down 2 scholarships to join because I would rather get that $50,000 signing bonus than yeah.
Then owe $50,000, huh?
Yeah, then owe $50,000 coming out.
Yeah, I heard that. All right. Any other subjects on the table? Because I think we killed this. Unless you guys are really interested. I mean, we could talk about.
What do you think about what Mike Vick said?
He's right. If he's given the accurate information, you only have a short window to earn money in the NFL. Okay, you made your statement, and there's very few other jobs that are going to pay you $1 or $2 million a year that you can earn in the NFL. So you said what you said. You got your brownie points. While you're still young and able to earn this kind of money, go ahead, cut your braids, or cut your hair, get back in the program, finish out your career, make your money, and then you can do whatever you want to do. I agree with him. Okay, at this point, because a long time ago they said, how come your celebrities didn't come out and march with the civil rights movement, right? Because they weren't supposed to. They were supposed to open doors. They're supposed to contribute money. They're supposed to bring in people, right? Do it on the quiet so that you wouldn't ruin their careers. Because those are the spooks that sit by the door. You always need spooks that sit by the door. So in other words, I remember. I'll give you a story. Right? I'll give you a quick story. Somebody's got the.
We're doing commercials right now.
Valdez probably has getting ready to start his channel up. Probably he's doing it in the background. But I'll give you a quick story. Okay, remember the earthquake in Haiti, right?
Of course.
Okay, the earthquake in Haiti, right? And this lady, she was an underground volunteer. She had been in Haiti for like 4 years. She taught school. She did help farmers, a whole bunch of shit, right? Her house got destroyed, but she's an American, right? And her house is gone. Her stuff is gone. There's no support for her in Haiti, so she needs to go home, right? So the United States sent, for the expats, the United States government sent some planes for them to get on, some C-1, whatever it is, some transport planes for the Americans, right? So she didn't have, all her stuff was destroyed. She didn't have her passport. She didn't have her paperwork, nothing like that. And she kept going from place to place, see if she can get a ride back to the States, right? And all the white folks, all the white GIs kept pushing her off. You ain't got no paper, you ain't got no paperwork, right? So she walks up to the last plane, right? And there's a brother standing guard, he's a Marine standing guard with his rifle, right? And she said, she said, my last shot, I'm gonna go big, right? So she said, brother, I ain't got my paperwork and not. So he just shakes his head. He just said, told her, put his fingers to his lip, be quiet, right? Shut up. And he said, come on. He's signaling, come on in. You need a spook that sits by the door. And a lot of times we don't realize that. We talk about guys that don't qualify to be pro-black or whatever. You always need a spook that sits by the door.
And you know what?
You never know when that spook is gonna, when the door is getting ready to close, that spook is put that foot out and stop that door.
Do you really believe that? all of that is what Michael Vick was thinking when he made that statement.
Yeah,
Do you think that's the intention?
He's giving him good advice. You only have a short period of time to earn these millions of dollars. Do you want them or not? If you want to get back in the NFL, because he had to do it, cut your shit off, shut the fuck up, finish out your career.
What was his name? Skip, you know, was, I don't know if anybody
Skip Bayless.
Yes.
Skip Bayless. Yeah.
And as you said, Master BGS, you know, it was absolutely right. And what he said was that, you know, as a white guy, my perspective is different. You know, the owners that, you know, that I basically, when I first started or in my earlier career, I've been with these guys. And I guess, you know, I think Shannon might be from the South. I think he might be from Georgia, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Shannon Sharp, yeah.
So I think even Shannon understood that, you know, a lot of these guys, Master BGS, those owners might be what, baby boomers or
they're boomers, yeah, late boomers,
boomers.
yeah, or
Okay.
early boomers, yeah,
early boomers. So you still have that, you know, I'm not going to use the word elitist. Well, I mean, they're billionaires, but
yeah,
I
they're
mean,
elitists, yeah, it is what it is.
Right? So I mean, of course, you know, they're used to a certain perception, or they have a certain perception that was instilled in them when they were younger. They're not, I guess it's not, they're more conservative than they are liberal. So of course there's certain social cues that, again, you know, that's going to have to be played again if you want to play in the NFL. So I mean, I understood that 100%.
If you want to give away millions of dollars, okay, and you believe in, just say you can start a boys' school somewhere with disadvantaged boys. You can do a whole bunch of other things. You can get other people into the league. There's a whole bunch of other things that you can actually do with that money. In other words, if you're young, when you get 35, you're going to regret it. Okay, you're going to regret it that you threw away $4, $5, $6 million. That shit doesn't pop up.
I mean, I understand that. But my thing with Michael Vick, and Colin Kaepernick said it, he said basically he believes Michael Vick suffers from Stockholm syndrome. As in, when you look at a lot of these other white players, they did a lot of the shit or shit similar to what Michael Vick did. Like they beat up their wives and stuff. You know, what's Roethlisberger is somebody I think about too. They get preferential treatment.
Here's the thing.
What's the difference between him and Colin Kaepernick?
What?
They're white.
Idiot.
Where do we live?
No, I completely understand. I understand. That wasn't my point. You cut me off. That wasn't my point.
One of my mentors tell me you did not wake up being white this morning, did you? You're not white. The rules don't.
My overall point is the mentality that Michael Vick has is the same mentality as to why the collective bargaining agreement, the NFL players will get fucked like they always do.
Okay, but is he giving him correct information on the facts? Because he had to go through it. He had to kiss ass because he thought he was a badass.
He's a convicted felon.
Yo, what he is doing, and let me play devil's advocate for a minute and speak for the brothers that you know, when Edward was speaking about brothers that don't want to leave the country, a lot of brothers don't want to leave the country for the same reason that Michael Vick is explaining to Colin Kaepernick what he needs to do, because he's figured out how to move in this country. As a black man in this damn country, it's hard enough being a black man as it is. Sometimes you got to figure it out because nobody wrote no book on how to do it. You got to figure it out as you go along. So once you finally figure out how to move in this country and do what you need to do, you're going to pass that along to somebody. Mike Vick is just trying to explain to Colin Kaepernick, look, man, you got an opportunity to make X amount of money, an opportunity that a lot of people don't have. It's not your job to be Malcolm X. Go somewhere and sit your dumb ass down somewhere. Like, at the end of the day, we need more people that has resources, and you're not gonna get those resources running your mouth and messing it up. else do that. Let Brother Polite do that. Let fucking
no, don't let Brother Polite.
Let Steady do that.
You can make that argument for Angry Man. You can make that argument for every black man that kowtows to black women for money. That logic applies to that too.
No, I can't. That doesn't apply.
Go ahead and finish. You got 30 seconds. 1 minute. Respond, Edward.
That logic can apply to TD Jakes. That logic can apply to any black man that trumps up the gynocracy within the black society for money. That's the same logic. It really is.
No, it doesn't.
Can translate.
No, it doesn't. It's not the same logic. You know
No,
why
I'm
it's
done.
not the same logic?
How is it not the same?
It's not the same logic because what is the person that's doing that and making that money, what are they applying that money to? If Colin Kaepernick is out there in the NFL making the amount of money he's doing, and he goes and he makes a partnership with somebody else and he's funneling that money through them, and they're the person that's doing the pro-black stuff, and he's just getting the damn money like the spook that's set by the damn door. How is that the same thing as TD Jakes getting money out of black folks and using it for bullshit?
Well, Valdez, I'll be real quick about this, and I'll give you guys some insight. And Cerulean probably already knows what I'm going to say. Where do you think pro-black people get their money from? They get it from people that do jobs, that work for white people, or whoever they do, like that actually work. In other words, the biggest hampering in the black movement is lack of capital. So they need people like there's a whole lot of people in the NFL that are actually pro-black, but they shut the fuck up because they need to make this money.
Yep.
Okay. And
what happens is whenever these situations arise, they're sitting in the fucking back chopping on their fucking nails. Mm-hmm. Like, I wish this motherfucker would shut the fuck up before they before they get on to me.
Get on to me too. Yeah. And I'm saying I applaud Colin Kaepernick for being brave enough to actually do this. If you're going to sacrifice your career to do this, understand what it is. In other words, either you're going to be in the game or you're not going to be in the game. If you said, okay, I made enough money, I'm making my stand, I'm making my statement, I'm getting ready to go out and do this work, then don't even try out for the NFL. Just leave it alone. Go on a tour, go help start a school or whatever you're going to go to. But if you want to play in the NFL and earn this money, this is what you have to do this. Now, either you want to do it or you don't.
You know, I'm gonna say something about the damn football players and athletes and shit. They always doing too much. Like they always want to be fucking, like, instead of just doing what, like, number one, it's like winning the lottery to get in the freaking NFL and the NBA and shit. Yeah. And they get in there and they wanna be everything but what they are. They want to be rappers. They want to do this. They want to do that. Nigga, too much. Like, if he really wanted to make an impact on black people, all he had to do, you look at somebody like Prince. You know how much Prince has done for black people?
Yep, lots.
You know how much Whoopi Goldberg has done for black people behind the scenes?
Yeah, even Oprah.
Like, people don't even realize that.
As bad as we hate her, Oprah's done a hell of a lot for black people behind the scenes, but she can't come out and say it.
No, because that'll fuck up her money.
Oprah has a really weird kind of way about her. I think she's really kind of mastered the art of subversion. Like, the shit that she's done for black folks is then she'll turn around and she'll give everybody in her audience cars. You know, it kind of throws
because it's not her money when she gives people cars. Yeah. It's not her money. Yeah.
Well, a lot of it is PR management too. I mean, I think, you know, at the end of the day, this is something that people can say is imaginary. That a lot of this stuff is not verifiable. I mean, there's certain people you see more than others, but you can tell people that are cooning it up. And you ain't gonna tell me that somebody that's cooning it up, like a Jason Whitlock, is secretly doing a hell of a lot of black people.
We didn't say him. We didn't say him.
No, I know you say him, but I wanted to give that hard left so I can start. But I do believe, like LeBron James, as much as he annoys me on certain things, I think.
Hold on.
But here's the thing: you got to realize Jason Whitlock, he might not have started out that way. See, you got to realize, like, it's like, it's like, you know, it's like
Angry
a
Man, I think
person.
Jason Whitlock did. I think Stephen A.
No,
did.
he sold his. Well, Stephen A. tried not to, but he sold his soul. Okay.
I think they programmed Stephen A. twice, but Jason Whitlock, I think, volunteered for that shit. That's my personal opinion. That's why I separate the two a little bit, but.
Because Jason Whitlock said a lot of things that I agreed with, and all of a sudden that tone kind of changed when he got it with ESPN because they gave him a shot. So he's not going to give that shot. Some people don't.
Yeah. See, my thing is this, like, a lot of the true pro-blacks, like, they're not public figures. That's the thing, you know. We have to stop looking at public figures to be the leadership. You definitely don't want a football player or a comedian speaking on your behalf.
Nope.
You want somebody that is more organic coming up out of the community, that knows your issues. Like, man,
like a Umar Johnson or something.
I knew so. Don't go.
Well,
I knew somebody was going to throw that trip wire.
Umar appeals to black women. And he says a lot of things that black women like. As far as the conscious community is concerned, Umar's on the bubble.
Yeah, see, you know, well, somebody like, you know, it's funny, like somebody like Umar Johnson, you know, and I don't really have anything against the brother, you know, but I like his style. Like a lot of the feminist talking points that you hear in the mainstream, like he takes those and over exaggerates them and uses them against them. Like, oh, black man should only be with a black woman. You know, throw right back in your faces. So now it disables the conversation. So
Umar in the right context.
Hold on, let me finish.
So now you have an entire black feminist sector that can't use this whole swirling thing because you got a strong proponent of, you know, of black relationships.
The thing about Umar is, what frustrates me about Umar is kind of like, reminds me, okay, this is going to be weird, this analogy, but bear with me, guys. He's kind of like, you know, those actors that are good in certain roles, like Keanu Reeves. When Keanu Reeves is shooting people, he can shoot the hell out of people, but you can't, he's not an actor's actor. That's how Umar is. Umar in the right, like, modes, he's kind of like a specialized weapon. You know how we say Obsidian's like a automatic machine gun? Umar's kind of like a specialized like sniper rifle. In certain instances, when it comes to homosexuality, when it comes to feminism, he can counter that shit better than most people can. But the problem is Umar gets sidelined in this dumb shit. Like, it's like stuff that, like, as smart as BGS is, if not saying that I would judge BGS, but like it's kind of like game goofy stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's not so much that he was with a stripper. It was like, how did you get caught up like that when you knew you was trying to get it?
Yes, that's true.
For real, bro.
It's not what
One at a time.
Okay,
Valdez, go ahead.
Okay, so you see how you just got your complete thought out, Edward? I want to be able to do that. All right. So I'm gonna go back to what I was saying. When you cut me off.
Hey, Valdez.
What up?
You have permission to say Edward breathe, okay?
I'm sorry.
Who this hell, man? Like, okay, what I was saying before about Jason Whitlock, a lot of black people start out with good fucking intentions. But the problem is at some point you find out who's weak and who's not. Some of them are just weak and they just completely, like, they lose their damn way. It's like walking a thin damn line. It's like walking the edge of the abyss. Some of them just fall over in it. Unfortunately, because of the fact we live in a society that is dominated by white supremacy, there's people that's going to have to do certain things to get that money. And if that means people should sell out, no. But every time a person gets in that situation, they're tempted. Some people are strong. I'm not going to sit there and say the brother started out that way. I'm not, because I refuse to believe that there's just black people that's just born to sell out. I refuse to believe that.
Okay, you're a better man.
See, here's my position. You know, my thing is this.
So there's people. So there's people.
I
think that's a small percentage.
Let him finish his thought. Let him finish his thought.
Oh yeah.
Born so there's people out with.
I think that's a very small percentage, kind of like people that are born killers. But I do believe there are people that will fit that parameter. That they will do anything.
Man, here's my thing, man. Like, you know, when you're talking about Umar Johnson, you know, I guess I'm a little more distant from a lot of the common opinions. I look at Umar Johnson as actionable intel. You know, in the military, when you have reconnaissance, you know, going out, scouting areas, gathering information, you use what you can and you throw the rest away. That's what is called actionable intel. Use only the information that you have the ability to act upon. You see, and what happens is a lot of people, man, even some that disagree with it, you know, disagree with him as a person. You know, they're not looking at it that way. They're just looking at it like, you know, I knew when Dr. Umar Johnson was going to fuck up whenever he came at that feminist with the DSM argument. And I was like, at that moment, Umar knew. He fucked up.
I see the picture.
Because it was at that point where you seen all of these problems unraveling with Umar Johnson. But does that make his intel less actionable than it was before that scandal? You see, what of that? So you know.
Hold on, Valdez. Let him finish his thought. Go ahead and finish your thoughts, Cerulean.
And so, you know, that's my thing with Umar. Like, say for instance, if you wanted, say BGS wanted to start a school, okay, and he gives me this information, his proposal. I'm going to be the brother that puts up the money to help him build that school. Even if in the back of my mind I believe it's going to fail, I'm going to give him the money to fail. I'm not going to sit there. You see what I'm saying? Because the idea itself is to support the brother in his endeavor. If he fails, he fails. This works, I mean, the same way when you're putting money on the stock market. If the stock fucking flops, it fucking flops, but you put your money forward to see if you can at least get something.
Yeah. Hold on, you guys. Let me see how many people are in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. You're cool. I'm just gonna post
what I noticed with Negroes in general, you know, and I see the comment section. I see Negroes in general. They expect more out of other people who rise up out of the community than they are willing to put in.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why you see all types of motherfuckers that are sitting here commenting in negative shit. They ain't put shit in the fucking super chat, and I see it on fucking Angry Man's shit. They'll sit there and they talk shit, ain't put up a fucking dime.
Can't even donate a like.
To make sure that they're fucking. To make sure that even if they disagreed with Angry Man, their motherfucking point of view is paid for already. That's what really all politics is about. Niggas don't want to put their fucking money where their mouth is. They put their fucking money on every fucking thing else. You don't ask that motherfucker Jordan where the fuck is that 100 million from the fucking 50 billion they made off of Jordans though.
Tell me why you mad, son.
But that's true. But that's true.
Hold on.
If you believe a motherfucker's gonna fail, let him fail. But don't have not put up shit. And, and you know, I would say Angry Man has probably a better approach because I remember when you used to defend the brother.
Yeah, 15 seconds, Cerulean.
So yeah, that's all I'm saying. You know, it's actionable intel. Take what you can use. Throw away the rest. Don't get caught up in the personality.
Respond, Angry Man, and then we got Obsidian just joined in. He's going to get 3 minutes.
And
okay, real quick, Wilson. I know you haven't talked.
No. I'll go after Angry Man.
Okay, go ahead, Angry Man. Respond. I know you wanted to respond.
Here's the problem, and this is one of the biggest problems with black people that we completely ignore. And that's the fact that we do not hold the people we consider leaders. We don't hold their ass to the fire. Everybody's ignoring the fact. I mean, everything you said is true, but everybody's ignoring the fact that Dr. Umar disqualified himself as a black leader.
Right. That's why I say he's actionable intel. You take what you can use and you throw away the rest. You see, just like in the chat room, you know, Sarge just said, hit the like button. The motherfucker don't even want to donate a fucking like. You see how cheap niggas is? See how cheap niggas can't even fucking donate a goddamn like, my nigga?
I go in the videos just to like it and leave.
We're not gonna beat up on them. Obsidian, go ahead and jump in.
Yeah. Hey, what's going on, Angry Man? I just wanted to let you know that you did a really great job the other day. And this, as a matter of fact, what I'm about to say ties into the current conversation about the Dr. Umar Johnson. You did a really great video the other day about a topic that comes up frequently in these environs. The idea that guys like you and me and Black Gnostic, etc., you know, we need to get a real job instead of, you know, trying to make money off YouTube. And I referenced you at the same time alongside of, I refer to him as Uncle Dave Carroll, a little while back, about, I think it was last month. He did a video, an excellent podcast that was right in line with what you were saying. You were going more into the technical aspects of what it takes in order to be successful as a YouTuber, black, white, or otherwise. He talked about how black people in particular, and he focused on black men. Anytime black men attempt to make money, in this case regarding YouTube and other social media outlets, and don't toe the party line, there's a problem. And I think that ties into this current, you did a really good job on it. I don't know if anybody else has seen that video that I'm talking about. It was a live stream that he did. It was like over 2 years. I mean, that's an instant 5 mic classic.
Appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, I highly urge, because what he was saying in that video, in that live stream, I could relate 100% to what he was saying in terms of what it takes in order to do what we do, the cost involved, the time involved, you know, all of that. It is not something that, I mean, we make it look easy. You know, I can see people saying, well, that ain't nothing because, you know, he don't look like he doing anything. Well, we make it look easy, but no, it is not an easy thing to do, man. It's not. No. It is not. And Angry Man made the point that we're doing the job of an entire production team, because he at one point, Angry Man mentioned the Breakfast Club, and I have nothing personal against Angela Yee and the other brother, the DJ brother, and Charlemagne. I have nothing personal against them. I think they, God bless them, they do their thing. But Angry Man made a really powerful point. These folks got top flight equipment. They got a team of at least 3 people operating together. They got major sponsors and all the rest. And me, Angry Man, you, Black Gnostic, and others here in Black YouTube and elsewhere, it's just us alone. We're like one-man operations doing this stuff. You know what I mean?
I got a question for everybody.
Hold on.
You know, guys like, you know, characters that white people promote, like MacGyver, Jack Bauer, you know, these guys that if you put them in any kind of fucking, you know, Denzel played the Equalizer, which is, I think, a white character, you know, which was originally. My question is, what black man, like, as far as characters, do we see that articulate that? Because I feel like that black men and black people in general don't respect black men that can put something together from nothing. Well, that's why I feel like
that's exactly what I'm getting at.
Because black people
that's exactly what I'm getting at.
Because black people always downplay the amount of effort it takes to actually do something. Like a lot of people downplay, even with me. Okay, if I put a three letters behind my name as far as PhD, I could basically earn at least $150,000 a year with what I know. Okay, and it took me a hell of a long time to actually do it. Okay, if basically I could earn, if I wanted to sell out and basically kiss black women's asses, I could earn at least 50, 60,000. Look at Brother Polite doing it on bullshit. Okay, he don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. I could actually do it.
Man, BGS, you be a killer in the speech circuit. You got that kind of voice that white people could listen.
I know. I've been in. You know, I've seen white people been in
You should tell them you're
around
the
white
second
people.
coming of Amenhotep.
No, they'd be like, this Negro really knows what he's talking about. Okay.
You'd be
Yeah,
shocked,
so
man.
I mean that's what I was saying. I mean, you know, the reason why I mentioned Angry Man is because with this current situation with Dr. Umar, and I've been very reluctant to go on the record and say anything because I've just been sitting back and thinking about it.
He makes
I'm
a lot of
very
money.
ambivalent.
He makes a lot
I'm
of money.
very ambivalent about the Dr. Umar thing. I watched all it, you know, I watched his Breakfast Club appearance, and then of course the real action with him and Roland Martin and all that. And so I'm very ambivalent because on the one side, I want to support what Dr. Umar Johnson is doing, but then on the other side, there's things about him that, to tell you the truth, turn me off.
He's got to prove himself, and he hasn't. It is what it is.
And yeah, and the thing about it is, it goes back to what Angry Man was saying the other day, and that is that at the end of the day, what this is going to, if black men are going to make any kind of impact in terms of the new media and stuff like that, other black men are going to have to back it. Black women aren't going to back it by and large. Black women aren't going to back it. White folks aren't going to back it. And in a very real sense, why would they? I mean, black men have to back it. If black men aren't willing to back it, it's never going to grow and really take off. It's really that simple. Dr. Umar, when you strip everything away, when you really get down to it, Dr. Umar is really appealing to black women. They're the ones who have the kids. He's an educator. They're the ones who have the kids. They're the ones who have the money. They're the ones who are willing to organize for him and with him. That's just the plain truth of it. I mean, for me, the question is, where are the black men? First of all, who are black men supporting? What do they spend their money on? That's my fundamental question. What do they
hangout?
Sports, you know, the sports.
Missed that hangout.
Master Teacher.
Yes, sir.
We had this hangout.
Now, this is one of, and again, this is what I've mentioned before in the IBMOR page. As Obsidian has said, you know, black men, we are cheap as an aggregate. We are absolutely cheap. And here's my thing with the criticism. I'm going to support Dr. Umar. As I've told you before, when I went and visited him in Atlanta, I stood posed like the FOI, and then he broke me off. And I told the brother, I didn't do this for the cash. I did it, you know, off the GP. But you know, what I'm saying is I've been candid with him. That being said, he is imperfect. And again, that being said, I have no problem with the criticism. But as Obsidian has said, if we as black men are cheap and we're going to go ahead and lambast Brother Umar for pandering to black women, and my question is this: who here is ready to fill in the void that is the financial engine that is black women?
There's a very good, you know, personally, I mean, I like Dr. Umar, but I'm saying is I look at Pastor Dowell, even though he's a Hebrew Israelite, you know, the motherfucker puts on his hard hat and his work boots and shows how you get shit done. You know, and I would be far more ready to support him that's actually getting shit done on the ground and, actually building something than I would Dr. Umar. I like Dr. Umar. He's a good spokesman and whatnot. He's a good speech writer. But as far as I'm concerned, I support people that are actually doing something. So I see a brother like Pastor Dowell, even though I might not agree with his religion, but hey, he's got his compressor and his pneumatic tools and his wheelbarrow and all this other stuff. He's doing shit. Okay, he's not waiting on money. He's doing shit. Which is kind of people I like. Go ahead, Angry Man.
Here's the thing about Umar that I have a problem with. He's already got $700,000, and he's saying, well, that's not enough to build the school, but it's enough to get started. And what I've found out is that when you actually show people that you're doing something, people will continue to spend money with you. And here's the other thing with him. This reference, I'm gonna make this analogy, and everybody that's listening, this is not a racial analogy. A lot of us, you know, have seen the movie, the new Planet of the Apes franchise, right? somebody like Caesar, the character that inspired the rest of them to do what they was doing. In that scenario, you got 4 different kind of apes. You got chimps, you got gorillas, and you got freaking orangutans. How successful would Caesar have been besides the fucking orangutans because they got lighter fur? Just think about that for a second. Like, this dude completely ostracized an entire of Black America. Attempt to apologize for it. So how can you be, who's gonna want to go to that school if they child happen to be light skinned or some shit like that, with knowing that he think that way and feel that way? Like, he disqualified himself. Like, and this ain't got nothing to do with, you know, financial. I'll back up any brother financially if he bought his shit. Is, you know, if he worth his weight in gold. But if you gonna stand there in front of the whole world and do something that basically you don't even give a damn about one entire section community that you claim to serve, behind that, like, just being honest, how can I get behind that?
When you should be able to vet people, and that's the whole thing. Just because he says pretty words doesn't mean that he's about it. He should be able to back it up. He should be able to back up his education. If you're going to put it out there and you're going to say something, that means your word is your bond. So it shouldn't be no ambiguous stuff. He said you're a descendant of somebody, then you should be able to prove it because your word is your bond. If you about your shit, you don't need all that stuff. You don't need a PhD. You don't need all that stuff. If you're about your stuff, you're willing to roll up your sleeves and do the work, because there's not.
Can I respond to Angry Man?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, no. After you're finished, I just.
In other words, Dr. Umar put his own self in his own box. Okay. Stay in your freaking lane. If you have a message and you're doing the work, all that extraneous stuff, go get into beef with people is unnecessary. You're trying to protect your
that's a really good point. That's a really good point, because one thing that I don't like about Dr. Umar, I'll just go ahead and put it out there, I don't like the showboaty aspect of him.
Yeah, he's like LeVar Ball.
Hold on. Yeah.
And he makes a really good point, like BGS was talking about. There's this, I mean, there's this diva aspect to him that he likes the spotlight, and he's got this performance art that reminds me, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it reminds me of a pastor in a church type of thing when you see him talking. I don't want that. That's not necessary. And I get reason why he did, at least in part. I think part of it is due to just his personality. He's just a dramatic, melodramatic type of person. He's just a diva like that. But another reason why is because, and I'm just going to go ahead and say it with regard to black women like that.
Yes.
Stuff.
Yes.
See, I like just cold hard analytics. That's the reason why if you listen to me, I mention so many sources. I cite sources all the time because I really don't care about people's emotions and stuff. To me, it's extraneous. I like this. Show me your data. Let me see your empirical data, and then we can go from there. A lot of black people are very averse to that.
Okay, Edward wanted to get in. Edward wanted to get in. He wanted to ask you a question about this.
All I was going to say is, here's the thing. I agree with what Angry Man is saying about Umar, and this is why you got a lot of brothers that are lukewarm with him. And I could say, for instance, in that, and I've said this, in that interview, actually Umar Johnson basically clarified that and said the product of a white person, a black person, is an African still. But here's the problem, which justifies what Angry Man was talking about. The problem is that boisterous and diva mindset from a PR perspective. And when you're a black man, that shit does matter. Optics and imagery matters, especially when you're trying to be out front like that. You've already done the damage, because people are not going to hear that little sound bite that you did clarify it. They're going to hear the dumb shit you did with SETI over some emotional shit. And that's the problem. So that perfectly falls in line with what a lot of us are saying. The problem I need people to understand is, at the end of the day, Umar does not pass the buck for a lot of dudes. There's too many other dudes out there that, quite frankly, have enough of the combination of things that really, I think, would be better than Umar. And at the end of the day, that just is what it is.
So why aren't black men supporting them?
Exactly.
Well, black men, I think a lot of it is. I think a lot of Obsidian. I think a lot of it is a critical mass situation. I mean, I would like to see a vision in which what you say, what Angry Man says, what BGS says is like in like a lot of barbershops, like places where black men of different generations are going to be. And I think it's a critical mass thing. But I'll tell you this, as far as the Umar $700,000, if the black manosphere as an aggregate, and I mean people that are in the inner circle, first, second degree to that, would get like $50,000 on social media, that critical mass could happen. Or if Angry Man or you got on a bigger platform, that stuff
biggest
would
platform
happen.
on planet Earth, brother. YouTube is the biggest platform on planet Earth.
Exactly.
Biggest platform on planet Earth. YouTube.
Let me get in that.
Yeah, but it doesn't have the focus though.
Yes,
like
it
for
does.
instance,
Yes, it does.
One at a time.
Roland Martin.
Okay, let Edward make his point, and then Obsidian, you can rebut. Got a minute.
Okay, I'll give you a perfect example, and I'll give you two people: Roland Martin and Stephen A. Smith. Roland Martin and Stephen A. Smith hasn't. Well, I don't want to say they haven't put in the work, but you get what I'm saying. On social media, they can just plug into social media with nothing as far as SEO or anything to get visibility, just because of the level of platform and eyeballs they have, which is gonna eviscerate through like YouTube. Versus you all are not going to get as many views because they have a bigger focused platform. It's kind of like a laser beam. YouTube is the biggest platform as far as the sun, but it's not like a focused laser for certain people that can take advantage of that. You have to build up to that point is what I'm saying. So I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
Go ahead, Obsidian.
No, all I'm saying is that YouTube is where the action is. Everybody knows what YouTube is. There's literally millions of channels on YouTube. The bottom line is simply, I'll mention another name just to drive home the point. Derek Jackson has a following. This is from my understanding of it. Derek Jackson has a combined social media following of somewhere between 2 and 4 million people.
Really?
And basically black women, right? Basically black women. Okay. Now, he's made, talk about 50 grand. He's made upwards of that just on t-shirt sales alone. Black women. Mm-hmm. We can talk about Umar until the cows come home. My question becomes, what are black men supporting? That's just the bottom line. What are you supporting? Because what you're supporting will determine what kind of results that you get. And that goes from, just from a media angle, BGS mentioned Pastor Dow, that goes from a media angle all the way down to a bricks and mortar angle. Whatever it is that you're supporting, that you get. And this is what I tell my listeners all the time. Hey, look, if what you getting, you like what you getting, then not only should you continue to do that, you be a fool not to continue to do that. Here's my thing. Don't email me talking about Obsidian. You gotta talk about this, Obsidian. You gotta talk about that. My thinking is this, that you're supporting. So if you like tricking on the weekend, ain't nothing wrong with that. If that's what you like doing, making it rain on them big booty hoes, a booty clapping in the titty bar, this is what you do. When you got a breaking news story that you want her to talk about, take it to the booty clapper. If you like wearing Jordans or you like playing, Grand Theft Auto #6 or whatever, that's fine. I'm good with that. Take your concerns to the people that make Grand Theft Auto. Take your concerns to the people that you bought them Jordans from, and let them do the story on it.
And see, look,
you got right.
I agree with you in principle. I'll lower the bar.
The product.
Okay.
And black men don't do that. They just don't.
Okay.
I'll lower the bar.
Black men don't. Black women.
Okay.
Right or wrong.
30 seconds.
I'm a hard critic.
Hold on.
Everybody knows that. But
30 seconds.
But the one thing I say in this case is, like it or not, black women support people who cater to them, people who support them. They do it. That's empirical data. Where's the empirical data that black men will do the same?
But here's the thing.
Okay.
Here's the thing, and I'm glad you brought that up, Obsidian, because I want to point something out.
Okay, 2 minutes and then Cozen wants to get in, Valdez. Go ahead.
Donate a share.
No. Go ahead, Valdez. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Just go ahead and let him get in, man. Just
Okay.
let
No,
him
no,
go
no,
ahead
no.
and get
I'm
in.
good.
Let him go ahead and get in.
That's all I'm saying.
No. Cozen hasn't speaking. Been trying to get in for like 5 minutes. Go ahead, Cozen.
No, that was me.
Go ahead and let him
Oh, okay. American Male. Go ahead.
So y'all been speaking about why y'all don't support UBIMOR, and that's basically why black men don't support, any black leader. You have one brother that supports them, and you have 5 brothers that's against them, off of superficial values.
Okay.
So when y'all come to us and say, okay, why don't you support the Black Manosphere, or because I'm not really sub to Angry Man or Obsidian,
Okay.
but at the end of the day, it's something that turns us off about your, the way you talk or whatever superficial value, and we just go the other way. That's the same thing you're doing to Umar. What I look at is that we got so many problems. We need more than just one voice, and we should support everybody. We're not going to agree 100%.
Go the other way. What other way? Black men are not supporting nobody.
Hold on, Valdez. So let me finish. You finish, American Male.
So that's what I'm saying. We got so many problems in the black community that we're gonna have to support everybody. It's not going to be one way or the highway. So if you don't like Umar because he did, he got caught up with the stripper, he still gives good facts. He's still trying to fight for the school.
I don't think that most guys don't really care about him getting caught with a stripper. That's more the women care about him getting caught with a stripper.
I understand that. I'm just giving.
Okay, what the thing is he's not asking for donations. He get donations from a whole lot of black men. Trust and believe. A whole lot of black men come out and support. Okay, whole lot of them do. But the thing is, when you want to ask for $2 or $3 million to start a school, your reputation has to be what? Perfect.
Yeah, I understand that. That's where he messed up.
That's the only thing about Dr. Umar. Nobody really cares about him catering to black women. Nobody really cares about him fucking a stripper. Okay, black men really understand. Okay, she got good pussy. You out there on the road. You need to get some pressure relief. Black men don't really care about that. Black women care about that. That's not the problem. What they care about is what they care about. Well, men really care about all black men, all men, period, is that your word is your bond. If you cannot get caught ambivalent about who you are a relative to. They're going to ask for that. You can't get ambivalent about where you got your education from. They're going to ask for that. So in other words, black men are really especially hard about trusting you in the first place, especially with their goddamn money. Women will give you their money by how they feel. Okay, black men.
I understand that, BGS. I understand that black men don't like to support hypocrites. We see enough of those in the black community. But you can't apply that to him and not apply that to yourself.
Hold on a second. Valdez, hold on a second. Let me weigh in, okay, for a second, because I'm in the conscious community. Okay. He gets support. He gets support by a lot of black people. Okay. And a lot of black folks in the conscious community don't say anything as long as you stay in your lane. When you start going outside your lane, that's when the rumblings will start. Because Dr. Umar's been around for a very long time. And there's been questionable stuff that he's done, because there's questionable stuff that everybody does in the conscious community. When you start going outside your lane, that's when the rumblings will start. You start doing things outside of the lane that reflect on it, because what he does, if he bangs a stripper, his qualifications ain't up to snuff. That reflects on everybody in the community, not just him. And he needs to be above reproach, because you're asking people for their hard-earned money that they have to go to a regular job every day and actually punch a clock or do shit that they do not like to support you. That's how come I don't really. Now, I'm not shitting on. I'm not. Especially before I was taking donations and stuff like that, I said support Obsidian, support Romwell, support Angry Man, support. If you can't give it to me, go give it to one of the other brothers, because it is hard work. But what I'm saying is for me. I can't speak for everybody. For me, I try to give you the best information, the best of what I have for whatever dollar you spend on me. And I think for the rest of the brothers in the panel, they do the exact same thing. So, and sometimes, and when you get caught slipping, Just like Brother Plight, you get caught slipping. People have a right to ask for clarification because you were supporting this guy. You have to go punch that clock. You know, when I was doing it, man, and I'm still doing it. When I do it and I support people, I got to go hit a clock. I got to listen to people that I don't want to listen to. But I'm willing to support you so that you can go out there and help my people. I'm still doing it. You know, in my real life, a lot of my talents that I've been doing for the last 15 years has been for free so that other people can go out and help my folks, okay, and do the work that help my folks. Like a lot of people that are over on the continent, man, right now that I support because they're helping my people raise themselves up. I got people that I help, okay, actually help black businesses here in Los Angeles. Okay, I give away my time and my effort, my talents for free so they can go out and help people. Okay, I understand. So I don't take lightly people that has to punch a clock and donate to me, Angry Man, whoever. But the thing is, you got to understand that when you research and you have to put a show together, you have to go out and talk and all that kind of stuff. This shit is hard. Okay, it's not easy doing a 2, 3, 4 hour hangout. Okay. And have to sit in front of that mic and talk. Go ahead, Valdez.
Okay, first of all, homeboy, he really don't know what he's talking about.
No, well, because he has his opinion. Okay, but go ahead. He has his opinion.
But it's wrong, BGS.
Okay, all right.
There's a difference between an opinion. There's a difference between opinion and fact. He's wrong.
Okay.
Point out how he's wrong. I'm gonna point out how he's wrong.
Okay.
Would any of you say that my channel caters to women or does it cater to men? Caters solely to men. 80+ % of my viewership is men. I get constant praises all the time. From men. Emails, all types of shit. Brother, you changed my life. Brother this, brother that, brother this. But if I was to go in my channel right now and show you my biggest donations, it's women. $50, $100, it's women. Now you got to ask yourself this question. If that's going on, what is going through the minds of men? And I'm going to tell you right now, men do not, this is just a fact. Black men money on looking good and tricking on women before they spend their money on anything else.
No, that's what I wanted to point out too. After I'll finish your sentence. Sorry.
Go ahead. If you amplify it, go ahead. Amplify it.
No, I just wanted. That's after what Obsidian was saying. How I think black men mostly support themselves, like buying their new shoes, their cars, just to impress women or what have you.
Yeah,
but the same black men will be all in your damn email. If you got a platform, black men will be all in your damn email, sending you videos about police shootings, sending you videos. Yo, brother, can you speak on this? Brother, we need you to speak on this. We need to speak on this.
That's
speak
true.
on it, brother.
Stay calling people out for that.
You see what I mean?
Who does that?
O'Shea talking about put something in the fucking super chat if you want a question. And I'm glad Angry Man starting to ask that too, man. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So you're telling me
It's true.
So you wait a minute. You telling me that you're distracted? Oh my bad.
Hold on. What did you say, American?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you telling me that you're you're the people that don't like you, who aren't sub to you, are sending you emails so you can talk about things?
No, he said the people that don't support him.
So that's what I'm saying. Umar gets the same thing from his people that are following him, that are donating and want him to talk about things. The people that aren't donating to you got turned off by something you said, and these are black men.
No, that's not what he said, though, American.
That's what I was talking about.
Hold on.
You're talking about the people that
American male. Let him clarify what he just said. No, let him clarify what he said.
How am I wrong when you're not even following my own conversation?
American male. Let him clarify what he just said, and then you can respond.
Okay.
Now we'll clarify what you said, Valdez, and then then American male can respond.
Okay, first of all, I'm not talking about people who don't support me. I'm talking about men who do support me, who are my viewership, who watch my channel, who constantly want me to speak about different topics, who constantly want me to champion shit, who constantly want me to be on the front lines and say the shit that they can't say. Donate. That's what I'm saying. And it ain't, and I'm not falling under Umar's category because I'm not on my channel being a fucking hypocrite like he was. That's two different things.
Somebody asked, Eric Henson asked this question: what about the men who have been donating to BGS and Obsidian though? Well, I can't speak for Black Nazik speaks, he can speak for himself. I'll speak for myself. Yes, I've been very blessed and fortunate to have a pretty loyal and dedicated following, which is expressed by Patreon numbers. I'm very, very blessed by that, and as well as PayPal never disclosed publicly. So I do have that. But the simple truth of the matter is, I mean, to give you an example of the scope of this, before my original channel went down, and I always viewed that as a prototype channel, before it went down, it was upwards of 11,000 subscribers. Patreon numbers, and see, it's not even 100, Patreons. And let's assume, for the sake of argument, that I have 100 PayPal donors. So altogether, under 200, paying contributors, all told, against almost 11,000 subscribers, primarily Black men. That's what I'm talking about, and I think that's what Angry Man is getting at too. Am I right, Angry Man?
That's exactly what I'm getting at, because it's like, let me say this. I appreciate, I know the individuals who contribute to my channel on a consistent basis, and I appreciate the hell out of them. But at the end of the day, when you want somebody to have a voice for your concerns, because nobody else is speaking for your concerns, and you want that person to have a bigger platform, it requires something. It's not something that just can be done off of the strength of out, and that's a bad habit.
It costs money. It's the bottom line. It costs. We don't have corporate sponsors and things like that. I mean, everybody knows the deal with me. From day one, I didn't want to take corporate sponsorship because I knew what what I was doing. What I was talking about, I did this in an interview. I don't know if you heard it, Angry Man, but I did an interview with Mac City Limits, Big Mike, the other day, and I said this with him. And I said, the third rail in Black American discourse is not the gay lesbian thing. It ain't the racial thing. It's calling out Black female fuckery, man. You want to know who you can't criticize in Black America? Start criticizing Black women and see what happens to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that shit.
Oh
okay?
Yeah, that's how come. That's how come I'm anonymous. All right, for the most part, I'm anonymous, not because I don't want people to know who I am or what I do or where I live, any shit like that. I know I have people that work in the community, and if you work in the conscious community, if you don't have the support of Black women, you're not working in that community. Okay, it is what it is.
And you know what?
That's
Can
not
I
the
say
point I
something
was
real quick?
making. So
For me,
can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
I know I couldn't use corporate sponsors. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Edward, real quick.
I just want to say this. A lot of these people, and I'm not talking about anybody on the panel, I'm really not, but I'm talking about as a greater aggregate of the audience, because y'all don't have to disclose, but it's not as much money as y'all should be getting. And I'm saying, from my opinion, what you all deserve.
I can tell you because I have been told. I can make upwards more than $5,000 or $6,000 a month by doing the chitlin circuit in the conscious community. If I wanted to go from town to town, from location to location, build me a following, because I can guarantee you, Dr. Umar is making at least 6 figures a year doing what he does.
I was told you go back and tell them you're the second coming of Amenhotep the 15th.
But again, that's not the point I'm trying to make.
You should be amazed.
He didn't get a chance to rebut. Valdez made it, and American Male didn't get a chance. I'm sorry, American Male.
No. What I'm trying to say is the same reason why y'all said that y'all don't like Umar. He's a little bit divish and all that stuff. It's the same reason you don't get the support. There are Black men that feel that, hey, you are a little bit devious. You are a hypocrite. You are this and that. That's why you don't get the support.
Man, I want to respond.
That's interesting because
you're
the whole thing with
on,
Umar and to a lesser extent Tommy Sotomayor personally.
Okay,
Obsidian, let him finish.
Go ahead.
You can respond. No, Obsidian, finish your thought. Obsidian will. He has a pen in it. He can run on. So finish your thought.
No. I want to see him to get his opinion out. I made my point.
Okay.
If y'all disagree,
can I say something really quick? 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Okay, 30 seconds.
The difference let me be very clear about Umar. The difference with Umar Johnson is a lot of people that gave Umar, I gave him like $30 personally, and because just for the idea of the school. And a lot of people that were asking Umar about little things like where's the money and stuff like that, just honest questions to know what's going on with it, gave him we're giving him money. So these were people that contributed to him. So this is not just people in the aggregate that don't like him. These are people that needed more to buy into.
Actually, I would actually disagree with that because
go ahead, Shirley.
A lot of the people that were asking Umar for the money were people who never put shit in it. Like,
but there were people
I'll put it like this, man. I support everyone whose ideology or who has something of a unique quality that I like. I like Angry Man. Hell, me and my wife listen to Obsidian. We crack up at the fucking echoes, like, black female fuckery. Hey, we fucking sitting here fucking dying off of that shit. But see, we're not on like Patreon or any of that, so that's why when I am able to catch the live shows, I always make sure to drop something in the till. And it's not really for me; it's because what I do in the community that I'm in. Okay, I don't have a huge following of 50,000 subscribers, but the few hundred that I do reach, right? They go out. Most of our demographic is like, younger guys. They're like, yeah, man, these guys over here. And so what's happening is this. How many brothers on the panel put money to Harvest Institute?
Yeah.
Put money to what?
Now that's one of the main organizations that I support personally.
Okay. I used to give Harvest Institute at least when I was working regularly. I used to give them $500-600 a year. They just came out of my check. So I supported Harvest Institute.
Yeah, that's what I did. I was giving about $1,500 a year to the Harvest Institute for about 3 years.
Yeah. I've been supporting. Actually, I know him, so I met him and I know him. So I've been contributing to them for good 20 years, 25 years.
And I'll tell you something else about Harvest Institute. And I'm a regular subscriber to donating to them. Every once in a while, they'll send me a book. Like, hey, you've been a loyal guy to send me a book. It's kind of and I seen that in, like, for instance, Angry Man. He has the Angry Tank. That's a unique quality with UBGS. It's like a higher level kind of conversations I used to have, with like some of my college professors, like that would like want to take me up under the wing, like, you'd clean up in the.
I know. You know what? I have a neighbor, right? He's a linguistic professor. He speaks 11 languages, right? And every time I walk by his house, man, it's like a 3-hour conversation. Yeah, he says, how come you don't have a PhD? Okay. First thing, what I'm saying, I know there's only a certain amount of people that I can attract. The women are just starting to get to know me, and they're on the fringes. There's a whole lot of people that do not like BGS because I come straight out and say what I say. And I know there's only a certain segment that's even gonna like me. That's how come I never really.
And see, that's what I'm saying. Like, I it's like kind of like the conversation we have, like professors. Like I had a professor that wanted to take me under his wing at the U of M. He's like, with your age, you just up and coming, you'd have a killing on the lecture circuit, and like,
yeah, but you have to do that dance though. That's what
but I was like, I don't want to. You know, I don't want to
One of the
be a
things I
guy
just
out
wanted to
there,
put out
you know,
there-
dancing a jig.
Hold on a second, Edward.
Just so I can, but you know, the way that I stand on my principle, I just can't go out there and dance a jig, put on, you know.
Yeah, if I want to throw black people under the bus, trust and believe I can make a hell of a lot more money.
No,
but go ahead, Edward.
No, all I wanted to say, and I know America Mel dropped off, but this is to go to his point. This thing where he's just doing a little tit for tat. Here's the thing. That makes sense if you are putting some money up. It's just not to people that we think you should, which that's a different conversation. The problem that the city and an angry man is talking about, and they can, you know, correct me if I'm wrong about this, is you got dudes that ain't putting nothing up, not even a like, not even a share. And then they want to talk about, well, the reason why we're not doing that is the same reason why you're not doing Umar. We're talking about people that got some skin in the game, whether it's being a producer or a contributor. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about the people that ain't donating nothing to nobody. Those are the motherfuckers we're talking about that's full of shit.
But yeah, when I was, and you know, like I was saying, like,
your next Gozen.
If you came to me wanting to open a school, and you had your GoFundMe up, I'd be one of the first contributors. And one of my little guys, he's out in Milwaukee. He's an activist, and he's trying to reach young brothers through health and fitness. He's a personal trainer, and he's like, bro, it's like I just got my GoFundMe up. I'm trying to reach brothers. I need donors. I was like, yeah, okay, I'll be the first one to put something in your till. You see, so it's you just have to have a certain kind of mindset with people.
I got a question. Who has Umar ever beefed with female wise? I know he's beefed with a lot of dudes.
Well, he's an enemy of the black feminist sector. So they litter the colleges and universities. And see, a lot of people don't understand that side of him gathering funds and why it's taking him so long to get that 700-something thousand is because of the black feminist sector. Even in Detroit, he went and looked at a school, and my friend Jacqueline is up there, and she was telling me how one of her friends who is an engineer, he was contracted.
Black women is the enemy of black men in general.
He was contracted to basically inspect the school, and he said, you know, Umar's a pretty cool dude, you know, pretty cool laid back guy. But what was inhibiting him was the black feminist sector up there. They didn't want to get their hands on that school. They wanted inclusion. They said, well, what are you going to do about the black women? They said, first priority is these black boys, and that made him an enemy in that region right there.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about
again. That being the case, again, it seems to me. So this is the thing, and this is what me and Angry Man are getting at. Is the thing? The bottom line is this. I mean, and I'm not denying that there is a cabal of black feminists. There's no question about that. No
Very
doubt.
powerful.
My question becomes, what are the brothers going to do? In the case of I can't speak to Angry Man or BGS, but everybody knows how I roll on my show. And I got it straight from the song, and what we all say in the hood. I got 5 on it. I'm not trying to hear that brothers ain't got $5 a month. I'm just not trying to hear it. I'm just not.
I was wondering,
you just want to put up $5 a month. I get that, but you just ain't got $5 a month. That's bullshit.
Okay, Cozen, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say is like, to donate to like small YouTube channels like yourself, would like the age factor be like a present? Because like speaking for myself,
speaking to who are you speaking to?
Like I'm saying, like, take me for instance. When I found your channel BGS at like what 2,000 subscribers, and it was like a world of like information that I never even heard of things, and like at a time I was like put off until I came back and started understanding more things when you started dropping more videos. And it's like, I would love to, and then I started coming on to Angry Man at Obsidian and everybody else. But and I would love to like donate, but like at the time and present, my bank account is just not having it.
I mean, these are the same people who spend $3 on fucking apps or Grand Theft Auto, you know, $99 a Madden every year, or they'll be around the block.
I also had another depth of level, like the reason I kind of stopped putting money on FDMG Academy had nothing to do with, me having questions about whether or not he's going to open a school. The problem I had was he wasn't listening to some of his advisors. And, his advisors warned him about, dealing with, these various women of the cities that he would go to.
Uh-huh.
And he would not, he basically wouldn't listen from what I've been told. So, but if you were,
you can tell by how he acts that he goes off script.
If you were one of the higher donors, you got a newsletter from him, and a newsletter would basically entail the accumulation, what funds were allocated there, PayPal. If you were one of the higher donors like I was, back 3 years ago. So if you were just some guys dumping $5 in the till, you got, your basic newsletter, which basically consisted of his touring dates and locations. And what was
he could have did a damn blog, though.
And basically what was happening was you had a lot of these cats that didn't put any money in. And it's evident if they didn't put any money in, because it's kind of like, one of my favorite sociologists in the world, Neely Fuller Jr.
Okay.
He had a caller on that exposing white supremacy, and he tried to argue Neely Fuller Jr. down. And Neely Fuller Jr. said, "Did you buy the book, the United Independent, Compensatory Code?" And he said, "No." Then you have no argument.
I heard that. Straight angry man.
Okay, look. Let me point something out, because the other brother, he was asking about the age demographic. So let me break down my demographic real quick. All right. So my largest demographic is between 25 to 34 years old, and of that demographic, 90% of it is male. Largest demographic is 35 to 44, and of that demographic, 90% of it is male. But yet and still, some of my biggest supporters
are women.
Financially, are women.
Yeah.
Yo, can I speak?
You see my like?
Let him finish first, and then you can speak, Omar.
So here's the thing. You got to ask yourself this question, because when you start to say, well, brothers are real careful about what they, who they donate to, and this, that, and the third. Okay, so then explain to me how you have a woman like Cynthia G, who talks down about black men.
Yeah, and black men
can fuck around and raise thousands of dollars
from black men.
A couple of weeks
on Patreon. You can see it
on Patreon. Yeah, from men.
For men,
fund their entire lifestyle.
Okay, hold on. Omar hasn't spoken. He wants to get in, so I'm gonna let him in. Anybody that hasn't spoken, please speak up, because with the board's full. We got some strong personalities on here. You will not get in if you don't speak up. Go ahead, Omar.
Yeah, I'm here for peaceful dialogue, of course. I'm more so interested in the topic that you guys were just talking about in regards to donations. In regards to YouTube, I'm a person that I've been probably observing UBGS for probably about 2 years now.
Oh, really? Thank you.
I've been watching you for probably about 6 months. I truly dislike the angry man's ideology.
Okay.
I've been aware of him. Can I speak? I've been aware of him for probably about 4 years. But in regards to donations, I see it from a different perspective. When I look at the economy, at least in the Midwest, and when I look at stats, or I look where the economy's going, and I hear people talking about donations and spending money in regards to hearing people's thought concepts. Now, I agree that there are some people that do deserve finance for the level of education, the level of manhood lessons that are being taught, but also exploitation going on, where it's a distraction first off from
No,
those of us who
we'll go deeper. We said level of exploitation. Explain yourself.
well, it's a distraction. Well, the exploitation is like some guys are just here to
Make money.
make money off their anger, make money off their uh failures at life. It's things that they wanted in life and they failed at it. And you're just on the internet angry. You really don't have.
You know they get the
Hold
most donations.
on. Let him finish. Let him finish. Okay. Finish your statement.
There are older men like UBGS, Black Ram. There's older men, even somebody like Tommy. There's things that you can learn from these older men that I'm not gonna get in my local.
Hold on, Edward. Don't do that. Go ahead.
I'm not going to get that in my local environment. So we tend to listen to guys on the internet that give us those manhood lessons, that give us that economic understanding that we probably didn't have, that global comprehension that we probably didn't have.
Okay.
But it's more exploitation than actual men that are actually trying to guide us. So I think people are reluctant to invest based on that alone.
Okay. In other words, go ahead, Obsidian. You wanted to ask a question?
Yeah, I want to get his sense of. I need some names. Who are you talking about? The guys who are just exploiting?
He may not be comfortable saying it. He may not be comfortable saying it.
Honestly, I can't off the.
Could be he just basically threw me under the bus. I would like to know what was that about?
I think Tommy
is one of the only angry black man on YouTube.
Down, Bruce. Bruce.
I think Tommy is one of those guys. So it's amazing how you put him in that same category, which he still ain't produced that documentary he said he was going to.
I know,
but that's the guy.
Edward. I'm trying to get his, because even though we may not like his, you may or may not like his sense. What I'm saying, we need to hear what he says, because you want to understand where he's coming from, because there's a lot more guys out there like him. They're saying the same things. It's just not on. So try to understand what he's saying.
But even with what he's saying, but notwithstanding, it's still not getting to the point that Angry Man is talking about, that I'm talking about, and that another brother even followed up on. And that is, there are guys who like to listen to us.
But not supporting. Yeah.
But they ain't willing to support it. And the bottom line is this: here's my point.
I disagree with you, Stein. I would be more than willing to.
Hold on.
Whether you agree or disagree with Dr. Umar, my question becomes: okay, if it ain't Dr. Umar, fine. Then who can we get behind to support?
None of us.
That black men's response is as a group. I'm not talking about every last individual black man. I'm talking about overall as a group. Black men are just good with just not having shit. We just good with that.
And the way the ones doing the heavy lifting.
I know. Nobody said that. I'm going out there.
Let him because brother, we gonna.
I just want to do a quick caveat.
Whoa! Wait a minute. Sorry. Wait a minute. The brother. Everybody wants to in on this brother and asking questions. So, brother Omar, are you willing to sit in the chair for a second?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, you're in the chair.
Can the brother that got insulted first speak on this shit?
You had the first question. You had the first question. No, hold on a second. He's got the first question.
Of his emotions, because
hold on. Wait. You're in the chair.
And you came with peace.
Omar, you're in the chair. You're answering questions. You're not asking them. So sit in the chair. He's going to ask you a question, and you're going to respond. Go ahead, Valdez.
Okay, so first and foremost, you said that you've been aware of me for 4 years. My channel hasn't been active for 4 years. So what are you talking about?
I don't know if he said that, but go ahead, answer.
He said
Omar.
He said the angry man.
Valquez, or whatever your name is, I guess
Valdez. Excuse me, Valdez.
Wow, Angry Man must have hung up on him.
No. That's okay. Wait a minute. No, his name is Valdez. We're gonna be respectful here, okay?
Yes.
I don't speak the language, but I maybe I'm in error. Maybe you haven't been on the internet 3 or 4 years. Maybe
you don't speak the language.
I'm confusing you for someone else.
Okay, but answer this question though. Okay.
I answered it.
Okay. What's the next question, Valdez?
The next question is, what is it that I've done that you don't agree with it? Just out of curiosity. I mean, you got the right to that. I just want to know.
Well, I think that your approach is it comes from people who not to be offensive, people who were not really involved with the streets, but kind of was around it. I hear a lot of anger, bitterness. I mean, he's called the angry man. So
oh no, wait a minute. Edward, knock it off.
I hope that this isn't the mature crowd, because that's very unfortunate.
No, what do you? I handle
Edward,
the
just
crowd, bro.
mute your mic, man.
My apologies.
He's a Tommy agent.
Edward, knock it off. Mute your mic.
Sometimes it comes off less informative and more as venting. And I get the Tyreek Nasheed effect. Sometimes I feel if people oppose him, then he gets a little bit narcissistic and attacks people of disagreements instead of attacking it intellectually. It appears to me he attacks things a lot more emotional.
Hold on a second. Hold on for a second. I got a super chat said Edward versus Tommy Sotomayor 1-on-1. I'd pay for that. I would too.
Yeah.
Continue, bro.
Well, anger is an emotion. You do know that, right?
Yes, sir. But
okay, so an angry man. Do you expect, calm, arid academic erudite discussion coming from one known as the angry man?
What I would like to know is what I would like to know is at what point on my channel or on anybody's platform have I not gotten into an intellectual debate with people?
Well, the
That's what I'd like to.
the way you projected the question is already given an answer. So all I can say is I don't know.
What it is, you know what? We're gonna cut through all the bullshit. What it is you don't like me.
That's cool.
Say that.
I don't know you to not like you.
No, you don't like
Just say that.
his channel. You don't know him, but you don't like his channel.
You've taken a couple of shots just in this conversation. Like, you think I don't know that you know my name is Valdez?
No, I don't.
That's what he's talking about. You don't have to go that route, man.
St. Louis, Missouri.
You made a mistake. You forgive it.
Hold on.
Go about your business.
American male. American male.
Yo, American male. Check this out. I don't let people openly disrespect me.
Okay.
I speak
wasn't trying to. He wasn't trying to. I'm not trying to either.
Hey, knock it off.
I'm not trying to either.
Knock it off. Hey, everybody, knock it off right now. Okay. He's in the chair. He's answering the questions. We're gonna run this orderly, okay? If you want to talk to the brother, take your turn. Now, Valdez, you got one more question. And this question because he's
want to ask the question.
Can I
say something first?
Go ahead.
I didn't mean to be offensive. I'm from St. Louis. There's no Hispanics around me, sir.
He's not Hispanic. He's black. He's black.
I don't know.
He's
so
black.
I guess assholes are from St. Louis.
Okay.
Well,
Now,
the name is Hispanic.
All right. He's in the chair. We're gonna respect him like he's in the chair. You're gonna ask him a question. Now, Edward, ask him a question, and then Cerulean's next.
Okay, I got two questions. One,
Go ahead.
Do you have anything against light-skinned people?
Say it again.
You heard me. Do you have anything against light-skinned people?
Calm down, yo. I don't talk to me.
Hey. I control the board. You answer the question.
Let me say it really nice.
Like that.
Edward.
Do you have anything against light-skinned people?
I have a lot against the concept of light.
What does that
I have
mean?
a lot against that.
Thank you.
Concept.
Thank you for revealing it. Now, second thing.
Mm-hmm.
This really probably answers my second question, why you like Tommy. What is it about? Give me like two things about Tommy.
I do not like Tommy Sotomayor. That's a projection.
Okay.
Then why did you say people like BGS, Obsidian, and Tommy?
I have a question as well.
I'm objective. I listen to all information and I find the facts, or I find that which leads me to the facts. I don't necessarily worry about the personality or the character of the person. I listen to information that is useful for me and others. So I can tell.
So okay. So what is it about Angry Man's information? What is it? I mean, I've already answered the first question, really. But what is it about Angry Man's information that you split from? Because Obsidian is what I call not angry but passionate. Same thing with Angry Man. And Tommy, Okay, whatever. But you get what I'm saying.
No, I don't.
So I'm trying to understand what is it that you're separating from angry man? Because personally, I think you have an issue with light-skinned people, and that's what it really is.
I have a question after.
Then Cerulean and then Kozin. Did you understand the question?
Yes, I didn't get my last question though.
Well, no, yes, you get my last.
Sorry, mine was a question and a statement. I'll defer to angry.
Bruce Banner, fall back for a second, okay?
No, can I defer to angry man because I got my question. He has an issue with light-skinned.
No, Cerulean is next, and then Kozin. Go ahead, Cerulean.
I want out the last
Hold
question.
on, I never even got a chance to respond to his question.
Well, then answer this.
First off, there's a projection.
When I'm speaking and controlling the board so that you can be heard, please, don't interrupt me, okay? Because I'm trying to control the board so that you can be heard. That's why you're in the chair, so that you can get all your thoughts out. Now, do you want him to restate the question, or do you understand the question?
Well, he made a statement more so than a question.
Well,
but
Why do you have an issue with light-skinned people?
He answered that question. He answered that one. No, respond. Make your statement, and then we go on to the next.
What's happening is in his question, he's projecting that I have something against what I call mulattoes or white-skinned people. It's not that I have an issue with them. It's I understand that blackness is being whitewashed. So a line has to be drawn. When I lived in Japan, there was no confusion about who was Japanese. When I travel the world, when I've been to Australia, we know the difference between the Aboriginal and the British natives that have invaded the land. There's no confusion.
Yeah, because there's no dark-skinned Japanese people. You're full of shit.
Hold on, hey, Valdez.
There you go again.
Oh my God. Okay, I'll let you talk. Go ahead.
No. You're in the chair. Cerulean is going to ask the question. Valdez said what he's going to say. Go ahead.
I mean, I rest my case.
Cerulean, go ahead.
Okay, I am going to say two sets of words, and I want you to tell me which set of words resonate with you more.
Oh shit!
The first set of words is Little King, handsome man, fat. The second set of words is Trooper, little man, big guy. Which set of words? First set of words resonate with you, or the second set of words resonate with you?
None of them really resonate with me, sir.
Okay.
So it's your 9th birthday. You have two options. You can go to the amusement park with roller coaster, or you can go to the beach, but you can invite 5 of your friends.
I've never celebrated a birthday a day in my life.
Okay. You're not going to answer the question at all. Okay.
Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, two women are competing for you. A housekeeper at a hotel. She wants to cook for you on a first date at her place, or the beauty shop owner wants you to cook for her at your place. Which one of those fit better with you?
I'm not cooking for neither one of them.
No, the housekeeper wants to cook for you at her place. The beauty shop owner wants you to cook for her at your place.
Hypotheticals, and more than likely, I wouldn't put myself in those situations. These sound like hypotheticals.
Okay, then you're not going with the thing as far as being in the chair. Okay.
Well,
okay, let me address something real quick.
Hypothetical statements that are made.
Let me address something real quick.
with him.
Okay. Before that, Juan, Valdez, Kozin, you said you had something, right?
Yeah, I just had one question. It's just that I kind of know where he's coming from, because when I first saw Angry Man's videos, I was kind of put off, because when it was his live stream, he was just saying like drop a like and like donate or what have you. So I thought that he was more of a person that was just fishing for like money. Mm-hmm. But then the real question is, have you watched his content? Because have you watched anybody's kind of content like Obsidian or BGS? Because when I started watching Angry Man's videos and what he's saying, he gets into a lot of deep things that, you know, would put you off. So it's just like, have you got to know his character from, have you gotten to really know his character from his videos?
I've watched him with Minister Jap. I've watched him in this individual.
Double like.
No, Edward, stop.
I can never.
I monitor. Hey, you answer the question. I monitor him. Okay.
Yes, sir. I can never see the little words. You know how they had the little words scrolling on the side. Sometimes his outlay throws me off because I can't really see. It's kind of cartoonish.
So you don't like his content. So you don't like.
Are you listening to him?
It's just even when I hear him talk. First off, it takes a long time for him to get into the dialogue. Like usually videos where guys are proselytizing themselves in their channel, I get bored with it because I want to hear the meat of it. But I have watched him with Minister Jap. I watched him when he was roasting Tommy Sotomayor. I've watched him when he was talking about Cynthia G and stuff like that.
Okay, I would like to give you the results.
I'm not hearing information.
Okay. All right. Okay. We got.
I've never talked about Cynthia G.
So the questions.
Hold on, Omar. Hold on. Go ahead, Cerulean.
So the questions that I asked you were basically a personality assessment, otherwise known as a litmus. They're not really hypotheticals. They're questions meant to resonate with the deeper part of your consciousness. Your refusal to answer both questions signifies that we are in fact speaking to a simp.
Okay. All right. That's all right.
That's the answer to every question.
No, American male. Hold on.
You know, if you disagree with a person, to get childish and call names. I mean, okay.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Bro, do you want me to mute you? Hold on a second. Everybody back off for a second. Let's get one thing straight. The reason I put you in the chair so that you could give complete answers rather than people talking over each other trying to attack you. I have allowed you to do what? Give complete answers, uninterrupted for the most part. So, and you have been able to express yourself regardless of whether you insulted anybody or not. So
hey, a man called me a simp, BGS. I'm gonna defend myself.
Basically, you've been insulting Angry Man since you got on here.
No, I did not insult him.
Yes, you did. Please, only simps wouldn't own that.
Go ahead,
man. Come on now.
All right, Val.
Okay, check this out. Number one.
Whoa. Matt BTS, can you explain how I insulted him, please, sir? I truly respect
you. Called him Valquez.
Hold on.
You called him a mulatto.
Chill.
His contact wasn't intellectual.
I don't know that man's name. I don't know his name.
But you called him a mulatto.
Now, I would like the BGS because you're a very mature, intelligent man. Please explain to me. Because I really want to know. I respect you. I want to know how I insulted
I'm getting ready to tell you. I'm getting ready to tell you. Okay, you came on. He said you liked everybody except him. Okay, you mispronounced his name. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. No, you mispronounced his name twice. You called him a mulatto. Basically, inferred he was a mulatto. Hold on a second. Let me. You asked me a question. Did you not?
Yes, sir.
When you asked your question, did I interrupt you?
No, sir.
Okay, so if I'm giving you the answer, are you supposed to interrupt me?
I didn't interrupt you.
Well, then please be quiet and let me finish answering the question, okay? Okay, whether you agree, then if you disagree with it, you can respond. Okay, I'm giving you, and everybody on the panel has actually heard you. Okay, first of all, you said you didn't like him. Okay, hold on, you said you didn't like him. That was cool. Okay,
I didn't say I didn't like him. That's incorrect.
Are you interrupting me or not?
Well, you're projecting things that are not true.
Are you interrupting me or not?
That was an interruption because it was.
Nigga, this is recorded, Negro.
Come on now.
Oh, Jesus, man.
All right. Okay, American male. You basically you have the last question, and then we're gonna bid Omar adieu. Okay. American
Being
middle. Go
easily
ahead.
triggered is a sign of symptoms.
I want one question.
No, no, no.
Can I get
Now
one
look, what I want to say is y'all angry, disgruntled men who ain't getting no money, no
Okay,
sense.
okay.
Oh Lord,
Go
Let
ahead.
it
all these
out,
guys
boy.
cursing
Let
out.
it
All right,
I'm
out.
gonna leave
all
on
right,
that
all right,
note.
all right,
Let
all right.
the bitch man this
No, no, no,
out.
please, hey, don't incite him, okay?
I'm about
Don't
to be
incite him.
I
SPI.
got one question.
Okay. Okay, you got one question, and Stephen has the last question. Oh, he's
Did he
gone.
run
Okay.
away? Yeah, he ran away. Yeah.
Okay. No, what I'm saying is, I'm trying to keep. Reason I put people in the chair. This is for anybody that's actually listening. The reason I put you in the chair to answer questions is so that people won't speak over you. There won't be any personalities injected into it. They will ask you questions, so that you can get complete answers to the questions. The people can identify whatever logic it is, and you have to play fair by answering the questions.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
can I just explain my assessment and the
Can
okay.
I
reason why I
please
said
be
what I
like this?
said?
Like, yo, this
Cerulean first.
It really doesn't matter after
Jesus
he's gone.
Christ.
Cerulean
No,
first.
no, because
Cerulean first, and then wine, then Valdez. So we'll go ahead, Cerulean.
because the answers that he gave, they weren't like the answers like what you guys answered like on Saturday, right?
Yeah.
The his typical rejection of the questions. It's like if I'm are typical of what I would have when I'm counseling a child and asking them these same type of questions. Like, I don't like that question. It's too hard.
Yeah.
That's the type of thing. And see, whenever he used the word, "Oh, if you're going to be childish," see, this lets me know that he knew that he was being childish the moment he entered the room. He mispronounced Angry Man's name. You see, and then he, for one, I don't believe neither you, Angry Man, Obsidian, none of those names should even be in the same fucking sentence as a fucking Tommy Sotomayor. Even with me saying that shouldn't have, I should have omitted that name just by saying that sentence.
See, I agree with him at first. He threw me off the Tommy Sotomayor stuff.
Why is that, Jay? Why is that, Jay?
Well, I mean, when he said the intellectual content of Angry Man, I kind of agree with him because that's the first thing I got from Angry Man's content when I first started watching it. And I like Angry Man a lot now, but when I first started watching it, it was entertaining, but I didn't get much out of it until I started dwelling more into his video.
Right.
And I got more intellectual as I started listening to more of his videos. But as far as I mean, I'm no offense, Angry Man, but as far as substance, as far as stuff that's happening right now, I do believe BGS and some of the other people talk more about relevant issues. But as people, if you're worried about like more personal stuff, you can learn a lot from Angry Man. So I get where he's coming from.
Me and Angry, even though we have overlap, me and Valdez have overlap. He speaks to the different audience than I speak to. Okay.
Right.
The audience, the majority of the audience that Angry Man actually speaks to, I would lose them. I would say like 80% of them. He speaks to a different audience. So I want to, even though I like Angry Man because he speaks to he has to bring those brothers along slowly. In other words, you progress from an Angry Man to an Obsidian, maybe even to me. But he speaks to a different audience. He speaks to the street brothers. That's why I call Angry Man my honorary street nigga, right? Yeah. Him and Jab, they speak to a different audience, and there's nothing wrong with it. They speak in the language that his audience can understand. So it is not going to come across the same way I come across. My audience is smaller because I speak to a different kind of audience. Same thing with Obsidian, which is we need all these people all together at the same time because the black community is very diverse, okay? Very diverse. Because I'm too uppity and I'm too bougie or whatever for a lot of street brothers until they actually get to know me. But Angry Man resonates with them. Go ahead.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing about this whole thing with old boy coming up in here.
Oh yeah, yeah.
First of all, I don't. It doesn't bother me that somebody says to me, "Yo, when I first watched your content, it was off-putting." That doesn't bother me. I already know that's how I am. That's my character. That's who I am in my personal life. People got to get to know me to know what I'm about. multifaceted. I could pretty much anything, but I don't need to be BGS. I don't need to be Obsidian. You feel? Do my thing, but see, this is what I have a problem with, because what he said and it insulted me.
Yeah.
And I responded to it.
Yeah.
Like, see, there you go, right there. And I'm gonna tell you something right now. That is the way. Not saying American male, but that's do something to you, respond to it negatively. Your negative response is what's wrong, not her initiation of what happened. Like, he came in here and he baited shit, and it's like, oh, you wrong for that. Why are you responding like that? No, I was insulted. You know what I mean? But it
I would
is.
say that's more sensitive than anything, but go ahead.
Who is that, American male?
Yeah, that's me.
Then let me ask you this. Then when he started cutting up, why you didn't say that to him?
Because I respected the chat room. I said other people were asking questions. I wasn't going to yell at over everybody.
When I said that. So why did you respect it when I said that?
No, he did try to tell homeboy to fall back, that he was wrong. He did, and I stopped him from doing it.
All I'm saying is that when you go from wait, let me just say this one little quick thing, and then I shut up. When you go from 0 to 60 on somebody you don't know, it's an automatic argument, and we're trying to have a discussion. When I was wrong, I'm not coming at you like that. But that's what that was going to. It was going to a food fight between you and him.
I know.
You said it the wrong way.
That's why
you
I stopped
went from 0 to 60.
That's why I
was like, calm down. I'm sorry about that, but go ahead and say
that's why I stopped it. That's why I stopped it. That's why I put
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
I mean, I gotta say it, because yes, I know I talk a lot. Angry Man has been incredibly patient, despite everybody knows he's been cut off. I ain't gonna say kind of cut off, and I feel it in the back of my head. That's why I've been trying to fall back. So for people to kind of make it like, I know we joke around the Angry Man is the Hulk, but Angry Man is, what is it? The Gray Hulk, the one with glasses that can think. It's kind of, and my point is, I'm not gonna give somebody like that broke man code, because he came in first of all saying I'm not about to start shit. Then he started shit, had any intention. And actually, yes, at the end of the day, it is your platform.
Let me
he came in insulting people. He really did.
Yeah.
Let me interrupt you.
So he's wrong.
Hold on, Edward, breathe.
I will take full responsibility for that, because I knew once he heard the results that it was going to set him off, which was
really the entire point. All your answers is people are steps. I'm kidding.
no, actually, no, and I'm gonna keep it real with you, okay?
You got a double-sided coin.
Even whenever I personally assessed myself after developing those questions, I realized I was a simp. See,
so you need to go to O'Shea and do a Simp Tales episode.
He should go to O'Shea and just do have people call in and go do a simp test. It'd be hilarious.
No, that'd be
it would be hilarious. But
one thing I am is I'm brutally honest with myself. Like when I was developing these questions, like it really actually made me look deeper in myself. Like, I am fucking up. I am fucking up. Like, I've got everything all wrong. Like, how would I answer these questions? And I know the ones that pander to my emotions. Like,
and to call somebody a simp, I mean, to get that triggered, like, seriously though, to get that triggered, it's kind of like, okay, it's kind of like what Roland Martin did with Umar, called that dude a dude. Roland Martin was like, hey, we don't do that. But that was after what the caller was called a liar.
Yeah.
Well, look.
There will be no racial epitaphs.
One at a time. Go ahead, Valdez.
Well, look, here's the thing. You know, everybody can snapping out. Everybody can talk about me being angry.
Well, you do call your moniker is the Angry Man. So.
Yeah, I do that to respect the brand.
It is, but to be fair, I'm a patient. I'm a patient dude.
Yeah.
To be fair, and you know what I'm saying. I've never somebody on my platform when it's absolute foolishness. If it's not foolishness, if it's legitimate, if it's legitimate, I will treat it as legitimate. But the moment he came
about the
in,
R. Kelly defender.
Yeah, I had an R. Kelly defender. But look, the moment that he came in, he said two very key things that let me know he has never watched my content. One is he said he's known about me for 4 years.
Oh, yeah.
Two, he said he watched a video where I talked about Cynthia G. I have never addressed Cynthia G.
I don't remember it, no.
Ever. I've never video about her. Came in there just for the purpose of trying to fuck with me.
Yeah, and one thing I was saying
go ahead, Cozy. No, Edward, Cozy. Go ahead, Cozy.
No, I just wanted to jump on that. Also what BGS was saying earlier, like when the person that you resonate with, like, because the first person I found out was Obsidian, then BGS, then Angry Man, and I resonate more with BGS. So I asked him that I wanted to know, like, does he listen to Angry Man's content, or does he just hear it? And by that I mean, does he just hear, like his ears can hear, but does he just like want to hear what he wants to hear from Angry Man to build up more like conflict towards to Angry Man?
You probably want to build up conflict, but the only reason I allowed it, you know, especially normally, Valdez knows, normally when you insult the host, you automatically get booted. And I've done
this
that.
Is celebrity deathmatch.
But the thing is, since we opened that door, said, how come people don't support other people, right? That's the only reason I allowed it. Go ahead and say why you don't support one person over the other, because we opened that door. We asked that question. Otherwise, as soon as he insulted and got his name right, I just booted him. Okay, because I don't allow people to come and insult the host.
Well, see, I've said this. I've said this. Like, here's the thing about me that you know, your audience probably doesn't know, and I've said it numerous times on my channel. There really isn't no middle ground with me. I have a polarizing personality. You either gonna love my shit, or you gonna hate it.
Yeah,
that's the bottom line. And he's one of the dudes. That's why I said, yo, you don't like me. Just say that.
Yeah,
I can accept that more than saying, well, he's not you definitely ain't watched my channel. Like, come on, man.
Well, all he saw was that you was light skinned, and he was like, you know, he probably lost too many girls.
That was a big one. That's a big one.
Yeah, he probably lost too many girls to a light skinned dude. But anyway, one thing I wanted to say, because I want to finish that, because I don't want American Male to think I'm just talking shit and not say nothing. The difference with American Male versus this dude is American Male, when he doesn't like something or like somebody, he is sincere as far as why he doesn't. That dude came in with bad intentions.
That's another thing I wanted to address. American Male, did I let you talk? Did I pick on you? Because we had this discussion about you saying that Edward was my favorite, and I let him get away with a lot of stuff, and I don't want you talking.
Oh my God! Remember that? Okay, this is my own thing with Edward.
Okay.
Edward can't turn off his mic. God damn, he be laughing in the background.
I know.
Saying other things. I was like, Edward, let him talk at least. I was like, damn, he can't do something. He over here laughing at me. I was like, that's his favorite son right there, man. I can't believe he let him just run wild over here.
You know who I get accused of liking every single time? There's two guys that people always accuse of me favoring them over everybody else. Is Edward and SPI Latino. People.
Yes. I get that.
Constantly. You know what? And you saved SPI Latino tonight. You saved his ass.
Yeah. I know. Okay. SPI really thinks. Sometimes SPI really thinks he's black. Okay, really does.
I know he do. That's why I do that shot.
And my thing is, if he was mixed. Like, I know black people that are mixed where you think they black, but their mom is like straight up Hispanic.
Yeah. Well, no,
But
okay. Well, you don't understand. Okay, you're not from California. Okay, if you were in California, the Hispanic and the black people are living they
man,
go to the same
okay.
schools. They live in the same neighborhoods. In fact, if you look at a lot of your pop lockers and all that stuff, they were Mexican. If we look at what's her name? That went with Ice-T. Um,
The
Spanish girl, yeah, we talking about.
Darlene is straight up Mexican, but you couldn't tell it because guess what? The communities are so mixed. The culture is so mixed. Where do you think the sagging
But
pants
see, that's
came
how you
from?
get Negroes like Umar, which is talking about you mulatto or Valquez.
Yeah, I don't agree with that because I
That's
don't
where that
agree with
comes
it because the same people like Sarge and Dr. Umar and all those people talk about mulattoes and light skinned people are the same people that praise Claude Anderson. He's about as light as you can get. Okay,
Yeah, he
Claude
is.
Anderson is about as
Lighter
white
than
as
me, ain't he?
oh Claude
Dr.
Anderson.
Clark Anderson, if
Claude
they
Anderson
said
is
he was
whiter
in the
than most.
bootleg, I believe it.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, and Phil Valentine too.
Huh, excuse me?
Isn't Phil Valentine a mulatto?
Well, he's a mulatto. Yes, he is. What I'm saying is, in America, there's no such mulattoes or black people. That's why I keep saying black is a class and not a race. I keep saying that.
Here's my thing. That
Okay.
I how can I say it?
Just
You know
say
what?
it.
I'm gonna say it this way. Number one, to me, I let that go out of respect for you.
Yeah.
But I don't accept that because I've lived in Ohio, and I'm gonna tell you, they say nigga all the time too, and they say the ER. And I know black people that'll be like, man, that's just who he is. I'm like, what the fuck? You know, so it's a lot of people where they accept it. And to me, I really don't like that, but it is what it is, man.
Well, see, you know what? With the whole mulatto thing, like I don't get offended when BGS say it because I know it's for lack of a better phrase. I know that. But dudes
And I always
like the
apologize.
cat.
I always apologize when I say it when you're in my presence.
I know. I appreciate that too, man. But when dude came in here, I know why he said.
Oh
it.
yeah.
Like
he doesn't like him.
he said it for the purpose of the same way a white person would call a black person a monkey.
Yeah.
That's how he said that.
That's how he
He
said
said
it.
it with some grit behind his voice.
Yeah, like he just had.
That's why Edward
like-
checked him on it too.
Like,
Okay, he's one of these dudes that has something to say about Colin Kaepernick.
Look,
Not
he
because
had
of what you all said.
Look, if we was all standing in a room together physically, mulatto would be like a dagger. That nigga just walked in and stabbed me with that shit. Like,
Yeah, well, yeah. It'd have been. I'd have been grabbing you. Well, everybody had to jump on the angry man's back and grab him because that'd have been a fight. No,
Boy, I bet you he hates. I bet you he hates Jesse Williams. He like that motherfucker with green eyes.
You know what? Let's get into this.
That motherfucker.
Let's get into this for a real quick second, okay? Let's get into this for a real quick second. And what dark people and chocolate people really do not understand that if you create a buffer class, you're doing white supremacy's work.
Yeah,
because you're separating and guess who's black folks that said we need to reorganize the race don't realize that you don't have enough power. If you reorganize a race, guess who's going to be further down at the bottom of the jelly bean jar? It's not going to be the mulattoes or the mixed race people or the light skinned people. Who's going to be at the bottom? It's going to be you. Yeah. So why would you?
I almost got kicked out of the TMI group for saying that shit in Jason Black's group because I said, do you not understand that if you isolate all light-skinned people, we got people like Dr. Phil Valentine, we got people like Dr. Clark Anderson. You know, say what you want to about how dumb Colin Kaepernick is for making his decision, but I don't see a lot of dudes doing that in sports is dark skin. A lot of dudes who are cooning, going after him the most were dark skin. So the
like
point,
Jerry Rice.
Yeah. So my point to that is not to say light skinned people are better. I'm not saying that at all. But what I am saying is a lot of dark skinned people feel that light skinned people will wither and die if you push this out. And the boule is a perfect example of that's not true.
Of course,
but a lot of black people don't know who the boule is.
I have my issues with the boule, and I know
I don't like him either.
Well, and Claude Anderson does have that element in him. But the thing is, the big like somebody said, might have been Angry Man that said that your mulattoes are the people that the boule, the mulattoes are the people that actually go hard in the paint for their race and have been for a very long time, and they're the most Believe it or not, they are they are one of the most radical, the most diehard, down for the cause, ready to take a bullet motherfuckers that there are. So if you get rid of them, what are black folks gonna do? You
You got
can't
a lot of
eliminate them. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
you got a lot of you got a shitload of like I never thought about it until who was it? I forgot who. Somebody pointed it out, and I had never really thought about it before. And I was like, damn, there is a whole lot of radical, light-skinned brothers and sisters, part of the civil rights movement and shit. Like here's the thing with me with the whole light-skinned thing. Like, growing up, I always caught hell for being a light-skinned brother.
Yeah.
But I never got I never got like no freaking about it because the woman that raised me, my grandmother is dark skinned. I got uncles that's dark. I got family members that's dark skinned and family members that's light skinned. So to me, okay, motherfuckers want to give me a hard time for being light skinned, but I never felt no towards darker skinned black folks for it. So a lot of times I don't understand where that shit comes from. Like why, a dark skinned brother just feel like he got nigga, you light skinned nigga, so you probably can't fight or some shit. Like I don't understand that shit.
If you actually study the Boule, if you actually study the Boule, if you actually study the mulatto, I call them the mulatto class because they're actually descendants of mixed race people, and those are the higher class people that did get the best
Black
position.
women and white men, by the way.
Well, we're not even gonna get into that. What I'm saying, these are the people that did separate by color, by hair texture, and all that other shit, right? But they also tried to pull their people up too at the same time. So there's always been that tension between darker skinned people and lighter skinned people that has not been resolved.
I want to ask you a real quick question, dude. Like when you mention like and that's actually true. I just realized that the most radicals are the light skins. Are they do that mostly to like appeal or like to show that they want to be like darker?
Okay, there's a couple of reasons. One is that the mulatto class, sorry Valdez, okay, one is that they're not accepted as white people and they're called nigger. They're put in the black bin, but they're also different enough to where they have the skin color and sometimes the hair texture of their oppressor, right? So they have to go extra mile to prove themselves that I am black because you don't have kinky hair and jet black skin. And like my dark skinned daughter can walk outside and nobody has to ask her if she's black, right? But you get a brother, say like Kerry Cockery Jones, who may have green eyes and have wavy hair. He got to prove that he's a black motherfucker, right? Because go ahead.
I was going to say there's degrees to
it. There's degrees to it, but go ahead.
You got people like Jap, where nobody would question if Jap is black.
But he had to prove himself, though. I can tell you.
I have a
I was just going to say a lot of people think I'm Dominican.
I have a scientific theory about that.
Go ahead, this.
I have a scientific theory about that. I can't prove it. It's just a theory. But you know how genetics is passed down from generation to generation. You keep certain things genetically. I believe what we call mulattoes, light-skinned people. I believe because of the fact that they do have a mixture in them. I believe that they're not as prone subject to the slave mentality in the sense of being afraid of people. I think that's part of it.
I think there's something to that as well. I really do. And I think you see a lot of resentment. I mean, look, it's hard to talk about stuff like this because it's like a collective thing and then it's like an individual thing. But I see it come up a lot with basketball, like with Stephen Curry, or I even saw one dude, and I said this before, but he said, Russell Westbrook only won the MVP over James Harden because he was light skinned. And I'm like, Russell Wilson is like, he's like her, but he ain't Stephen Curry.
No, he's not even that. He's not even that light.
I mean, and I went back and I said, "Are you happy now that James Harden got $228 million? Is your ego back in check now?" Because there's a lot of dudes that it's like they get so. Christy is right about this, and I hate to admit this, but there are a lot of dark skinned dudes that get fragile about that shit.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's gonna be that. Cozen first, and then Jay. Yeah, something to say.
No, I was done.
I was trying to say something.
Okay, it was.
Yeah, I'll go after you.
Okay, Jay, and then American Male.
All right. Well, I want to say something about the light skin and dark skin. I don't think that dude has ever traveled outside of the country yet. The way he views the color of black people is very narrow minded. I live in Minnesota. We have a high population of African immigrants here.
What up, Jay?
You got the Somalis, right?
Yeah, my child's mother is Nigerian.
Okay.
And she is dark.
Yeah.
And it's fun. She was actually born in Lagos, Nigeria. Her two youngest sisters were born in Minnesota, and they're caramel complexion.
Okay.
Same mom, same dad.
Yeah.
They're same mom, same dad. Yeah. And I don't think a lot of black people in America think about the environment in which the person's pregnant in plays a role in the color in which they come out. That's just a theory of mine.
Well, see, here's the thing about here's the thing about the African race, and nobody ever talks about this when it comes to the phenotype. The African race has in its genetic code the ability to produce whatever tone of color there is.
True.
Like people don't realize
Right.
You know, you don't necessarily have to have a white person mix with a black person in order to create a lighter black person.
No.
And I dated a Somalian girl who was the same complexion as Alicia Keys, and she moved here when she was 13. So I don't understand the colorism thing.
Yeah,
it's a class thing. It's more a class than anything. But finish your thought, Valdez, and then American Male has got the floor.
Yeah, like there's cats out here, and I know a lot of cats don't want to acknowledge the DNA and all of that good stuff. But there's cats out here that's darker than me, but they have less African heritage than I do.
That's true. That's
so
true.
It's different between the genotype and the phenotype.
And basically, you can have a recessive gene come out. You can have 1/10 of white man in you, and basically you just happen to hit the lottery or hit that bad seed or whatever you want to call it, and you come out looking blue-eyed and red-haired. It just happens. American Male, go ahead.
Let me just say one more thing real quick.
Okay, real quick.
Let me just say one thing real quick. And see, that's the thing. I don't understand. I don't have the trifecta. The trifecta is the light skin, the light eyes, and the super curly hair. I don't have the
The baby hair.
You didn't get. See, if you had got the hair, it wouldn't matter what color you are. If you got the hair, black wouldn't be flocking all over you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just add.
Because I got real quick. I got a grandson, right? He's got his grandmother. His grandmother, she's jet black, right? But she has really super soft locks, right? And he's the only one that inherited. He's dark, and out of my 3 grandsons, in fact, one of my grandsons, his mother is mixed, but the middle grandson is the darkest. He has the curliest, the loosest curls out of all of them. In fact, I might post, if I can find a picture, I'll blur out his face. I'll show what his hair looks like. Go ahead, American Male.
Spears.
Yeah.
Angela Williams.
Yeah, that's true. Go ahead,
Angry
Male. Go ahead. Not Angry Male, but
Angry Male. Okay, you're disrespecting me now.
Bitch. Yeah,
no,
a bitch. Go ahead,
okay, as coming from a dark skinned man and knowing a lot of light skinned men, only time I see some type of colorism is when we're in a dating pool. So
yeah, you know why that is. Yeah, you know why that is.
Yeah, so most of the jokes I basically heard when I was growing up, because I'm really dark skinned, was, "Hey, smile, it's night outside," or "What's up, chocolate man," or something like that. I mean, you just get used to it. You get tougher skin as you grow up.
Oh yeah, because
you're always reminded as a kid until you get tough enough skin to just put it out your mind to say, "Hey."
Because my sister is very dark, right? I got a sister who's really dark. She's as dark as anybody in my family, right? And she was dating a Nigerian, okay? Who's dark, also very, very dark, right? And you can't imagine the jokes, in high school. Imagine the jokes that the women, not the men, but the women her friends were saying about their color and about what their baby would look like. The baby's gonna come out named Crispy the Crunch and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
So
I heard that too.
Yeah,
That was
women.
back when they were y'all were fucked up back then. That was like in the 80s.
Yeah,
It was.
Yeah, y'all were fucked up.
You
in
could
the
not be
80s.
sensitive back then. If they knew that they can mess with your skin color, oh my God,
Oh yeah,
it was rough.
Yeah, same.
But you know what?
And they would actually call the light-skinned people pretty boy, and you think you yellow nigga and all that other kind of stuff. So basically,
Red
it went
bone,
around.
mellow yellow, all this other stuff.
But you know what's funny now, and the bullshit is you'll have like Sarge will say, black women don't fuck with light skinned niggas at all. I like my man like I like my coffee. But you got these chicks going overseas trying to get Arabs.
Oh, you can't believe women. Women are the most colorist. You know,
and Sarge really believes that shit, and I'm like, just because you in Philly, because I think that's like a Philly thing, personally.
I really think Sarge is just trying to pull back because he's trying to get a women following. Because ever since he's been going with him and Chrissy, he's been pulling back for a couple years. He's not going as hard as on black women as he used to.
I mean, I think I see him and Chrissy as the same two coins, two sides.
Sarge is what you call a soft simp. He's not a hard.
Let me tell you something, man. First of all, ain't no black women going over to no fucking Arab nation trying to get no damn Arab, because you know what happens? They ass get chased right back over here or into a fucking West Side country.
I hear you, but I'm just saying, when
you
you
want
look
to know
at
why?
travel blogs,
Edward, take a breath.
Because them motherfuckers do not play that bullshit. If you grew up in the fucking Prussian school system, if you grew up in the Prussian school system, there's nowhere you can go in.
But you know what?
You
know what?
Say this to
Edward, real quick, Edward, and then
Cerulean, there are articles that I will send you that have talked about, black women talking about Abu Dhabi. I don't know how resonant that is, but I do know you hear in the social media sphere a lot of chicks talking about they realize they ain't gonna get quality white man, so they think they can get an Arab.
Okay,
where the fuck do they end up at? They end up right back in the goddamn United States. I'm telling you, you can go over there right now. You're not going to see a lot of American black women over there. Okay.
Well, let me address. Okay, that keeps being perpetuated, because like Curtis, you dark skin. The first thing people attack is your complexion. Look, in the black community, everybody gets attacked for their complexion.
Yes, they do.
It's not just man. I'm gonna take a joke that you guys, any of you guys as dark skinned brothers, for every joke that you've heard about, I can match it with a light skinned joke. I promise you, I can.
Yeah, I've been told I'm not black enough by a lot of white women. That's why I'm like, fuck these white bitches.
Man, that's been going on for. Man, when I was in grade school, they used to say that you're too smart to hang out with the darkies, but you're just not light. You're not light enough.
I mean, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that only dark-skinned men get picked on in the black community. I'm just saying there's a different type of colorism that we got to grow up with.
No, but when I was a kid.
Hold on. Let me ask him a question.
Go ahead.
You said there's a different type of colorism for dark-skinned brothers, right?
No. I don't think he said that. Oh, is that what you said?
I'm trying to say let me clarify that dark-skinned people don't tell people, you're not black because you're light-skinned. We get picked on because we're dark-skinned, because I guess that's the thing to do. I don't know. All I know is that as growing up, and as dark as I am, it was a negative to me, and it was a negative for only the women, not to the men, only the women. So I don't know where. I know it's a new age, it's 2017, and brothers might be on that colorism things, but only reason I ever heard about colorism is when I started trying to date, and you're too dark.
Okay. That's okay. Well, check this out. check this out. Now, I can't speak to your experience, but I can speak to mine. I'm telling you right now, every sentiment that you just expressed, I had to experience. Just on the other end of the spectrum, like when I started free, the way black people are, we do shit based on trends. Okay, so if you came up in the 80s, then yeah, it may have seemed like sinning when it came to dating. 80s hit, that shit, that coin flipped. Like it immediately.
Oh, I believe
you know, every chick, brother, and you know, brothers like get out of here with your soft ass. you I don't date you too. Like, you know what I'm saying? I used to hear that shit.
Yeah.
Like real talk.
Yeah. I'm not saying but what I'm trying to say is it's not the black man doing it to other black men.
No,
Jokes.
no.
You know how poor we are, mama jokes and all that stuff. Get most of the colorism is from the black women.
Yeah.
When they're choosing a mate. I'm not saying that, oh, you never experienced colorism, but when I really did start experiencing colorism, it was from the black women.
Okay, that I agree with, and a lot of that is
hold on.
Technically, my bad. I was incorrect about that. On the dark skin brother end of the spectrum, it is just from the women. But on the light skin end of the spectrum, it's from the women and the men. We catch hell from the women and the dark skinned brothers.
Yeah, normally fueled by female mating choices, normally by guys that think you're going to get picked over them, and that it causes a rivalry. It causes a rivalry. Go ahead, Edward.
No, I was just gonna say, the thing is, a lot of that is because a lot of men seek valid. We're taught because we don't have a proper rite of passage. A lot of us don't is to seek validation through how much vagina you can get. Not necessarily the quality, but how much. And that's where a lot of that colorism rivalry bullshit plays into it. Because dudes that otherwise should be focused on trying to get money are focused on who the bitches choose. So when the trends come in, like Emily was talking about,
I'm sorry. Bullet Tooth Tony in the chat room, he said, as a light-skinned nigga in the 90s, I didn't get a black woman until I joined the gang.
Yeah, I mean, that's real talk. Damn. A lot of these dudes, you know, I was dealing with this guy, his name is Clutch. On Soul TV 84's channel and Hangout, and Clutch said it. Like a lot of these dudes that are like considered classic black men. That's why they're kind of like fuck the black community and they're gone. And then Christy will be like, "Well, we didn't choose you, so you should deal with it." And I'm like, "Then don't talk shit when we do go somewhere else."
Yeah, that's Young E. Go ahead.
You know,
Young E. Go ahead. Young E, did you want to get in, or who was it that wanted to get in? Well, then go ahead, Cerulean.
Yeah, I got something to say.
No.
Especially, they used to like dark skin, making fun of me being dark skin. Like one day they'll call me Eddie Murphy, then they call me Wesley Snipes. They used to call me Charcoal and this shit. But then when I went to Africa, my mom was like, "Look, like people, they may be dark or light, but you know they're united under the culture, under the tradition and shit. But when Africans come over here or some shit, I remember one Ethiopian girl. She told me I was too dark to be with her." And I would taint her bloodline, but I'm like, bitch, we like from the same area and shit. You know how it is.
Yeah, that's colorism,
but they practice it, you know?
Yeah.
They practice it and they teach the kids that shit.
Colorism is passed down through the women.
Yeah, it is. It's really
See when I was coming up in school, man, like people used to make fun of me. They was like, I just don't know what to think of you. You know what I mean? Like, because I was the dark-skinned dude, and all the other dark-skinned dudes around me were like, you know, super aggressive and hyper. I was just like laid back. Like, my dad didn't buy me Jordans and Nikes. It was the Pro Wings or the XJ900s. But I might have had Pro Wings XJ900s, but I had the entire fucking encyclopedia of the damn world book all the way up until I was
Yeah.
you see what I'm saying? So it was just a different thing. Like they used to always say, "Oh, you're too fucking smart to hang out with them other darkies."
Yeah, they wanted you to be that black friend.
Yo, my cousin,
and that's what I did in fucking high school. Like hella dumb bitches just need help with their fucking homework.
Oh yeah.
Yo,
hey, bitch, you know how to do algebra? You can't do geometry. This shit's easy.
I to jump in on what
yo, my
he was saying. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Cousin. Go ahead, real quick before Angry Man jumps in. Go ahead.
No, like what Young E was saying, like, because I used to live on the islands where like everybody was like congregated together. You didn't even see color like that.
Yeah.
And until I moved up here, and I started elementary school, middle school, and stuff. I think my first friend was like a white guy, and then I got a light skinned friend, and then all the girls were like, "Oh, he's cute" and all that. I'm looking around like, wait, what's going on here? I'm not getting none of that. All throughout high school, and because I surrounded myself, I realized it's like recently I surrounded myself mostly with like light skinned brothers. So I see them getting all the praise and what have you, and I'm just like, okay. So it's a rivalry plus the jealousy that like built into me.
Yeah. So what part of the country did you grow up in when you came to the States?
I was in Florida. In the
Oh
suburbs.
yeah. Florida, any place in the South, yeah. It's really real steep in the South. Atlanta, Louisiana, some parts of Texas even. So yeah, I feel you.
Yo,
But in Africa,
Go ahead, Valdez, and then Young.
There are some cities that are just darker cities. Like when we moved to freaking Detroit, oh my God. I think there was probably like 5 light-skinned dudes in the whole school. It's one of them. And oh my God, yo, I never fought so much in my life. Like out of every place that I lived, that's the one place I fought the most.
They wanted your skull on a stick.
Man, they wanted to snatch, yo, man, I swear to God, they wanted to snatch the skin off me. Literally.
But you know, the funny thing is, Chicago breeds some pretty dangerous light-skinned people. Like in Chicago, the like
Yeah,
so, it's I don't know if it's that rivalry in Detroit.
It doesn't matter.
But yeah, Philly, I think, is a city like that too.
Well, see, the thing is, like, that's why I never understood when cats try to say that light-skinned brothers can't fight, because light-skinned brothers get more practice. Like you enough, you light-skinned, and they always come. Like,
no, that's a good
I
ass quote.
I even had cousins that would come at me because I was light-skinned. Like, nigga, you can't fight. Like, okay.
And let's not even talk about the passive aggression. They're like Umar. That's what you get all the time.
Man.
Oh man. Yeah, man. Like that.
Or what about the white people? You probably didn't get this, Angry Man, because you were taller or bigger. But what I got, because I'm like only 5'5", a lot of white people thought, oh, I can't beat a normal black person, but I can beat that motherfucker. I got that.
No, I still got that because.
So what you wear, size 7.5?
Yo, I still got that because, like, in high school, like, I ain't weigh but like $150 soaking wet. Like, I was a skinny dude. I was like a skinny dude, and I wasn't really that tall. Like, I think I was like in high school, I probably was like 5'7", 5'8", something like that. You know?
Yeah, white. I was that white target, and these motherfuckers used to always try to shoot my ass because I would fuck their kids up so bad.
No, white boys didn't give me no problems. Like I was one of them kids. Like high school, I was back and forth between Raleigh and VA, and in VA is so many white dudes that's like country rebbish type white dude. Always waiting for one of them to call me a nigga because I wanted to fight one. So
you should have been in Ohio. They would have called you there first 48 hours.
Oh, I'd have been fighting.
Oh, you a nigga, right?
I've been fighting because we used to wait for it. That was the trigger. Like soon as we be sitting there and get the argument, soon as it come out, like
Yo, I know people on the same varsity basketball team that they would be playing outside of basketball and then say, "You fucking nigger," and then they got a game the next day. Like, no, you didn't mean it. That's just how it is here. I'm like, okay.
Nah, that's what
That's where LeBron is from.
I didn't know.
Yeah, I'm 5'10" now.
What is it, Cousin?
James T. Kirk.
What you say, Cousin?
No, I just didn't know how to handle those passive aggressive kind of racist comments.
Oh,
Yeah.
Like, I don't mean to be racist, but
Yeah, but you blacks, you guys fuck everything up when you move into the area.
Exactly.
The longer you're around them, the more. Because I went to school with them when they were little kids, so I know exactly what to say to them to set them off, so they would leave me alone.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I love it. I ain't gonna lie, I love triggering white men because the reality is, you don't realize how much of full of shit they are. Because I told a white dude just the other day, I said, you want to know who you motherfuckers are, like real talk, since you want to go there, go to West Virginia. That's who you are without the power structure behind you. Go to like Vermont, nothing but heroin up, killing yourselves.
Go to good old Appalachia or the Ozarks.
Without white supremacy.
Hey.
Unless you're Eastern European.
Hey, Edward, I would trigger them so bad they would pull one of these numbers. You ever trigger a white dude so bad and he just start turning red and he'd be like, nigga, start running that shit.
Yeah, that actually happened to me earlier on.
Once.
That actually happened to me earlier on Twitter. There was this video, I think it was Tariq Nasheed put up with Paul Kanjimi, and is yelling at these protesters, saying they should go back to Africa. You got your reparations with Obama.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I was like, what? I'm like, Paul Kanjimi.
I'm still
Angry man, did he have a vein popping out inside his
But I made a comment. I made two comments. I said Paul Kojimi should go back in time and tell his father to unmount his auntie so that he doesn't fucking grow up with a goddamn integrated neck chin.
Oh, you got sophisticated on him.
Look,
and then all these fucking white boys start fucking. It was like, you fucking. They put the stars, and then the ER.
Or civilian, you know what they'll say?
Like
they'll
every
say
time
that's why your women.
Every time
they'll say this. They'll say that's why your women worship us, and I'm like, nigga, dude, we don't get as out of pocket about black women fucking white men as y'all get about how we should get y'all chicks.
You know why they do? I don't blame them because black dudes fuck up the pussy. No good once we get through this.
I get it, but my point is they don't understand why we don't get as triggered. And I'm like, these bitches for the most part are gonna come back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just want your money.
The other
he asked me if a vein popped out of his forehead. Look, yo, when I forgot what I said to the dude. And he was we was like, what was we? We was at the basketball court playing basketball. And I said something to him, and I turned around and looked, and he was just standing there. You know how somebody look like they trying to, like, I swear to God, he looked like he was trying to go Super Saiyan. Like his fist was balled up, and he was like huffing, and he just started turning red. He's like, nigger, and he took off running. And I swear to God, he ran straight at me, and like he just lifted my foot up and like caught him like right mid center of his stomach and folded him up like a chair.
But it was so funny though. Whenever they come back and they try to appeal to your morality, like like after they sent me all those comments, I said, well, Paul Kanjimi is the reason why inbreeding should be illegal, because I can't even really blame him. I actually blame his father and his aunt. Excuse me, I meant his parents. And they were like, oh, so that's your game. You're gonna be just as bigoted as he is. The world could do a lot, a lot better with less bigots in the world.
The problem, I mean, they kill me with that false equivalency shit. That's where black women get that bullshit from, where they create. But here's one thing I checked the dude. The dude was trying to argue for Bill Maher as far as using the term, Nigger, nigger. And I said, as much as you hear black people say the word nigga in rap music and everywhere, we rarely say the word with the ER behind it. So why do you all always say the ER and not the A if it's just about what we say? And he had nothing.
Y'all still get upset because when SBI Latino does it, y'all still go on.
I mean, my thing is, to me, it is a reality of the situation with SBI. Personally, when it comes to Hispanics, I don't take that as seriously because it's not the history behind it as far as what they've done to us. And I told one dude that was Mexican, they called me that. I said, I'd rather be a nigger than a Mexican any day. And he didn't like that shit.
Dang.
And a lot of times they call each other niggas. So in other words, it's so mixed, and
that's not even about him. That was just about another person I said just to piss him off.
No, if you want to piss off a Mexican, call him a wetback. If you really want to piss them off, they don't like.
You know what?
Oh yeah.
But you know what, Edward? It depends. It depends on what type of Latino though. Depends on that shit too.
Well, you're right. Because some Latinos, all you gotta call them is a Mexican, and they'll want to slit your throat. Call a Colombian a Mexican.
Don't be
or
an
Argentinian.
Yeah.
What I've learned is there ain't no there's no. Yeah, they are. Like nobody. What I've learned is no Latino wants to be called like every Latino except the Mexican don't want to be called a Mexican.
They hate it, boy. Oh, call a Dominican a Mexican. I'm curious. Be like, oh, I'm not black. I'm Dominican Mexican.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Hey, BGS. I was watching the Real Husbands of Hollywood with Kevin Hart. And there's one episode where they had like Tisha Campbell and them on there, and it was the episode just about the women. Right. And one of them said something to this. One of them said something to this Latino chick, and I think she called her Mexican or something. And she was like, I'm Puerto Rican though. She was like, honey, you in California, you a Mexican out here.
Damn. That's cold, man. That is cold. That would have been a fight, man, if it was outside, off camera. That'd have been a fight.
They get
a fight. They get ugly. Yeah,
that's the type of shit you find out when you go overseas, man. Like those little nuances, because you gonna fuck something up. Because when I found out, you couldn't even you close a door and then they're like, "Hey, why you slam my door?" I'm like, "What the fuck?" Like I just closed. You gotta close that shit.
Yeah, Mexicans don't like being
called. If Mexicans will tell you up front, nah, man, Holmes, I'm a Mexican. In other words, you can't call them they look down on every other Hispanic race because they're a bigger country, right? So you can't call them anything else.
Yeah.
Man, Hispanics are racist
funny
against
shit.
each other, man. Like they really are.
While we're talking about the colorism and the interracial dating shit, like it was yesterday. Was at the grocery store. My sister seen this little skinny, dainty black guy with this big old white bitch, right? And my sister saw that I seen the shit, and she was like, "Please don't fucking embarrass." She was like, "Please don't embarrass that dude." And I was like, "I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna fucking say it." And I was getting ready to say, they're like, "Hey, what you doing with that big old white bitch?" And it was like, "Please don't embarrass me. Don't embarrass me." It was like, so it's all, even still, it's all about them. Their embarrassment level.
But you know what? But you know what, BGS,
Yes, sir.
and Edward probably can attest to this. Like, so we have Mexicans here in North Carolina in Raleigh, right?
Uh-huh.
But they own all the tire shops.
Yes, they do.
Yeah,
Well, then sometimes
they're
they're
not.
Mexicans or they're Guatemalans.
No,
they're Mexican.
We have
Mexican,
others too, but the most of them are Mexican.
Okay.
Here's the thing. This is the funny thing about it. A lot of people don't realize there's different types of Mexicans.
Yeah.
So we mostly have the cowboy boot, cowboy hat wearing Mexicans, right?
They're from East Mexico. Yeah, from East Mexico.
Yeah. So peep this. One day I'm at the store, and you probably know where this store is. It's the store that's right there beside Brentwood. I was at that store, right? And these dudes pulled up, and it was Mexicans.
Is it by Atlantic?
Yeah.
Because they run almost everything over there. Yeah, I know.
So I'm at the store, and I see these Mexicans pull up, and they get out the car, and I got concerned. I got really concerned because it wasn't our usual type of Mexicans. I was like, hold on, them vatos right there, like that ain't like the dude hopped out. What he had on? He had on some shorts.
Okay.
He had on a freaking flannel shirt, buttoned all the way up, and he had on. He had on some Nike Cortez with white socks.
He got
pulled all the way up to his knees.
Okay.
And he had the.
You got the tats.
Yeah, he had the shades. He had black shades, but he had them sitting on the back of his head.
Oh yeah.
I said, oh shit. I said, hell no, we can't.
Cholos.
Yeah, we cholos. I was like, yo, we don't need them over here.
Yeah, them cholos. Yeah.
Yeah, because they got their networks to where it's like completely Spanish over there. That's the one thing I've said. I tried to say SBI when we were on the last hangout. Hispanics may not own the damn commercial real estate, but they do know how to pool their businesses in centralized locations a lot more than black people do. Because to be honest with you, Angry Man, like on Highway 55 over there towards Durham, there's like 7, 8, 9 black owned businesses there. So I mean, we don't really have them as concentrated as we should. That's another big thing black people gotta stop doing is our shit is scattered like a motherfucker. It really is. When we have some, it's always scattered, and I don't know why that is.
By the way,
But
why
you
is
know
there so much
what?
stigma against Mexicans?
Excuse me. Go ahead, cousin. What?
No, I just wanted to know, why is there so much stigma against Mexicans?
It's not a stigma. It's just it's like because one, they're immigrants.
They're the niggas of South America.
They're immigrants, and number one, most of them are not all of them, but a lot of them are immigrants, and then there's a immigrant tension that's been spread out throughout the United States about being anti-immigrant, but mostly it's just in other words, they're almost like rival Negroes more than anything else. Okay, cholos roll up just like gangbangers roll up, and then because we're a lower caste people, there's a natural tension that seems to arise until you actually get to know the guys. So it's like a rival gang moving in.
And I also think amongst Hispanics too, outside the America, United States, it's a lot of it has to do with having like more Negro blood and having more indigenous blood. Not with Mexicans. Like with Mexicans, it'll be like they have more indigenous blood, or they perceive to have it. So like Colombians, if you want a white chick with a black female body type, Colombia is your place to go. A chick that looks white, and that's what it is. Or Argentinians tend to look a little bit more Mediterranean.
Yeah, man. Well, you be jumping subjects like a motherfucker, man.
But what I'm saying is, I was just giving examples of different phenotypes that you find in South America. Like, just to give you an example of how I have a bad habit.
Like you got the one of the things I've been trying my best to figure out is with Mexican lineage, like you have this descendant from the Native Americans, but then you have Mexican from the Aztecs. You know what I'm saying? What I've been trying to figure out is, do they view themselves differently? Like, do they view the classes when it comes to that?
Oh, they view themselves from different tribes. They know if you go down to Mexico, or Central America, they know which tribe they're from. Like you have Aztecs, you got Mayans, you got other different type of Native American. Basically, the Mexican is a country designation, but the people inside of it, just like in Africa, they have different tribes that come from there. They're Native Americans. So
I mean, you got
Chicanos,
white Mexicans. People forget that.
So Chicanos are what?
Chicanos are Mexican Americans. They're Chicanos. You have two different types of Mexicans. You have Mexicans that are actually from Mexico or born in Mexico and whatnot. You have Chicanos that are born here. So like second, third generation Mexicans or Mexican Americans are called Chicanos.
Okay.
But
by the way,
not to sidebar or anything, but that's another thing that I teach in political re-education is one surefire way to know if you have these public figures, if they're aligned with your ideology or not, is if you'll constantly hear them whenever they are speaking. They have the terms they like to use. And they like to be inclusive, like black and brown people. Oh, black and brown people getting mass incarcerated. You know that they are, basically ass kissers. They're not down with black folks.
And that's why Michael Imhotep pissed me off because he was saying dumb shit like that.
That's one thing that always is like kind of my kind of one of the things that just like really just irks me is like when I hear Negroes say black and brown people are being targeted. It's like, no, black people are being targeted. Brown people are just
depends on where you are. It depends on where you are. If you're in California, they target Mexicans worse than they even do black people. I mean, they California, they shoot them down. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then like if you like New York area, like Mexicans, Dominicans get targeted just as much as black people.
Oh yeah, Puerto Rico.
Yeah, Dominican technically. A lot of those other South and Central American ethnic groups. A lot of them they're so they're so intermixed with black people. I mean, so it's like they're kind of like collateral damage. They're so intermixed.
I agree. And I think the problem is we don't have. Here's the problem why I don't like stuff like that. Like I don't like when black Democrats do that. Is because black people already are like the most welcomingest people, and we're like the least grouped up in a competitive country. And the reality is we need to hedge against that a lot more than what other groups were because of culture and a lot of other things. So they kind of antagonize that weakness. So, because let's be clear, in the Democratic Party...
No, that's not... No, we've been... black people have been divided up. It's the fact that, like... I get what you're saying, Edward, as far as us just being so accepting to accept people into our groups and shit. But you got to realize, like, black people have been diced up to dwindle our numbers.
Yeah.
No, I agree with that.
Black people that don't really classify as black, but they're black. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you start talking about, like,
understand that. I mean, it's just even amongst Hispanics though, even amongst Latinos though too. It's my thing is if something is not properly defined, and I'm not even trying to bring up the other shit. I'm just talking about as a political agenda. Because for instance, the Hispanics got Catherine LaRaza. We got the NAACP, National Colored. So we try to loop in everybody, and they group, like when it comes to a black person getting shot, they not standing for us. They stand for each other because they always want to try to audition.
It depends on where you are. It depends on where you are because The Rodney King riots there was just as many Mexican and Hispanics out in the streets as black folks. So
Well, I
depends on
mean,
where you
as a
are.
whole, though, I mean, I guess I'm thinking nationally. Yeah, it's a little bit different here or there. But even when I hear like Ebro talk or like the Breakfast Club and that Hot 97 talk, you see the differences in how they try to act like, well, these white people ain't really that fucked up because of X, Y, and Z. And it's like they don't understand.
We even do that amongst our own folks.
Yeah.
I mean, Umar, I'm gonna tell you, Umar triggered
Yeah,
Angela when he started talking about the racism in the Chinese. She actually got up and walked away, even though what he was saying was straight up true.
Yeah,
there's
well,
racism in Chinese. Yeah,
we're currently dividing even what we consider, like, if you exclude all the other groups and you just talk about black people in America that classify as African American, we're dividing that right now.
Oh yeah, if you take the Pan African and the black nationalists, I mean, they divide. We divide up over that. Black people actually they're internally competitive. They're not always externally competitive, but internally they're very competitive, and that's a problem. It's like black people are like herding black cats, literally like herding black cats. So really can tell you this, literally like herding cats. That's how come.
That is accurate.
That's why I always have to say, even in my channel, because I get a lot of this. I said, I keep saying my channel was only built for 500 people. I got almost 8,000, but it's only built for 500. So if I lose, 7,000 of my subs, I'm okay because it's only built for 5 people. Because it's
the overpopulated prison.
Hey,
I'm thankful for my subs. But the thing is, I have a particular mission. Okay, I have a particular mission with my channel. So
what happened with Miss J?
I view us as more like lemmings.
I wish we were like lemmings. Lemmings at least follow each other. We don't do that. Lemmings have more organized than black people. Okay, if we were black people lemmings, they say, look, when I don't like that cliff you're jumping off. I'm gonna find another cliff to jump off. Okay, because that cliff is too short and not high enough, and there's water down below it.
Well, I mean, Africans are better organized than we are. I think a lot of that just comes to dudes know they can go to the hose and get support.
Well, if you think they're organized till you go over there.
Well, I mean, like the Africans over here, I'll say that. And you know what? That's probably because they're in the foreign areas.
Try that shit. Go to Nigeria and see how that shit really is.
Oh my God, yeah.
You want to talk about some fucked up shit?
Oh my God.
The Nigerian,
O'Shea's playlist on Nigerians.
The fucking arrogance of the Nigerian affluent fucking class.
Oh yeah.
Well, you know what? Let me speak to the whole thing about white people, because I gotta speak on white people when it comes to being organized and shit. Because we always talk about how fucked up black people are. Like, here's the thing: if a motherfucker's rich, it's hard to tell that they're bad with money until they finally get to that last little bit of money. You know what I'm saying? So, like, with white people, I think a lot of times white people get more credit than they really deserve when it comes to certain shit. Like,
yeah, they do. Yeah,
I feel like
they got so many safety nets. The system is an entire safety net. That's why they get. You're right. That's why when they leave the Western world, they get fucked up so quick because they think that white privilege carries over.
Yeah, that's true. Because they've been taught that they own the world.
Look at what that dumbass did in North Korea, still in that picture.
I say that white people suffer from excessive leisure. That's the one disease that they suffer from, excessive leisure. If you really think about it, that's why they're always getting fucked up in like death-defying stunts, jumping out of planes. It's too much fucking leisure time. You ain't got time to be jumping out of a perfectly good plane.
Read that.
White folks always getting bit by a fucking wild animal. Why? It's too much fucking leisure. Niggas ain't got no time or money to be wasting to get bit by a fucking wild animal.
You know what, Cerulli, you don't even got to use an animal example. I'm gonna show you, like, what you just said is 100% true. Like, have you ever seen a white guy get punched in the face by somebody, and when he hit the ground, first thing he say is, "Dude, not cool." Like, what?
Even when they're getting fucked up, it's excessive leisure.
Yeah.
White people suffer from fucking excessive leisure. They have too much fucking leisure time.
Yeah, way too much. There's no challenge today. There's no real challenges, so they gotta go out and find shit to do and shit. Like, man, like homeboy, that his best friend had got cancer, and he survived it. So since he survived cancer, he just started doing stuff like, I guess, thinking life is too short, so he started doing shit like skydiving and shit like that. I said, so let me get this straight. I said, first of all, cause I'm thinking like the average black man. So you survived death,
and then you gonna challenge death.
To shake the dice on it. To go
like, come on, man.
To shake the dice on the shit again.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't quite crap out that time. Let's roll it again.
Roll it again. Give me my life back.
Hell no! Like
you gotta know. Like, look at the military weapons and development, man. Just that's excessive leisure to think of new ways to kill a motherfucker. That's excessive leisure.
Let me tell you something. I'm not jumping out of a perfectly good plane, and I'm gonna tell you why. This is how I know I would never go skydiving. Cause if I was on a plane and the motherfucker started going down, even then I'd be negotiating like, you sure you can't pull this motherfucker back up? even then I'm not gonna want to jump out of that bitch. Like, maybe if I brace myself, it won't be that bad.
Like, see. One thing I can say oppression has taught black folks is how to appreciate the fucking life they got. And it's kind of funny. I think Eddie Griffith said that in a comedy skit. It said, "You willing to die for your God?" Like the Middle Easterners. See, they'll go and strap a bomb to their chest and go and blow everybody up. And say, Allah's gonna give you 72 verses. It's like, how many of you motherfuckers really got balls like that? You go and tell that to a nigga. You're like, I want you to strap this bomb to your chest and go here and blow these people up. They're like, I don't think God would want me to do that. He gave me this life for a reason. And it's true, man. White folks, man, they just suffer from excessive leisure, and that's their fucking greatest weakness too.
It is. It really is, because they never see it coming.
They look for trouble.
They never see it coming.
I mean, you really think about it. How does someone like take, for instance, a Bernie Madoff? That nigga's parents knew exactly what to fucking call him. But how do you think somebody like Bernie Madoff was able to make off with $50 billion fucking dollars of Ponzi scheme money?
It's worse than that. It's worse than that damn not documentary, but that movie they came out with Robert De Niro. I think they call it the Wizard of Lies. Not only did he steal all of these people's money, done it for so damn long that they was appointing this nigga to several different positions in the freaking stock trade, and like his son was like they had this one scene where they were talking to the FCC and the FBI, and there was a bunch of white guys in there, but there was one black chick, so she was the attack dog. She was, why didn't you know your father? You never asked any questions. That white dude looked at her. He said, I don't think you understand who my father was. But I think we're getting the picture. He said, no, I don't think you do. And he just started naming all of the committees that he was a part of. He said, he literally created the freaking trade, the NASDAQ. He literally created it the way we know it. He said, my question is, you're the FBI, you're the FCC. You're asking me if I didn't know. How the fuck didn't you know?
No, exactly.
Right.
Like,
Those
this dude was
institutions are
doing this shit.
created around it.
Because they didn't want to know. As long as there's money rolling in, nobody wants to know.
I'm telling brothers, watch that movie. It was great. You saw a lot of shit that I was like, damn, he was that connected the whole time.
You know, the excessive leisure is the only way something like plausible deniability can be had.
No, but the funny shit is when they went to arrest him. That was the funniest shit in the world to me. I was just sitting there looking at that shit. I was like, "Ain't this a bitch?"
You know what the real reason that he gave himself up is? You know what the real reason is that they don't even talk about?
What?
Because the investors threatened to off his kid.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I could imagine.
In other words, going after your kid. So he said he's an old man to save his child, because you don't rip off billions of dollars from people and then they just walk away just like that. They're gonna get you some kind of way. And they basically were getting ready to come after his kid. So he said that's why basically, because he could have kept running the scheme, or he could have escaped someplace. But he said, you know what? To protect my children, I'm ready to give myself. I'm old anyway, so that's why he really did it. But they're not gonna put that out. But they're getting ready. They have threatened his kid, and his grandchildren. So, he's still $50 billion.
You know how vicious Jews are with their own.
Yeah.
You know, we think black on black violence is some shit. You see the way Jews take care of business.
Yeah, it's on a different.
Yeah, he got
it's on a different way.
Spielberg. He got a lot of them, boy. You see how they took care of Debbie Wasserman Schultz because of what happened with Bernie Sanders. He said you played the wrong card, that gender card versus the Jew card.
Yeah.
They got her ass out there quietly and replaced her with the black woman temporarily.
Yeah, well, the Clintons ain't no joke, man. The Clintons are still killing people. They're still killing people, man. What it was in those emails that the whoever released, I'm not gonna say who, but I do believe the intelligence community had a lot to do with that. They released them just long enough to get her not elected, and they sealed them back up. But everybody that knows anything about the Clintons, see, one by one, we testify against them, find them dead, because there's a lot of stuff on those emails that implicate a whole lot of other people, and they want that shut down.
It was something recently that another Clinton person that was connected, like what you said, died. I heard that like literally last week.
There's a whole lot of there's Vince Foster, man. When they were in office, man, they actually literally he's getting ready to turn in some evidence and leak something, man. They found out Hillary Clinton actually did that deed, man. They found Vince Foster out in the park, man, with 2 bullets in his head, and basically Hillary Clinton and her secretary actually cleaning out the office with all the material. So the Clintons ain't no joke.
I got a question. Have any of you all seen that meme where it's like 50 Cent and they say wherever they say Kevin Hart did, he did that shit? They need to make a Clinton meme.
Oh yeah.
No, they said that shit about who did they say? They said that shit about R. Kelly too. They using that meme for R. Kelly.
Yeah, that was like the first time they used it. Yeah, he did that shit.
R. Kelly.
Oh shit. That nigga's
people need to study R. Kelly.
Mr. Pissy himself.
I mean, that is literally somebody somebody exhibiting their dark side, man. R. Kelly, I don't know, man. I don't know if he's cursed or he just gave his soul over, man, because he has a lot of dark energy, man. A lot of dark energy in his ass, man.
Yo, he's using that dark energy too, man. I had to break down for everybody today why he called himself the Pied Piper.
Oh yeah. Yep.
The damn story, man. That shit is bugged out.
Yo, I said, hey, whenever black feminists want to talk about molestation and what about these girls, I'm just gonna say R. Kelly.
Yeah, that's gonna be my answer from now
I've
on
heard
too.
that, man. Even back in the day, man, when the tape first came out and stuff like that, I heard what black women say. Oh, I know he's a pedophile, but I love his music. If his music wasn't so
Yep.
good,
So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
yeah.
You can't say that. I'm for Harriet. I'm gonna spam for Harriet all day. Every article I see that talks about black women are not protected. R. Kelly, R. Kelly, R. Kelly, R. Kelly, R. Kelly, R. Kelly, R. Kelly.
I mean,
would you say the same thing about Chris Brown then?
Yeah, a lot of black women took Chris Brown's side over Rihanna. They was like, this fucking Caribbean bitch, I don't give a fuck. You ain't taking away my Chris Brown.
She wanted that shit.
You know what?
That's what they did.
She started
She
that
earned
fight
those black eyes.
You know what?
because she was scratched and she had bite marks on him and stuff like that. And Chris Brown ain't to be fucked with because he will fight.
I'm sorry, Rihanna is one of them chicks that I think she likes that shit. She does. I don't give a fuck.
She fought, man. She fought.
She's an island chick.
Yeah,
that's all I'm gonna say. She's
she like that. That's passion to her.
Like I'm not gonna condone that shit, but I'm gonna tell you something right now. If that dude was freaking biting and shit,
yeah,
that mean at some point in that fight,
they were tussling.
If the tables was turning on his ass. That's when you start scratching and biting and shit. Is when you feel like you about to lose and shit. You're like, hold on, this bitch is.
Keep in mind, this is all in the car. But by the way, it's the same thing you said with R. Kelly. You know what you buying. This bullshit where people keep acting like these dudes are going out of nowhere doing this shit. Yeah. I'm so tired of females saying that shit.
R. Kelly, I mean, you had R. Kelly on tape peeing on a 14-year-old. Come on.
See, you can't even go. You can't even go all the way back and you know and say what about child molestation? You just throw someone like Malachi Z. York in the face.
Angry man, please talk about that asshole that tried to say, well, technically, I don't know why the fuck people call him a pedophile.
Yeah. The dude wanted to correct me on the definition of a pedophile. And, I was trying to ask the dude, it might have been the same dude. It might have been the same dude that came in here tonight.
You're part of the Pedo Bear Association.
Yeah, he basically said that he's like, well, technically, if he's messing with an underage girl, there's a difference between being a pedophile. And I said, look, dude, I said, in all honesty, I said, what is the difference between a grown man messing with a 5-year-old or a 12-year-old?
Well, man, they look the same with their ass from behind.
Yeah, once you find out how old they are, you're supposed to leave them alone.
Yo, on a regular basis, I'll be driving down.
Go ahead, finish your thought.
On a regular basis, I'll be driving down the street and be like, God dang, she fine. Oh no, she's 15. Fuck that. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, some chicks will lie to you. Look older will lie to you, and you find out later. But as soon as you find out, you're supposed to back away from the table.
You want to know what a pedophile's dream is?
What?
You know that app Musically? There's a lot of chicks that be on Musically that they be like wearing really skimpy clothes and doing these like hip talk shit. And I'm like, and they be like 13. I was like, y'all dumbasses don't know, man. Like, y'all need to stop that shit.
Hey,
and they got all these fucking followers.
Yeah,
how
you remedy
one
that
at a time. Go ahead, Cerealia.
How you remedy that whole thing, whether it's underage or not, she tries to lie. Tell that motherfucker to go buy you a fucking pack of cigarettes.
Nah, you know what? I got a story about that shit where I almost got hemmed up in some dumb shit like that. Like I was, let's see, how old was I? I think at the time I was like, I had just turned 18. I was either 18 or 19.
Mm-hmm.
And I had met this chick, you know what I'm saying? She looked like she was about my age or whatever. And we just talked on the phone and shit like that. And one day, this chick catches a cab to my crib. And at the time, Edward, I was living in a house out near Berkshire Downs, right? So she catches a cab out there, and my pops was off work that day. So she caught a cab out there and came to the crib or whatever. And I had been hounding her all week about her ID. I was like, yo, because I knew chicks would play them type of games. They'd be underage. And you know what I'm saying? My test was, yo, let me see your ID. And most chicks, you know, if they was playing them games, they didn't want to show you the ID. So she had caught a cab out there. And my father was off that day because we was going to look at this car that I was gonna get. And she hung out at my crib that day, the whole day. But my pops was there and shit. So we basically just sat around and watched TV. And you know, later on that, who was that?
It's
and then later on,
at my crib that day. I got him.
So later on, sit around and watch TV. Is that me?
I think I'm you. Go ahead, you keep going.
Even Angry Man interrupted Angry Man.
So later on,
go ahead about
you know,
it.
so she hung out. Like I already felt like it was sketchy because she caught a cab over there and didn't tell me nothing, right? And you know, she was over there hanging out with me, and you know, every once in a while, my pops, he would be in the room or whatever, and she was trying to do something. Like, nah, you know what I'm saying? Because I already know what time it is. I'm not gonna play them games. So me and my pops went to go get the car, and we dropped her off. And like when we was going, we was like, she stayed out towards Garner, so we going out that way, and when it came time for off, she didn't want to be dropped off at her crib.
Oh yeah, it's bad news.
So she was like, "Nah, just drop me off at this store right here." So you know, my pops had this look on his face, like, you know. So he dropped her off and shit. And so sure enough, later on that night, the phone rung, and it was her mama.
Ooh.
And her mother was like, yeah, I know my daughter caught a cab over to your house and y'all probably had sex, and I'm calling the police because my daughter ain't but 13 and blah, blah. And my pops, I was talking shit to him. My pops got on the phone. He's like, what's all of this about? And she started telling him and all that. He said, well, I can tell you right now, I was off the entire day today, and they were here, and ain't nobody did nothing. So you go right ahead and call the cops.
Like, go get that rape kit,
like,
bitch.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's what she said she was gonna do. She was like, I'm gonna take my daughter to the hospital and get a rape kit. Like, go ahead.
She looking for money.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
But
black or what?
No, that's black. That's a blackmail game. Mama called.
Black.
Yeah, she's black, but that's blackmail.
Yeah, because I was wondering. Because the first thing that ran through my mind is like, okay, number one, if this chick was young, underage, trying to be sneaky, know the whole damn story.
Yeah,
right. From every detail.
And you know what? Real talk.
And how'd she get that number so quick?
Yep.
That's what a lot of these bitches be doing. Used to do with R. Kelly back in the day. They would serve their kids up to him, but it was more of a quid pro quo where they knew he'd pay him off without all that bullshit.
Oh yeah, he knew it too. He knew it too. In fact, a lot of times, like the 14-year-old he peed on, she's still with him. So that lets you know it was.
Yes, she is.
He lets you know. They actually, the family was okay with it.
That's what the poor Harriet bitches won't tell you.
That's what my cousin told. That's what my cousin told me was that the motherfuckers, what they would do is these bitches would push. You know, these old they wanted to be a video vixen back in the day.
Yeah,
they got them a high little daughter, go push them off on R. Kelly because they know what he like.
Yeah. But you know
and
what?
Then they'll come in, try to creep in, try to play manager, and try to sift some money off of the man.
And you don't never hear women regulate over women over stupid shit.
Now, if you heard that interview that Angry Man put up on his page, like, I'm like, man, I couldn't even believe my fucking ears. Like, why?
By the way, does Usher have herpes? Because why am I seeing all this? That's all he paid somebody else.
Yo, but
where did that come from?
I don't know.
Exactly.
I'm scrolling
some IG model probably wants some shine more.
That
like
he paid somebody off
that
Yeah,
is
they
expected by.
they reported that today they got the court documents where he lied to a model or whoever he was fucking.
But you know
Then he had
what?
to pay $1.1 million for it.
Damn.
But you know what? Like when I was like in my late teens, like
Mm-hmm.
I was super fucking paranoid
Mm-hmm.
when it came to chicks, because I know so many dudes that was getting hemmed up behind dumb shit.
Mm-hmm.
So like I was just, man, I'm telling you right now, I was neurotic when it came to chicks. Like
Mm-hmm.
if shit didn't seem like it was on the up and up, like
Mm-hmm.
I was turning shit down left and right.
Yeah, if you're a dude coming through the crack area, man, in your 20s, um, that's like I don't trust women nowadays. A chick say, well, even a decent looking chick says she want to come home, suck my dick, or give me some pussy. I don't know
Yeah.
you. I don't know you. I don't know you. But Daddy, where you live? Why don't you let me come? No, I don't know you. You can't come to my house.
Exactly.
You
Cause
I
know.
can't tell you how many
then too,
conversations I've
then
recently
too.
ended saying, "Bitch, go find out what a strawberry is." You stupid.
Oh
bitch."
God, oh good grief!
But
I
then you
remember,
know what?
man. I remember I was at a concert, man, and me and the old lady was at a concert. Me and fiance was at a concert back in, I think it was like late '80s, right? And you know how it was a concert. And at the end of the concert, they give the musicians a chance to actually show off their skills, right? Give a solo. There's one dude, he was a saxophone player, right? He said, "I got a big nose and I can sniff out all the strawberries."
But you know what? There was two there was two
What you
things.
got playing in the background, Edward?
I'll say it after Angry Man talks because I know you've been.
Okay.
But you know what? There's two things that was going, like back in the 90s. There was two games that chicks was running.
Mm-hmm.
One was, we started getting into that age of all the hormones and the food and shit. So there was a lot of chicks running around with damn near grown women bodies at like 13 and 14. So there was a lot of chicks that was trying to get with older dudes and was lying about their age and shit. So that was one of the things that was going on. Another thing that was going on back in the 90s that a lot of cats probably remember, there was a lot of false rape accusations.
Mm-hmm.
Like there was a lot of chicks that,
That's interesting that you brought that up because I did a study a couple of years ago where I was going through like DHHR data and it's basically seeing the amount of claims that were paid out for Social Security, government assistance, and shit like that. To see how many were verified and how many were actually just a result of false accusations. And it was like estimated 2014 between the time of like 2006. They had paid out over like 70 something billion dollars in claims that came as a result of basically false information. So, and even before that, like there's a whole fucking pattern going all the way back to the 70s where I think I talked about this Saturday where you had an entire culture as the psycho med era was coming in.
Yeah.
Where you had all of these women, and this is not even, race specific. You had all these women that were raking men over the leaves with like, false rape charges. In like, especially in the white community, you had, white men getting raked over the coals over,
False rape allegations.
False rape allegations, false child molestation allegations.
Oh yeah.
And where the commonality was that if he was convicted of a false sexual assault or a false child molestation, the wife got everything, not half, but everything.
Everything. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I remember you didn't say that other half, but you said the previous half before. And I mean, this is the stuff that you never hear, like feminists in general, but this is how you know they're really about power.
in 1982, the expansion of welfare, that is really when you see the rise of the drug boom. That's when most of your pharmaceutical companies became like fucking larger than life. Like the pharmaceutical company in the 80s became bigger than the actual rest of the medical field. So
I
that's
have a
when you see
question
the
after you.
so
Yeah,
that's
and
when
I
you see
just
the
want.
push for them getting psycho meds, and they had all these children being on psycho meds that didn't necessarily need them, and that's how a lot of those fucked up
Particularly
psycho
black
meds ended
males.
up on the mark, especially black men. In 1985, they gave women a child credit of
Oh
like
yeah, for putting their kids on those
for
meds.
putting their
Yeah.
kids on the
Oh
meds.
yeah.
They were
Yep.
getting paid like $2,500 a kid.
Yep.
Like there's women living in the inner cities that were making like
Yep.
10, 15, $20,000 a month
Yeah.
off
That's
of having
yeah.
these kids.
You said
If you had
what
foster
year?
kids,
That was in 1985.
yeah. I mean, that was a big hustle amongst foster kids. You put
Yeah.
them all on psycho meds, you get an extra $1,500 a month for them.
Hey,
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I know Cabrini
Cozen wanted
said.
to get in. Hold on, Cozen wanted to get in. Go ahead, Cozen.
I just wanted to know, you were talking about this like a while back, like 3 months or so.
Mm-hmm.
After the crack era, you were saying how Florida got like built instantly, like basically overnight. I didn't really understand that. I just wanted you to know, wonder if you can like elaborate on that for me.
Oh, talking about Miami.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
because there's
cocaine
a lot of coke.
cowboys.
Yeah, a lot of cocaine flowed through Miami. Cocaine Cowboys, Miami Vice. They talked about that. But the banks got
Mhm.
wealthy. In
Yeah,
fact,
so our skyscrapers got built.
yep. In fact,
Man,
Miami Vice basically put Miami and Southern Florida on the map because it was like a retirement town. It was kind of slow, but Miami Vice came in and made it look
man.
hip and cool and stuff like that. All of a sudden, all those millionaires and stuff said that's where I want to go. So basically,
Oh yeah.
BGS,
Plus with the drug money.
BGS,
yeah,
let's be honest. Coke built Miami.
yes, it
Literally.
did.
Like
Yeah.
Still
Literally.
is.
all
Still is.
you got to do is
Literally.
watch
It's
Cocaine
plus.
Cowboys
I
on
mean
Netflix. It's a very great documentary.
I mean
It'll
the
prompt
the
all of
coke
those things.
industry
Drugs do.
is what
When it got,
sustains Miami right now. I mean, what sustains Florida right now.
yeah.
I mean, drugs do a lot for an economy. Actually, like especially like when it comes to cars and everything like that, car buying,
Mm,
buying boats. Especially if
mm,
you're in like Hialeah and you drive through Hialeah, everybody has a freaking boat, like an old ass boat, because they used to go out and search for like I think what they call the square groupers, which
mm.
is like when they drop they drop the load in the ocean and they pick it up and that'd be the square grouper.
Yeah.
And then they distribute
Well,
it. But
well,
like it does a lot for an economy, but
yeah.
then it also does a lot to destroy an economy
Yeah,
as
well,
well. Like,
it destroys the morals, but the thing is, the banks make money. They make
hmm
money on real
Yeah,
estate. The local economy gets a big infusion of cash, but you bring in
yep.
a whole lot of seedy elements. So
yeah, and
basically,
it was more blatant in Florida. The thing about Miami was how blatant it got. Like I said, if you look at Cocaine Cowboy documentary,
hmm
it will tell you because it was weed, but it was marijuana before coke. The problem with marijuana is they had to haul so much, and it's amazing. I think Tom Cruise is going to do a movie about this, being a white guy that was drug trafficking back then, but
hmm
it was back when it was marijuana, and then it converted to cocaine because they couldn't get as much money for marijuana as they could cocaine because it was worth more, easier to travel, and they would have planes in these little airstrips and stuff, and they talk openly in that documentary. I mean, it's amazing what
Yeah.
they let
Well,
white people do.
you
Yeah,
gotta
that's
look
how the
at
Opa-locka
the
airport really got built up down here.
Yo,
Like that was like
speaking
such a
well, you gotta look at the
speak
benefits of what drug money actually does. It
hmm
allows you to bypass all of the red tape of bureaucracy.
yeah,
So, if you're trying to be a land developer,
yeah.
right?
You gotta remember at what time you gotta remember the time that the cocaine was coming through Miami and whatnot is what was going on in the United States. A lot of your Latin America countries had been given loans by your big banks up north, right? And a lot of those loans failed. So how
Yeah.
are they going to get their money back?
Yeah.
Yo, speaking of the drug trade, freaking Boston George, I feel so sorry for that poor bastard. That was fucked up. Like, y'all saw that movie Blow, right? Y'all saw the end of it. Like, damn, that was fucked up. Like, I don't know why, but that one particular character, like, I honestly felt like he was like a good dude. He just had a fucked up life. Like, that shit was fucked up. Like he's on that last job. Like, yeah, I'm about to get it. And like, even the fucking cops felt sorry for his ass. Like, they're sitting there like looking at each other like, damn, I don't even want to arrest the dude.
What did
You know
he
a
say?
drug
Like, I
movie I
don't
like
remember. I haven't
nobody
watched that
talked
movie in
about?
forever.
Never Die Alone with DMX. That is a dark ass movie.
Oh yeah.
Every time the chick pisses him off, he switches it from giving him cocaine, give him heroin from his car battery, and them bitches get fucked up. I need help.
Yeah.
I'm going to the police.
If they don't overdose and kill themselves.
Well, what he does is every time they threaten to go to the police, he ODs their ass. He gets them the heroin from the car battery, from the car battery.
Oh man, when he was revenge fucking that chick, I was
You
like,
know, I always wanted that car, man. That Stoots that he had
Yo,
in
the
that
car that's
movie.
in that movie. Yes.
I always wanted that car. Well, I actually like Donald Goines' literature. He's pretty.
What's
pretty
another
good stuff.
What's another good?
I
Man
wish they
on
would have
Fire.
made a movie rendition of Kenyatta, of the Kenyatta saga.
I mean, they need to make a movie. They won't make that. That's too close to the nose. They tried because Kill the Messenger. That got too close. But they won't make a movie about Freeway Ricky Ross because it's just too much. They don't want out there.
I thought they did, didn't they? Didn't they just do one? Or there was a special?
Oh, they did
that was a
cheap
documentary. Freeway
they
Crack
did
in
a
the
cheap
System.
History Channel version.
Okay.
Yeah, the documentary you want is Freeway Crack in the System, but the problem is they got that tied up now. You know how hard that shit was for me to find on the dark web. It took me like 5 hours to find that shit, and I found it.
Yeah, there's
I
a
have it
lot.
on my computer. It's a good. It's a great documentary. That's what got turned me on to
The
Tone Talk.
CIA still doesn't want to talk about that, man. They still don't want to talk about it because that's the biggest black eye the CIA ever got, and that's the best thing that the Waters ever did. Actually coming in and challenging the CIA over putting crack in the distributing crack in Los Angeles, man, cheap, dumping this stuff into LA.
The closest you get, because they have a Cocaine Cowboys West Coast edition, and this is interesting because that other dude, because this is when Grizel Bronco, she was on her way down at this point, and she was in LA, and she dealt with this black guy, and he was up there with Freeway Ricky Ross, but I don't think he was quite connected. But he's another dude. You notice these dudes did not really get caught up in jail time like that. Like, that dude is out, Rick Ross is out, and it's crazy how the biggest dudes didn't really go down like that.
Yeah, they locked freaking Rayful Edmond under the prison.
Yeah,
that nigga from DC, they locked him under the prison, man. Think
he's
they
too
gave
close.
him, yeah, they gave him light.
Yeah, he didn't get out in time. Yeah, Freeway Rick was already halfway out by the time they got him.
Yeah, and it was like a technicality that that he was able to beat somehow. I don't know. But I know what I was listening to when you asked me was, I know Cerulean said, ain't no way no black women like that are going to Dubai like that. You know, Cerulean, I could believe that because I'm looking this video on Instagram where it's this Arab dude driving in a Jaguar, and then it's literally a tiger. You know how the dogs are in the front seat leaning out? It's literally a tiger leaning out, and it's a real tiger. And the dude that was laughing, the Arab dude was laughing. Like, it says he's in a Mercedes Benz, and the dude's driving to see this tiger.
Yeah,
but motherfuckers get crazy when I say I want a hyena. That's bullshit.
And this tiger is chilling. This tiger
fucking hyena
is
just like
chilling,
just like like, oh, what is that? Oh, yes, my hyena. And we're like,
they'll laugh until they crush their femur or something like that, man.
You would think this tiger was high.
Yeah, well, he's trained, and hopefully he's trained. Okay.
Oh, he looks trained. I mean, them Arabs don't. I mean, you know.
But
Yeah, but they usually have them when they're a baby too. So like
Yeah, they
a
do.
cub,
Yeah.
like
but
so
there's
they
not a
like
lot
get
of
really
black women.
humanized.
One at a time. One at a
You
time.
see them.
Go ahead, finish, Mike.
No, they just get trained and really used to humans. So like it's the only thing they have to worry about is actually how they approach and hit humans, and be careful of that because sometimes they may not know their own strength in a sense
Yeah.
when they're playing. That's about
Go
it.
ahead, Cerulean.
But yeah, black women aren't really traveling to the United Arab Emirates like that. Like those a lot of those stories are just meant as propaganda to drive to kind of drive a market, you know, because a lot of just selling propaganda is marketable.
Mm-hmm.
Telling black women, yeah, get out there and travel to the United Arab Emirates. They love you out there. Get there and get treated like women.
I think those IG models and porn stars are getting flown in for a week or so and then flown back.
Yeah, and then flown back.
Yeah.
And then they come back with bruised egos. I mean, I think the United Arab Emirates probably does a better job at breaking them than fucking ghetto gaggers.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You get around those Arab countries, it's like you basically get treated like
a slave.
Women.
That's kind of the worst part.
Well.
Well, they had a problem.
No, I mean like traditionalists, of their country. You know,
that's worse. They get treated worse than that because there's no sanction against them. They can get treated like a sex slave as long as they're there.
Yeah, they get treated exactly how they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when
which is the worst part. Like women, like girls or women would actually see that on the other side. Ones that are naive, even older women, from girls to older women, would see that and be like, "Oh, really? They're getting it, so on and so forth." And it's like they're freaking high class whores.
Yeah,
like,
basically, yeah, because they treat their own women like they get treated their own women like that. They get punished, but you can fly some infidel in that's especially if she's black. Oh yeah, she's just a black whore. We're gonna treat her like a black whore. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, so and under their laws and everything like that, that's totally acceptable.
Yeah, that's why Janet Jackson decided to bill.
She got the hand of Allah.
Yeah, the hand of Allah.
Or Sharia.
If you wanted to about Janet Jackson, she did her term. She made sure she did that.
She dropped that baby. Yeah,
she survived her 5-year term in less than 90 days.
Her contractual obligation.
Yeah, they wanted a Jackson baby. That's what they got.
Oh, they could have got one cheaper than that.
No, you can not a Jackson baby. Oh hell no.
You get Tiffany, you get Toya.
Nope.
Man,
it's gonna cost you some.
It ain't gonna cost you that much.
Yeah, do you see any around?
They could have got Toya. I mean, JD. If JD would have played, JD almost had it.
Who's that?
Jermaine Dupri.
Oh yeah, he almost had it. But the thing is, he's in the business. But for an Arab, for her to go to an Arab country, it's a whole different story.
But at the same time, I mean, I don't know.
It's marketing, man. That's all it is, marketing. He wanted to.
No, I wasn't talking about that. I agree with that. But no, my thing that I was thinking about is when I hear a lot of these black feminists talk about fucking black male patriarchy, I'm like, bitch, I can tell you ain't been nowhere. I think it would be
You know what's worse is we're like BGS states numbers and other people state numbers supporting this and showing the trend. But on the ground level, from a micro perspective, women are just saying, "I'm not made for relationships." Like I literally heard a woman say that today, and I'm like you don't know how deep that really goes for a woman to say that. Like they're just saying, "I'm not made for relationships," or "Men are not this, men are not that," and stuff like that, which is getting kind of crazy.
The problem is, there's something wrong.
And they don't want to follow nobody.
Well, there's something wrong with them. They're the ones that are broken, and they want to make it like it's the man.
It's
and
easy.
the reality,
It's
like
easy.
Lala Anthony.
Go ahead,
is No, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, Lala Anthony kind of exemplifies this. I mean, here's a woman that wants to act like it was okay. So I saw her interview on the Breakfast Club, and she was sitting here talking about people are being very immature. She signed a contract. You know, there's a new clause. It is what it is because they were saying she was a bad mom and bad wife. And I said, bitch, you signed a marriage contract with the dude that's giving you more money than you could ever make on your own. So you understand the concept of a fucking contract, but you have but you're not doing the duties you have of a wife when Carmelo is clearly providing his, and it's
Right.
like she just
He
that
got you
never
on the payroll
dawned
and you
on
ain't
her
doing your fucking job.
because she wants to be single. She wants to be married but be single too.
Yo, that right
And
there,
that's crazy.
what she's doing on that show is a testament. She's trying to prove to the world that she don't gotta listen to him. Like I would take that, like if I was Mello, I would take that as a straight slap in the face.
Well, that's why he
Yeah.
cheated on her.
No, he should kick her to the curb because once you cheat on her anyway, it's gonna give her just cause. Unless
Exactly.
if the money, basically, if the money, he should have kicked her to the curb a long time ago, and just say, "Hey,
Yeah.
look, here's your walking paper."
You know, and
That's why I
really when
respect
you
Elon. That's why
Mhm.
I respect Elon Musk. He says, "I'm gonna get married. This is what you're gonna do for me." Blah 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 blah. As soon as that bitch doesn't fulfill the contract, what he does here, but here's your severance pay. Here's the here's the divorce papers. Sign them. I'll be on my way. You go get him another one. I ain't got time for this shit.
And see, you
Yep.
know, with Lala, I mean, that's actually what she's doing on Power. I mean, that's actually worse than cheating
Yeah.
because you know it goes beyond just you having a moment of fucking hot lust
Mm-hmm.
in the heat of a moment with some random dude. Like you're showing the world your infidelity
Yeah, I said
Yeah, like
that's
unfold
porn
on
star
camera.
logic. I
yeah,
said
like
her
once
logic.
Mm-hmm.
You could. Sorry, go ahead, Andrew, man.
no, I was gonna say once the entire world has seen my woman naked, that can
Mm-hmm.
no longer be my woman. I'm sorry, it just can't.
Unless you signed up for it. Unless you signed up for it from the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
know, by her logic, I said by her logic, a porn star can make the same logic Lala Anthony made. Because here's the thing, I get you signed a contract and you're obligated to that contract, but here's the deal. You did not have to sign that contract. The reality of the situation is you value your career over here's the thing. Here's what's
Yeah,
funny.
like your perception to your child and
Lala
as a
is
married woman.
Yeah.
Lala is 5 years older than Carmelo. This is the same stupid shit with Gabrielle Union, and I'm glad because I know PGH. You act like like the way I present it. I guess it's not that big of a deal. Ron Wills did a video talking about how older black women pre on teen
Well,
boys,
yeah.
and I was like, hell, fucking yeah, this is what I'm because I feel like in the pecking order, it's kind of like when ARC says something, it's like
Mm.
okay, I either need BGS or because they're kind of like a step. No offense, Angry Man, they're kind of like a step above you and like Obsidian, for instance. So I feel like it's got to be either a BGS or Ron Wills that can kind of usurp that because they can just say, "Oh, you little nigga," da da da.
Who is that? Who can say little nigga?
In
um,
other words, in other words, because we're older, me
Oh.
and
yeah, they
Ron
can't
will
say
say,
that
"Hey,
to
little
you,
nigga."
but they can say that to
Say like
me.
young buck.
Yeah,
Yeah,
listen here, son. Let me
No,
straighten
you
you out.
once.
Yeah.
because
Young blood.
Ron was doing videos about the what ARC was saying about the alpha and beta stuff too, because he said Rob was like, it is not beta to talk shit about these bitches. Most alpha males will do it to their face.
Yes, they do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Angry Man can tell you that. I mean,
Oh yeah.
the fact the alphas, the roughnecks, as we used to call them, are even worse, man. So,
Yeah.
ARC gave his opinion on Ron Will's channel as well. Talking about this is one of the few videos I respectfully disagree.
agree with, yeah. Oh,
Mm.
yeah, I get that from them, from Ram, from ARC all the time. He respectfully disagree. He said and he says he's a
AKA nigga,
womanizer.
you bullshit.
In other words, he says. Well, remember one time we were going back for in the comment section. It says, which I talked about. I said I said I had best friend that was a womanizing alpha male and a womanizing beta male. just because you're a womanizer doesn't mean you're an alpha male. Because I have a partner. He's basically I would call him a borderline simp, but he fucked more women. He would take them to lunch. He sweet talk them and sell them sweet shit. Fuck the shit out of them. I mean, lots of them. That had a womanizing alpha male. They would talk
And
shit.
What's a womanizer? Like I've heard the term, of course, and everything. I understand that, but like your definition.
A womanizer is a dude that we used to call him a pussy hound. Basically, a womanizer just loves women and go through a whole bunch of them, right?
Yeah, just
and
run through them.
Just run through them,
right,
and a lot of times,
that's what I thought.
The thing is, if you think that an alpha male and a beta male will actually fuck different kinds of women, then it's the same pool, exact same pool.
Before I got with Shorty I'm with now, during my little brief stint being single, I was I was conversing with like 11 women at one time.
Jesus Christ. Did they have free nights and weekend, unlimited minutes? Like what the fuck?
Yeah, you know that's the
he had a pipeline set up. That's what he had. In other words, he get one, he talked to her, he put her in the pipeline. He'd be fucking the ones at the end of the pipeline, and they would move up.
Yeah, pipeline. It sounds like you got a highway with an express lane.
Basically, no, it's like a farm team. That's like when I described the farm team.
That's what R. Kelly has.
It knew exactly what I was talking about. It's a farm team. Basically, you have new recruits. They get on a farm team. You don't fuck them. You might talk to them, text them, take them to lunch every now and then, but they're not to be fucked because
you try.
Angry man. What type of vitamins you
You're building rapport.
You're basically trying to weed out the quality chick from because the whole reason I was doing that was to find a quality chick.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? So it's like we call it having a stable.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like when you find the quality chick that's worthy to like, because if you find a real quality chick, like you can't maintain that many chicks and a quality chick. You can't do it. So once you find the quality chick, you clear the stable out. Like you probably hear brothers, you know, if a brother do that and it mess around and the chick don't end up being a good chick, he'd be like, I can't believe this shit. I actually cleared my fucking stable out for this.
I've done that before. I've done that. Like I ain't had no stable. I had more like a little waiting room or some shit. But like I done that before, and I went off on a chick. I was like, motherfucker, you know how many chicks I done fired because of you? Yeah, she tried me. I went off. Like I was really in my feelings about this shit because I'm like, I'm not the type of person that goes back. I don't backtrack. So if I end it, it's done. I'm not coming back.
You can't go backwards. That's not a good look.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, even my ex-girlfriend called me the other day and I'm just talking with her and I'm like really just being semi-asshole-ish because I'm like, I'm not gonna fucking do anything. Like, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, why did my mom even give you my fucking number? Yo, my mom, we got a little WhatsApp chat going. My mom starts talking, and she was like, "Yo, you need to have a little grandbaby." I was like, "Why don't you screw her? I'm sure she would like to get it licked by you." I was like, "Wow."
That's one of the ones that your mother likes, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, my mom likes every fucking girl. She just thinks I should have a baby with anybody. Well, Jamaican moms, bro.
Oh yeah.
I can't fucking do that.
Yeah, how come you haven't had it? If she wants a grandchild, it doesn't matter.
Exactly. She wants another one.
She wants a new baby. Yeah.
Yeah, not I.
Yeah.
Not I.
They never change, man. They never change.
What is Bartleby the Scrivener? I prefer not.
I prefer not to, huh? Yeah, that flipped Alan Roger Curry out, man, when I actually brought up Bartleby the Scrivener. I said, damn.
Oh, man. I put that shit on my Facebook, and people were like, yo, like, I had so many likes on that. Not like, you know, just putting up the I prefer not to, and it's like, you know, using, like, what's it called? I said something about my motivation. My motivation is elsewhere, something like that nowadays. And they were like, yeah, wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, Alan Roger Curry. I got a lot of respect for the ARC when I put up Bartleby the Scrivener because he didn't have any argument coming back.
Yeah, I mean, I hear him, but he's like, he just put up a video today talking about like beta male, something about beta males talking because he ain't letting this go, man. And I'm like, it's not that we agree with Obsidian because the thing is, Obsidian is like that's his his mission in life is I'm gonna reveal this black female fuckery for everybody.
Yeah, and I don't think it should be a contest. I wish he would, I
And
wish
that's
he did.
Obsidian's
Yeah.
lane.
Well,
But
you know what?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know what? I think I may be wrong, but I did when I did my live stream yesterday, towards the end of it, I addressed it, and I just basically said like, "Yo, man, Obsidian, just let that shit go."
I wish they would, man.
And I may be wrong, but I think he may be pulling back from that shit.
Yeah, I think it's kind of burnt. I think it's
Yeah.
kind of burnt. I think it's kind of burnt. It's kind of burning itself out, man. Because, because you know how it is. I used to. I mean, I'm not saying that the women. I've always been that way. If y'all got a beef, y'all got a beef. It ain't got nothing.
Men who hate on womanizers and putting your woman in check.
They're both womanizers.
They're
both womanizers. That's why I don't understand. Both of y'all doing the same thing. You guys might have a different approach, but you're doing the same things. You're both womanizing alpha males. That's what you both are.
I feel like
they're both genuine cocksmen.
You ain't lying.
Jesus Christ. Or gallus, as you would say.
Yeah, it's just an approach. No, I get my pussy this way, and I think you should follow me. No, motherfucker, this is how I get my pussy.
Well, my thing is, the thing about it is what I would respectfully say when it comes to Alan Roger Curry is I feel like it's not just complaining about what you don't get with. It's bigger than that. A lot of these things that black men are bitching about are responses that black men have always had to deal with all throughout the 90s and the 2000s about it's all our fucking fault. And saying no. Basically, a lot of what you see in the black manosphere is black women, you're the causation of your own fuckery, and about 80% of what you try to say is black men's fault is actually the result of your own choices coming back on you. Because and that was proven when Chrissy, and you heard me first, basically said, "Oh, we don't want these quote unquote lanes." So I say, "Okay, don't get mad when they go somewhere."
Yeah, when I did my EL response, man, EL rant, and I told all the classic men basically. These bitches don't want you. They can't stand you. They can't stand the side of you. Go find the women that do. I ain't heard nothing out of them chicks since. They
still talk about colorism. My thing is that black man.
But that educated lame shit, they cut it straight to the point. In other words, if you a so-called educated lame, you decide to fuck with them, that's on you. But I said, and my guy said, don't fuck with them. They're not worth your time. Go find the women that are. SYSBM.
Which, in my opinion, or this is where I come back to is, who the fuck do you think the niggas? This is why I keep saying, when I say black women birth the community they have, they use niggas that they're fucking, and then they get what they get. Now, this is not to come at all the single fathers and all of that. I get it. But what I'm saying is, if you're dealing with a low-class motherfucker, so don't get mad if all these motherfuckers are replicated, and now you want to run away and swirl your way out of the community. This is the mess you fucking made. It's like hoarders. And they're like, oh, hell no, I'm not cleaning this up. I'm like, bitch, you did it.
I guess I'm not the cerulean.
Go ahead,
Cerulean. That's pretty funny because, like, I guess I guess all throughout my childhood I was considered an educated lame, but I never had that problem.
As far as women?
Yeah. Like I that's why I was having a hard time really understanding.
Were you an athlete?
Well, yeah, I was.
Yes.
I did. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
you're an athlete.
I was a lot like you. I was like running in this gray area where I wasn't really called.
But even whenever I got to like college, like when I was talking about when I was developing the test, like that litmus test wasn't even really developed for the hoe or the simp. it was literally about whether or not a person make bad decisions or not.
Yeah,
And it was only until we were in that hangout, and I was like, I just fucking realized something.
Okay, Mike's next. Mike's next.
But
Mike's
you know
next.
what?
Mike's next.
Well, the thing that kills me is like you see the semi backlash of their own decisions, like their regret in their Facebook post. Because I just got back on Facebook now, and I'm like looking at the shit, and I'm like, y'all been fucking yourselves up for so damn long, and now it's somebody else's fault. Like it's got to be somebody else to blame for this shit.
Oh yeah, always is.
Like how is this even fucking possible that you could just blame somebody for shit that's your fucking problem?
Easy.
Yeah,
And
it's
it's
crazy.
easy for them because if you respond on a post, oh, why are you coming for me, or y'all niggas ain't shit, and but it's just like, but if
Or
I
why
said,
do you
well,
hate
you
black
chose the
men?
wrong one.
You
Yeah, that's
hate
true.
black
Yeah,
men.
why do you hate? Because I was
just
almost triggered the other day. Like a chick goes, she reposts somebody saying the black woman is God, and I'm like, I looked at it and I was like, calm down, Michael, calm down.
yeah,
Sit
yeah,
there,
yeah. Calm down.
breathe.
Yeah, I've had to
Pull back.
reorganize my Facebook to not even deal with that shit because these women are so fucking delusional. They're borderline mental illness. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm dead, and not
you
all of
30
them.
seconds. With the American Male is actually next.
Okay, not all of them, but it's this is why women don't talk about these chicks because it's like they can't even deal with these chicks no more.
What you got playing in the background, Valdez?
Oh, my bad. I'm in the store.
Okay,
Wait,
mute
y'all
yourself
can hear that.
until you're ready to
I
talk.
got you.
All right.
Hold on.
He's in that Walmart, that ghetto Walmart that he's talking about. That's a
Hold
ghetto
on.
ass Walmart.
I got you. I got you.
Got me. Appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. Finish up, Edward, and then American Male is gonna jump in.
No, all I was gonna say, these bitches ain't shit.
Oh yeah, well yeah, for a long time. Heard
Summary
it
of a
for
fucking
30 years,
lifetime.
man. Bitches ain't shit. Well, go ahead, American Male.
Yeah, I think I posted a picture of that lady that was like, I see all these are the so-called educated male or educated ladies, and she only saw like two of them that she liked.
Oh, I
I was
remember, I
like,
saw
well,
that.
Oh yeah, yeah. I remember that. Yep, yep.
yeah.
You know what?
No,
We need to use Black China as a litmus test, whether you're a hoe or you're a decent.
Actually, I
Obsidian
did.
did a
Yeah,
video.
like, do you support her or not?
Actually, I
Obsidian,
did create a pair of those tests. I sent to your inbox, BGS.
Okay.
The simp exam,
Yeah.
and what it does it's one of those tests that it compiles the data from your
Oh
Facebook
really?
post that
Okay.
determines. Yeah, and I did one for the horror exam. And there's three options that you can get. You can get the picture of Shahrazad Ali, which is like your Uber queen, right?
Yeah.
And then Omarosa, if you get Omarosa, is like somewhere in between. Like you're not exactly at that level of Shahrazad Ali, but you're not quite the Black China. You straddle the fence. And it's funny because the response I put it as like, "Oh, you're not a whore yet." So,
Give it time.
Obsidian did a video about the chick that said she's only attracted to two, and it was interesting. She was like, "Why am I so attracted to these exquisite thugs?" And I'm like, "That's the type of shit that's like when you want to cry about molestation, strange men. That's like, bitch, shut the fuck up and lay in that filth. Did you just like Usher? They Usher paying this chick because she got herpes. I'm like, bitch, you knew who he was fucking.
oh yeah, but I was
Yeah, but
doing
like,
that
why would
on.
you like?
Yo,
It's just like, is it that raw shit is?
Omarosa is the type of chick you want to smash just to get rid of her sense of self-importance. You just want to do like some old nasty shit. Like,
Oh yeah, it's completely
Yeah, like, bitch, I
demoralize
came
your
on
ego.
your back. Shut up. You ain't nobody. I came
oh my
on all
god.
them degrees in your goddamn.
You should have told me you like baby batter, bitch.
I put it on every last PhD you got.
Let's talk to her later.
every
No,
time you
it's
point
funny because
somebody,
I created that one on test only the simp exam, and there's three traits. You have your alpha, or your uber alpha. I wouldn't even really say alpha, but you're definitely not a simp if you get the lion. But then you have your leopard, and your leopard is the traits that we were talking about before. It's like you aren't quite a simp, but almost. It's like you're a strong hunter where it counts, but you compromise your values for popularity, and your principles are not as important as being liked. You're not above simp behavior. Loose women are not your first choice, but you're not above preying on one for an easy meal. You're your typical contemporary. Typical of what is the contemporary man. Like your more classical man would be you're definitely not a simp. You stand on your word. Your principles are important. You are intolerant to disrespect and disreputable women. You will not compromise your position in the face of adversity, even out of fear of being disliked. You're the most hated and the most feared amongst the simps. You're a target to the simps, and the disreputable women attempt to silence you. That's the true rare breed of not simping, like never changing yourself to conform and say, hey, I'm just going to change up a little bit so I can be liked. And then you're definitely a simp if you get the hyena. Speaking of hyenas, there's a hyena picture, a dying hyena
Oh God!
picture. If you get that
My
picture,
kind of dog.
it's like you definitely a simp. You lack cunning. You're lazy. Your failure to develop your abilities always leaves you looking. Always leaves you looking for an easy meal, right?
Yeah, look at the scraps, huh?
And because you are more scavenger than a hunter, loose females often dominate you, even though you prey upon them. And as long as you're being fed, you really don't mind that. You're the guy who gives the rest of the guys a bad name, even the leopard. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of scavengers around, man. The yes men.
And that's what it's simply, and it's kind of funny because a lot of guys like a lot of pickup artists, they actually fit into either the leopard or the hyena. That's what I was telling you. I wrote that when I was watching the live stream with OJ, and he was in there with Donovan, and it's like fucking. I was like, simps don't get cheated on; they get cheated with. What you talking about?
I finally realized. Why Donovan?
Because if you remember the old model of the simp, the everyday family man, he was the guy that was getting cheated on.
Yes, he was.
You see, he was the guy that was getting cheated on. Nowadays, it's the simp who is getting cheated with. You see, he's the one that panders to feelings. As long as he's getting an easy meal, he doesn't mind letting a woman dominate him.
The simp or the gay guy, because like a lot of women are out here fucking gay dudes.
Yeah, they're dude. Yeah, undercover they are.
That is the craziest shit. Like
it is.
That shit's kind of wild. But you know what kills me more than simps? To be very honest.
What's that?
When you tell a customer to leave their computer on and they don't, but they expect shit to be done by tomorrow. Just saying. Just putting that out there. My current situation. My current move. Right
Go ahead, Edward.
You know why Donovan Sharp triggers black women so quickly? I finally realized this. Because to them, it's like it's a white guy telling them they ain't shit.
You know what?
He would be labeled as a cracker.
There's a video where he says why there's 3 reasons why black women are angry, and a lot of it and the last one is that they're mad because black men are their only choice.
You know what I could do? If I really wanted to be an asshole, if somebody wanted to be an asshole, what they should do is download Donovan Sharp's that video and re-upload it as white MGTOW tells the truth about black women.
No, that's cold. That's too cold. That is too cold. I wouldn't do that. Go ahead, American Male.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to let you know that people want to get in. Can you drop the link?
Yeah, okay.
That will break somebody's soul.
Oh man, I can't do that. Oh man, I don't have the heart to do that, man.
There's lines that even I wouldn't fucking cross.
Black Gnostic Speaks presents.
Like one, too many people in the fucking community know me, and yeah.
I can't do that one. I couldn't do
And
that
you
one.
know what?
That'd be a
That's
touch to the
another
bone.
thing. That's another thing that I wanted to bring up earlier when we were talking about brothers supporting content creators. Like, yo, after putting my face on the front line like this, luckily for me, like I'm able to like tattoo or cut hair, some shit. I would never get a job in corporate America after this shit. This shit would never happen.
You know what? Unless you get one of those HR chicks that like bad boys.
Yeah.
Ain't you the angry man?
That's about it.
But your girl wouldn't let you work there though.
Yeah.
Oh, one of the passes in. Okay. Hey, GG, what's going on? We got a woman in the circle. You want to say something, GG?
Yeah.
Let me put on my professional voice.
And R. Kelly's the Charlie Sheen of black people.
The Charlie Sheen. R. Kelly is has a dark soul, man. He really does.
Yeah, R. Kelly is really in a class of his own, man.
No, there's white guys out there. R. Kelly is what is his name? The guy that was in what 50 Shades of Grey.
Christian Grey.
Dorian Gray. Was it Christian Grey?
Christian Grey. He's a Christian Grey of the black community, man. Just a dark soul.
Me personally, I think he's the Hugh Hefner of the black community.
Would you guys say that's a decent movie to watch? The 50 Shades.
He's the Woody Allen.
I got through maybe a chapter of the book, man. It was just too feminist for me. But I haven't seen the movie.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen the movie. It's really kind of like it's middle of the road white bread stuff that only like middle-aged white women that reminisce about their 20s really would be into.
Yeah, that's like
so it's like a feminist fantasy. I think somebody said one time.
If you really if you really want to know some dark shit, man, remember what was it? What was the name of the slasher series? What's his name? I'm trying to remember.
I want a black man to take me, and then I turn around and tell everybody he raped me. That's probably how a lot of these white women are. I want to Bill Cosby.
Yo,
Bill Cosby.
The moment I'm watching a movie, I can tell. Like if it's a movie based on a book, I can tell if a chick wrote it immediately. Like, immediately.
Yeah. I mean, I think there was like the fourth or fifth season of Dexter, man, where he met this other chick that was a serial killer. And if you want to see the dark side of women, man, she exhibited the dark side of women, why they're attracted to the dark side. And I think I'm gonna download the Lucifer, because there's a lot of things Lucifer. He said, I appeal to the dark nature of women. That's it. When they're around me, they just want to have sex with me.
Do that for the woman's channel.
I might. Yeah, go ahead.
Dexter's sister made my list. I got a top 10 list of TV's biggest bitches.
That'd be a good video. That'd be a viral video for your ass.
You know who made number one on that list?
Who?
Skylar White.
No. Oh my God!
Skylar White from Breaking Bad.
That's how come they kept trying to say that he was turning into a bad guy. I said no, he's still Mr. Chips. I said he never turned into a bad guy because there's two things. He would have a real gangster. I was looking at a black gangster. Once Jesse went south and started doing crazy shit, he'd have been in the desert someplace, buried, man. They'd never let that go down. And his wife would have been right next to him. Only a white man that's a simp would have let that shit go by.
I wish Woman of the Past were here a couple hours ago when everybody was telling me how full of shit I was about traveling.
Full of shit about how about what? Full of shit
about
what?
Going overseas. I'm like, I need some help.
No. What we're saying is, okay, she knows, man. She knows she's traveled. She knows you have to know the lay of the land. You just can't wander in there and it's safe. There's a whole lot of dangerous places, man. Egypt, okay. I'll tell you when you know. I'll tell you when you know that it's not safe for you as a black, as an American, as a tourist. When they walk out round with either AR-16s or AK-47s to guard you, okay, you know that you're not in a safe area. We see that.
You mean when the cops have those?
When the cops have those, when they walk around with
they
those,
have them in. They had them in Manila, man. But yeah.
you know that they're not carrying those things just because it's a safe place. The reason the United States is safe as it is and as open society as it is because there's a humongous what they call a police response. It's almost a police state, but you need it to have this big of an open society. In other words, people think that the cop on the beat is law, but no, there's about 5 or 6 layers of law enforcement that are behind him. If you take off the cop on the beat, then you have to deal with the police squad. That ain't good enough. Then you have to deal with the FBI and whatever. You can't deal with that.
National Guard, all that other stuff.
All that stuff on the way up. In other words, the reason that you have a protective, open society that you have because you have a humongous police presence that's keeping that stuff down.
Yeah, I tell people like people are like they scream about oppression, and I'll be like, what do you think peace is?
Mm-hmm.
You think that just happens?
They think it's just some free shit. You know, they think
it's
some free shit.
like
They grow on trees that they can pluck and go out to the garden and sniff around it, and you know.
Yeah, it's kind of like you almost want to be like peace equals oppression. Enjoy.
I mean,
like people really think that peace is something that is just inherent in human beings.
Well, they
it's like,
haven't been nowhere in
we're
any
fucking
state
animals. Like, let some apocalypse happen and see how fucking, peaceful it stays.
I'm glad you said that because that's just straight fact. We try our best to pretend like we're nothing like the animals out here, but shit.
That's why I like The Purge.
Hell no, not.
If you already seen The Purge,
so telling my wife when men act against their very basic nature, it's called discipline.
Yeah.
Have you all ever seen The Purge?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That movie scares me.
Have you ever seen the third one?
And that's controlled. That's controlled violence. That's not chaos.
Exactly.
That's controlled violence.
And the third one will get your ass, because the third one is crazy.
I'll tell you what.
It's late for the first one or some shit in it.
You wanna see what your price of peace is? Go to Yemen.
Mm-hmm. Syria.
Yo, you be naming like the worst places, Cerulean.
You'll see a kid no older than probably about 10 years old. He might not even have a pair of shoes, but he's got a new operating AK-47.
Go to Mogadishu. Go to Mogadishu.
Mogadishu is another one.
Somalia, yeah.
Somalia.
Yeah. Go.
Matter of fact, you don't even have to touch land in Somalia. Just come within 5 miles of it.
The pirates, yeah.
Yeah, these motherfuckers running around barefoot with like $1,000 plus gun in their hand.
And them niggas can swim. And all that myth about niggas can't swim, shit. It's like a Somalian catch
Not in
your
America,
ass.
at least.
I mean, you go down and deal with the Nicaragua and deal down with the N13, man, which actually started as the V13s here up in the United States. It got exported. The gangbangers got kicked out of the United States and got sent back home to Nicaragua, started their own gang. You don't want to be down there, man. You don't want to be in certain neighborhoods. You don't want to be down there because they're cold-blooded, because there is no restriction. There is no law. Southern Mexico is another one. There is in certain parts of Mexico City. If you're in America, you better not be caught dead in that area, man.
Oh yeah, people forget Mexico City is the most populated city in the world. A lot of people don't realize that.
It's most dangerous. What's saying is it's populated, but you go to like China. The reason China is organized and it's safe is because there's a whole lot of police force behind that shit. They don't.
Oh yeah.
Korea.
And in China, they have a huge, a lot of plainclothes officers that catch you for just like minor infractions.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
You know,
they don't
they
play.
catch that's how they catch a lot of like the pickpicketers, the pickpocketers, on the trains and all that.
Yeah, they don't play. I mean,
They're gonna sit there on the train. You never know that they're an officer of the law. They just sit there like pedestrians.
hell, certain parts of South Africa you can't wander around in at night because they pray because they're poor, they're desperate and they're poor, and if you look like you have something, they're going to take it, and they might take your life along with it. It is what it is. I'm saying is, it- we in America, because we want people to travel, we and that's there's a way to travel. If you travel, you got money, you travel to hotels and stuff like that, you're perfectly safe. But you wander, you make a wrong turn down the wrong alley, wander to the wrong neighborhood. You know what? It is what it is.
Yeah, China's actually,
or it will
speaking
be
of
what it will be.
speaking of China,
China's
I think China's kind of perfected the art of having a police state that's almost seamless.
Yeah, because because it's been around for 2,000 years. It's just the nature of who they are. They're authoritarian people. Okay, and when that's how come Putin is changing the culture of Russia, because certain people, because of their culture, they have to be handled that way. They can't be handled liberally because they will go. The society will go to hell. Like Germany, you let if you get somebody liberal in Germany that don't know how to handle German people, shit, you have World War III all over again because they don't play because you're so used to being authoritative.
I didn't talk yet. I'm just listening.
Okay, I'm saying that's how come people label liberal and conservatives. Liberal and authoritarians. Okay, I said, how do you know you're in a liberal country? Your bankers go to jail. How do you know you're in authoritarian countries? Your bankers wind up with a bullet in their head if they wind up cheating. They don't play.
I think
Yeah,
our
that's
women
funny. You
making
ever
it
seen
so
that video
authoritarian.
with Putin was sitting down with the factory owners?
Mm-hmm.
He
Yeah.
was talking to them like a bunch of bitches. Like,
yeah,
you would never get that out of an American president or anyone in the Western Hemisphere.
There's a book. I think is it How I Made It in Russia or something like that, where they're talking about Putin coming in. And Putin wasn't announced. They didn't know who the fuck he was. He says he got all the oligarchs in, and for whatever reason they came. He said, "Look, I don't mind you making money. I don't mind doing what you do. There's certain things that I want out of you. A certain way I'm going to run this country. Either you're in or out. It's if you're in, you keep your riches. If you're not, you're going to face the consequences." And the people that didn't believe him wound up missing.
Yeah,
real quick.
It is funny.
Drinking
This guy in the chat room, Bob said, people complain about police brutality in the U.S. Shit, go to Russia.
Oh,
and that's so funny because I remember when I was on the Blue Ridge and we landed in Vladivostok. And oh man, shit is real. Like your Russian military base MPs, they're just all walking around same time. Get into a bar fight if you want to. Yeah, some Russian guy let off his fucking arm right then and there. It's like, I really don't want to put the bullets in anyone.
You know what? Believe it or not, the police in Nairobi. Okay, if you're a carjacker or you steal a motorcycle and you get caught, they don't take you to jail. Pow, right there on the spot. Come pick him up. They don't play. That's an authoritarian country. They don't play. And the authoritarian countries aren't just Russia and China. There's a lot of them in Africa. They don't play. Just, go ahead.
Okay. No, go ahead, sir.
No, go ahead, Mike.
Well, I was watching something on Facebook where a dad outed his daughter. He's an American, but I think it was like his nephew ended up fucking her first cousin or something like that. But they're family, right? Pretty close. So they're not separated that far. But he's fucking her daughter or fucking his daughter, and she's like 17, and the guy's older. And people are like, I can't believe you did that, so on and so forth. And I'm thinking, I was like, and he said he's Muslim. And I'm like, oh, he's Muslim. Black American dude who took on the Muslim faith. And I was just like, if you really look at Sharia law, everything is punishable by death. So him outing his daughter is the least. Like I wouldn't do it. I won't appreciate it. I wouldn't do something like that to my child. I'd out him to the family, but not to all of Facebook or some shit. But people don't understand the culture that even people adopt and how these people run their shit. Like his daughter would have died, and the guy would have died.
Oh yeah,
like they would have killed him
immediately.
Yeah, and that would have been it.
You know that.
But people are like, they're outraged that he outed his daughter. Oh, he shouldn't have done that. What kind of father is he? Shaming, so on and so forth. I'm like, these motherfuckers cut off hands if you steal a loaf of bread.
That's true, man. I was saying, if you believe in gay rights, you really think you're a hardcore gay rights, go to East Africa.
Yeah, and hold hands.
Choose a country in East Africa.
Yeah, go to East Africa. They're gonna find you with a tire wrapped around you, burning to death.
Yep.
They don't play.
Oh.
Well, did you see that? It was like a lesbian couple that tried to go over to the United Arab Emirates.
Oh God.
Yeah, they got put in jail. The jail conditions over there, even though they have an opulent lifestyle, the jails are really kind of. I mean, it's gutter.
People don't realize how liberal the United States actually is. They really don't.
They don't realize how nice it is.
Oh well, nice. Well, it's nice in some ways. It's not nice in others. But they don't realize how liberal how free a society you actually have. They think this is a patriarchy. That's because you ain't been in a patriarchy. You go to Africa, okay, and live in a real patriarchy. Go to Ethiopia and try some of that same shit. In fact, Ethiopian women say black men are too nice because they take too much
shit, man. People don't understand survival will change the way you think.
Oh yeah, I was telling my mother that because my children, okay, even though me and the old lady were never married, right, but they were raised in this big, humongous extended family, right, aunts, uncles, grandparents, whatnot. In other words, they had such a great childhood they didn't want to grow up, and and my daughter's complaining because she's got one child, right, and she's got to do this, that, and the other. And she's complaining, and she thinks that life is so hard. I said life is so hard on you because your belly is full. Okay, when my mother grew up as a sharecropper, daughter of a sharecropper who had 9 children, and her husband died. Right? Okay, your belly wasn't full that often. Okay, you went hungry some days. I said, if you want to be appreciative of what you have, I said, let that kid go hungry a couple days, and then eat.
And it's funny, like we're talking about white people suffering from excessive leisure. And see what happens is you get black folks, man, like it kind of like rubs off on us.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it rubs off on us fucking hard. We think we have that same leisure, and quickly find out that we actually don't, and it's because we've been, well fed and comfortable that we really suffer in one of the most insidious kind of ways. We suffer just like secondhand smoke of the white man's leisure.
Oh yeah, we do. I mean,
it's like a mental.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, it's part what they call it affluenza, right? In other words, you're so affluent, you don't recognize. Okay, if I can't have an iPad, if I can't get my nails done, if I can't get my weave on my head, I'm suffering. Okay, no, you're not. If your belly is full, you should be happy. But I can't eat the kind of food that I want. So I look at people. I said, that's how come I'm so hard on women. Don't give me that shit about your suffering and that you have it hard. You're not protected. Don't give me that bullshit. Don't give me the shit that you can't raise your kids. You have maids that have eaten 1 meal a day with 2 jobs, scrubbing floors, that they can raise a child that's a scholar, that's valedictorian, that goes on to college, gets a PhD, and you can't. Don't give me that bullshit.
Right?
Life is too easy for you. That's the problem.
Yeah, my mom says that shit all the time. She used to say that to us. She's like, you have life too damn fucking easy. And like she would say that shit all the time.
It is.
Like while she's sitting there chewing on fucking chicken bones or fucking cane, and like showing real Jamaican shit, like how she was brought up. But like you go back home and you see that it's still like you look on the other side of the wall in the property,
Yeah.
and you're looking down in the fucking gully.
Yeah.
Like you fall over that shit, nobody's coming to get you.
Yeah. I mean, it's really funny when I was down in Central America because I used to. The reason I went down there for 3 months, I didn't want to go to just a hotel and get on the bus and go to the tourist site. I really wanted to actually live in the community. So I lived. There's right outside of the tourist trap city. Right there's a town. Right, so I lived in the town and I would walk through the town. And you would notice, man, like on the coffee plantations where the workers work, right? You see fenced off. You see like 10 or 12. To us, they look like they weren't even garages. They weren't even tool shacks, right? For us, people like us, people live there. You have a 4 walls made out of wood, right? You have a tin roof. You have 3 windows, okay, that don't have glass in them. They have a curtain for a door, and people live there. And you know they live there because you see the laundry hanging on lines outside in a cold, not even a cold water flat. There is no running water. It's like, okay, this shit is real. Okay, really.
Yeah, like my aunt is staying with us, and she's like, she hasn't been in America for too long, maybe like less than 2 years. And literally every day she's around the house and she sweeps the same exact spot. She sweeps the entire house. She cleans the entire house. She still washes her clothes by hand and hangs them in the in the tub in the shower.
Yeah.
And on a daily basis, she just sits. Rarely watches TV. She just sits there. And it's like I'm looking at him like, oh, this was semi-entertainment. Like for her, where she's at right now, to be in AC and all this other stuff.
It's a heaven.
It's like heaven. So, but then she doesn't watch TV all the time or anything like that. And it's a very simple life, like or in comparison,
Yeah.
People really take this shit for granted. Like, and I'm watching it, I'm like, holy fuck.
You know what the biggest thing I get begged for besides money? I mean, you give a guy like a couple of bucks, man, and you get something to eat. They want to eat pizza. Okay, that was like gold to them. We get them a slice of pizza. It's like caviar to them. Okay.
Oh yeah, my aunt, she's just like, I ordered something from freaking Little Caesars, and Little Caesars got the $5 pizza.
Yeah.
And I just ordered. I was like, yeah, let me get it, like no cheese, whatever. And she's like, yo, like a couple of days later, she's like, hey, when are you gonna bring up the something that you just brought the other day? And I'm like, huh? What are you talking about? And she's talking about the pizza, and I was like, it blows me away because it's something that we take for granted that's so simple, and it's just like, yo, you really got to look at this shit. Like, it's just amazing. It really is amazing what we have now.
Yo, you know something. One of the reasons why, whenever like the topic of money and shit like that comes up, the reason why I can honestly say I appreciate everything that I have. Like when I was coming up, and I lived with my grandmother, like as a, at a very young age. It was one point my grandmother didn't get but like $300 a month to live off of.
Yeah.
Literally. You know what I'm saying? So like the whole concept, so like I came up showing me basically how you supposed to manage money. And so like when you come up with that concept and then you see people out here complaining about the fact that so they don't have that, when really what they're complaining about is they don't have what they want.
Yeah.
But they have what they need. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like it's some shit that I really don't understand. Like I could live off of a little bit of nothing. And like to this day, like people in my family, like they're amazed at it. Like I don't have to have a lot of shit to live,
Yeah.
Right. And people don't understand that concept where it's just like, yo, listen, I could lose I could lose so much just based off of like the way I was raised and hustle it right the fuck back up. And but people can't do that, or it's like you see people complaining, and it's like, what are you complaining about? Like literally, you can go apply for a credit card, get X amount of dollars, then go buy your food for the next month or whatever, and you straight, you Gucci. Like, and then you can keep on doing that until they just won't give you anything else, and then you can still go and do, you have all these government programs and everything like that, and it's like, yo, you have to fetch water in a place where a wild boar can just come out and just knock your ass out.
Yeah, and the water you fetch, you have to be used to it, otherwise, or boil it, or you have to be used to it because it's not clean. It's not clean to the standard. If you know when you're not in a developed country when you can't drink the tap water. Okay. When I went to Africa the first time, I had to literally remind myself I cannot drink the tap water. Okay, I had to get bottled water, and I got it back. I have not drank in a bottled water since since about 10 years. I refuse to drink it. I drink it out of the tap because I know how precious clean water is, man, compared to the rest of the world. Most 80-90% of the world doesn't have clean water like we do.
Yeah, and the water we consider dirty in some places where it's yellow or whatever, and like in some places like Davie had that problem.
Yeah,
and you could still drink the water. Yeah. I'm not talking what was that other place that had the brown water?
Flint.
Yeah, I ain't talking no Flint, Michigan shit where you're drinking rust, but sorry, Angry Man. Go ahead.
Oh no, you good. I was just gonna say that was another part of it too. Like my grandmother was born in like 1922.
Okay.
And like she grew up on, like her father's farm in VA, and she would tell me how they didn't have a bathroom, they had an outhouse, and when they wanted water.
Anybody ever been in the outhouse, Angry Man?
Nah, I never have. But
nice.
No, I never have.
You don't go to that shit during the day. That's for damn sure.
I can actually tell you, boss. It's an.
Have you ever been in a biff?
What's a biff?
What's a biff?
A portable bathroom.
Yep. Porta potty. Yeah, I've been in one of those.
Yeah, that's like quite a few levels up from a outhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a luxury. Extreme luxury outhouse.
Because I lived on my uncle's farm for about the whole summer, really, right? And for the first week I was there, if I had to go to the outhouse. I refused to do it, right? And my cousins, they were actually taking bets to see how long I could actually go.
Wow.
I was using the bathroom, and then when I finally went, man, I had to stay in there for like a half an hour, right, man. It was probably the worst day of my life. And I finally finished, right. I come back and they were laughing. I said, "What the hell are y'all laughing at?" He said, he just pointed to my oldest cousin. He won the bet. He said, "Bet for what?" We're betting on what day you would actually go use the outhouse. But
you know what?
Yeah.
You know what?
BJ has been full of shit.
The other thing that
documented. Sorry.
The other thing that she had to do, well, all of them had to do, like they had to take turns because like they had doors. But they had to they would have to go get water from the spring. And the way it worked, like my grandmother told me, like her sister, she would always be lazy about it. And she would tell her, "You better go before it get dark, because once it get dark, you still gonna have to go, because if not, daddy gonna beat your ass." You know what I'm saying? Like, you still gonna have to go. And she would always tell me these stories about all of these different things, and like when you hear all of that shit, because like I tell my kids all the time, like, well, I already feel like I'm successful because y'all have a lot of shit that I didn't have, literally. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like there were times when my grandmother had one of those, like the house that she had, it was her, and he gave it to her when she moved back from New York, because when she got like 18, she moved to New York because my great grandmother, she had family that had moved to New York back before the Depression.
Okay.
And when she came back to Virginia to live in that house, the house had one of those old furnaces. Like BGS, you remember the old furnaces that would be in the floor and it would have the metal grate or whatever?
Yeah.
And when that motherfucker would break,
ooh, okay.
Yeah, and it would be cold in that motherfucker. Like,
okay.
I'm telling you right now, man. Like, I'll be like, man, y'all lucky. Y'all just don't know. Like, it's real.
The floor furnace, man, there's a lot of little kids, man, that are adults from my age, man, that actually have burns from that floor furnace. Got the little square marks on their skin from getting burned on that floor furnace. Yeah.
Yep. And there was times I had to crawl into the damn house with my uncle to try to fix it and shit. It's just crazy, man.
Yeah, I mean, people like not just take it for granted, but like Angry Man said, like, you tell your kids, but when you see that shit, when you're a young kid and you go to fucking Jamaica and like the side of the they tell you to look down the side of the road or whatever, or watch this, watch that, or you got dogs living up underneath the damn house, and then you're sitting on the veranda, like you're just sitting out front, and you got the metal grate. It's just, and then your grandfather's grave is in the backyard.
Okay.
Like that shit is it's earth shattering, bro. Like it shapes you in so many fucking ways. It's not even funny.
Oh yeah, man. I remember that. I remember when I was 16, man. I was living on the farm, and to make extra money, what we did was we actually pitched hay, right? So in other words, the hay combined will actually, make hay squares and stuff like that. And we get on a tractor and have a little trailer, and behind it have one guy toss it up, and then the other guy actually stack it, and you go to the barn and you stack the hay, man. Imagine doing it in a humid summer, right? 95 degrees, doing it for like 12 hours, man. That'll make a man out of you.
Oh yeah.
Quick.
I had cousins that used to go in. I had cousins that used to go and pick tobacco.
Ooh, yeah.
And one I tried that shit one time. I never did it again.
You're back. How long for you to recover?
Man, yo, let me tell you something. That right there, like that's work. Like that's grown man work right there.
Yeah, man.
The only thing worse is cotton. Cotton is worse. Cotton is
when I was growing up, before my mom died, we grew up in a plantation house in Alabama, and all that's around there is cotton.
Oh yeah.
And that's what we would do as kids to make money. We'd go around. We pick your cotton for you.
Yeah, pick cotton. You pick cotton?
Yeah, as a kid.
That is the toughest job, man. Picking cotton, and dragging that sack, and basically because it has spines, so you get stuck every time you try to pick it. You get stuck, so your fingers are bleeding, your fingers are sore. You're dragging this heavy ass sack.
Yep, they had us out there like 5 or 6 years old.
Yeah, it's not too bad at 5 or 6. I didn't expect much out of you. But everybody, that's how come they used to call people cotton pickers. That was a low class job for most people. It's actually the worst job. People hated picking cotton.
Yeah, man. I mean, taking showers out of a freaking basin, like that shit. Like
yeah.
Like,
showers.
Or if
showers,
like
bad. And what is it? Is it number 10 tub?
Number 10 tub.
Yeah, no, you have
a big tin tub. Yeah.
They have
the tin tub. Yeah. Sorry.
Tin tub it's just big enough for you if you put your knees up for you to sit in. That's a number 10 tub, and that's what you take.
Oh no, we were high class because my grandfather was a butcher, so like we don't play that BGS. That's too big. I told you about that. Like, no, we don't play that. But no, we had ours tiled up and everything. But of course, it was still like we'd have a plastic bucket where we'd fetch the water, and then we'd have to come and take the shower and then pour it over our head, and then that's how we just take a shower. And then like when I think our water heater broke like a year or two ago or something like that here in the house, and I heard something happened and the water was out, and I had to take a shower, and it wasn't a big deal. It was like, done this before. This is not a big deal. Like, some of that stuff is necessary. I believe all people should go through that type of stuff in a sense, because it will cut a lot of this bullshit victim mentality stuff out of people when they see how really hard it is. And I'm allergic to this shit when I'm like, yo, you don't even know what the fuck hard is. I don't even know what hard is. I've glimpsed it.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now.
Until you actually do it for, like, if you do it for 30 days, you get a real good sense of it. Okay?
Right. I'm gonna tell you right now. I know what hard is, literally. Like I had a job when I was like, let's see, I think I was like 18. This is before I got the job at the textile plant. I had a job at this furniture factory at was it Bassett Walker? And what we had to do, I was on the loading dock. So they would have the tractor trailers backed up there and furniture. And then you would load, we had coffee tables, we load nightstands, but the worst thing that we had to load was that fucking executive desk. And the way it is they would put a wooden frame around the furniture to keep it from getting messed up, and then they would put a box over it.
Yeah.
So you got the weight of the freaking furniture, and you got the weight of the damn wooden frame and all of that. So they would unload all of the furniture right at the edge of the damn docking station.
Yeah.
And they would take and sprinkle like some shit, like some sand, on the freaking back of the truck, and you literally would push the fucking furniture in there and then stack it. And depending on what time of year it was, if it was summertime, it was like, if it was 90 degrees, or if it was damn near 100 degrees, then inside the back of that truck it'd be like 120.
Oh yeah.
Or 110.
That's miserable.
And then like if it was cold, it would be super cold in there. And man, I'm telling you right now, that's why when women say, "Oh, I worked hard," I'll be like, "Man, bitch, kill yourself. Like you ain't never worked hard." You know what hard work is.
Unless it's one of them old country girls. Unless it's one of them old country girls, man. They actually know. Yeah,
but see, you know what? Even then, I'm gonna tell you something. Even then, back in the day, like if you went to like one of the furniture factories or one of the textile plants, like they would always give like you go through the temp agency and they would hire a bunch of people. They would always give the women like the easiest jobs. They get them the easiest jobs, and then like the dudes, especially if you was young, they give you some fucked up shit. Like they had you loading the truck, or if it was a textile plant, they'll put you in the dye house, which is at the bottom. The dye house. That's where they take. That's
oh no, you meant like dyes in color, and I was like, I'm thinking like, they sent you there to dye. God dang.
Well, shit, the dudes. Well, look, hey, the dudes that was working in there, it may as well been that, because like there was cats in there in their 30s that looked like they was in their 50s. Like that's how hard the damn work was down there. Like it, I was in there. Luckily for me, I got transferred out of there to like, and the only thing I did was weigh cloth, and it was a pretty good job because it was like a union job. But at first they had me in the dye house, and when I was down there, that motherfucker, I used to do shit like, I would say I had to go to the bathroom, and I would go and like literally get in my car and go to sleep. And the motherfuckers would be looking for me and shit. I'd be hiding from them. My cousin used to take some of the crates that they stored all of the like they had these big boxes that they would put the all of the cloth that got processed. They would put it in there to ship it out. He took a fucking big ass marker and wrote, "Do not move this box," and would get in the box and cover it up and go to sleep. I said, man, one day they gonna ship your ass away. Like,
oh yeah,
because it was a union. It was just fire you just, you know, they only thing they could really do is like file a grievance against you, and then you know you could appeal it, and like you could easily get fired for. So you get away with doing a lot of shit, like a whole lot of shit, man. But
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
man,
yeah, yeah.
that was hard ass fucking work though, man.
Yeah, you don't see much of it anymore. Thank goodness.
Nah, man.
Unless you're doing some dirty work, like even hell, even the dirty work, man, like construction and stuff like that. There's so many tools that make that shit a lot easier.
That's crazy. Like I usually be making these jokes about like not really offensive jokes about slavery and you know, Reconstruction, but you know, I was just thinking about like the first nigga that had invented some shit to fucking pick cotton for him. Like, you know what that nigga was thinking? Like, nigga, this, you know, it was like, he was probably like the lyrics to fucking Jay-Z's song going through there, like, this can't be life. You know, like the first nigga to ever say this can't be life. And I'm like, this nigga, you know, it's funny, like when I really look at
through his head.
I really look at like history of black people in America, and I literally am proud of this history. Like, like the inventions, like black people created everything that is American culture. Like, did you know the first fucking car company in the world was a fucking black car company? You know, Greenfield Patterson. You know, that's the car that basically modernized the world. You know, from even the Mercedes Benz, the Ford Model T, you know.
Yeah, we had
if you have anybody else tell it, you know, it'll be like.
And you know, it's crazy.
Ford was the only one.
Yeah, it's crazy because
I
you
didn't
think
know
like
that.
you gotta think about what a nigga was thinking. Like man, this 1866 bill is about to get signed. You know what I'm saying? And niggas standing around like, hey, what you gonna do when they abolish this shit?
Yeah.
It's like, man, I got something on my sleeve. I ain't gonna tell niggas right now though. Then fucking 1860.
Because that's one reason why. Another reason why you had people that wanted to abolish slavery. It's not just because they wanted to free black people. They wanted to get rid of the free labor class that was actually threatening their jobs. And most of your tradespeople, that's how come you could build all these black towns. Most of your tradespeople, trade skills were in the hands of black people, of black men.
Right.
And the Europeans hadn't caught up yet because it was free labor, and the people that do the job are the ones that had the training. That's another reason why they had to put black people back in those jobs. They had to actually bring Jim Crow and the Ku Klux Klan to put black folks back in those jobs to actually do the labor because they weren't extracting the minerals anymore. That kept the country running, so they had to do it. It makes sense.
I was just thinking like what was on a nigga's mind? Like, yeah, man, this shit
this is too hard. This is too hard.
Yeah, this shit is about to end, man. You know, and you know, a nigga had to be really thinking very hard about running away. If he's man, nigga, 1866 over, man. What you about to do? Slavery about to be over. What you about to do? Man, I ain't gonna tell niggas until that shit signed, my nigga. Turn around, 1867 come around. It's like, nigga, guess what? I got a car, nigga. Niggas looking around, I'm like, what? A car?
What's a car?
What the fuck is a car?
It's actually very common to see it in history that the ones that have to do the hardest work usually are the most inventive because they want to make their job easier. You know, like a lot of the labor stuff that you would have to see that people would do by hand. Somebody decided to change it because they're like, man, fuck this. I don't want to do this stupid shit no more.
Yeah. Somebody's asking me in the chat room about the UBI. We talked quite a bit about the UBI really early in the chat in the stream. But the UBI, real quick, is that if 90% of your work, basically 40% of your workers are already out of work and not in the labor force. So basically, if automation kills, we'll say 90% of the jobs, people don't have a way to earn a living, and they have to have some kind of sustenance. Otherwise, the whole system's going to break down. So the UBI is just a way, a stopgap, to actually keep people alive and keep people spending, on basics until they can figure out something. So it's the only UBI is the only choice they have, but it's not going to affect voting rights or anything else like that. It's an economic decision that not only the United States, but everybody in the world will have to make, because they're all going to have to do it all at the same time. Otherwise, it's not going to work. But it's a global thing. It's not a state to state thing. If that makes sense to you, real quick. Go ahead, Angry Man.
Hey, BGS, before I got cut off, I meant to tell y'all this one story. The same cousin, the one that would write on the box and hide in that moment. Before that, we had got hired. We had got hired at this one furniture factory, and I had this job where like the wooden boards, the processor would make them, and it would come down the line, and I had to pick them up and then stack them on this other thing. And my cousin, they had him sweeping. So the whole time I'm on this line pulling this stuff off here, he's sweeping past me. Every time this dude walked past me, he would say some shit like, "Man, I don't think I can do this job." So like every time he passed by, he would have something to say like that. You try to do your job, like it's hard, but it's like, fuck it, I'm gonna stick it out. Every time he passed by, "Man, I don't think I can do it. I think we need to get up out of here."
Not him, but we.
Playing it, I think Slave Escape.
Yeah, so look, by the end of the
break, he ain't
day,
coming back.
by the end of the day, we done made up our mind that we ain't coming back the next day, right? So he came to my house. He came to my grandmother's house and spent the night. So in my grandmother's house, in the upstairs, is like 2 bedrooms. So I'm sleep in my room. He sleep in the other room, right? So we sleep that night. So the next morning, when it was about time to get up and go to work, we still in there knocked out, right? All of a sudden, I heard a bunch of noise and shit. Like, what the hell is going on? I roll over and look, cause like the doorway to my bedroom looked into the other bedroom. My cousin's mom in there beating his ass. Nigga, if you don't get your ass up and go to work, she done came up there and found his ass. I was like, oh my God, that shit is messed up. She made his ass go back up there too.
Oh, did he? Well, what about you? Did you go back?
Hell no. I was like my grandmother, she really didn't grandmother didn't really care about that, because like if I went and got, that job, like she didn't want me to work at the furniture factory, no way. Because she had knew so many people that had gotten
injured,
maimed and shit. You know what I'm saying? So she was against it anyway, but nah, I didn't go back. I said, fuck that. That shit was too hard. Really, technically, the job I was doing, it was supposed to be 2 people doing it, but you gotta understand, in that part of VA, like they still was on that slave minded shit. Like, they had niggas doing like back-breaking shit, man. They didn't care.
They're capitalists.
Always be some white supervisor too, man. Be cracking the whip, like, look, y'all gotta hurry up and we gotta get these orders out.
Hello?
That's
Speaking
funny,
about you,
man.
Slave, gentlemen,
yeah, I was
gentlemen, I'm signing off for the night.
All right.
Y'all have a nice one. I'm gonna go
you getting
pick
off
up
work?
a check. Nah, I'm about to go to a customer site, pick up a check, and look at some computers and stuff like that.
Hey. Rumble, young man, rumble.
Yeah, man.
That money.
You make that money.
Yeah, of course. Hey, listen, man, it's like 3 o'clock over here in Florida. You damn right I'm still gonna go out there.
If he's up,
hey. It's just like $3,000 too. You damn right. Gotta put that shit in the account.
Shit.
Hell yeah.
Shit.
And
but thank you as always.
Yeah, good to have you, man. And thanks for the donation. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. It's the least.
You know, it's funny, man. Going what Angry Man said that slave minded shit. You know, I have summed up the whole.
You got to speak up, GG, if you want to get in, because they'll keep right on going. But go ahead, Cerulean.
I have summed up the whole of niggerdom into 2 words.
What's that?
Because niggas. Okay. Because niggas. I always laugh. I always laugh about it. I be seeing the shit, like the dysfunction out in the community sometimes. And no matter how much you want to be mad at niggas, they're like, you can't help but love niggas. Like, and why? Because niggas. It's like, cause you know you're gonna laugh, you're gonna laugh with niggas, no matter how dysfunctional or fucked up niggas be. They're like, why do they do that? Because niggas.
Look,
like, why do black folks like? Yeah, you just can't help but love a nigga.
You know what? That reminds me of what my uncle always say. Like, what you know, back when they was saying something about they was gonna have a funeral for the word nigga, and it was like, we not gonna say nigga no more. And my uncle was sitting there watching TV when they was talking about it. He was like, man, ain't no way in hell. I was like, what's wrong? He said, man, they talking about we can't use the word nigga no more. He said, I'm sorry. There's just some situations that just, you know, call for a nigga please, nigga please. He said, you mean to tell me I can't say that no more?
Back when I was coming up, man, like, not to even go off track, like back in the day, I don't know if some of y'all grew up in that generation where everything was blamed on the white bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Like, shit don't even be related.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like damn, just slipped on the banana peel. See, fucking with them white bitches.
Oh yeah.
Like, and that's literally what that phrase, like, because niggas, that's literally what that sums up.
Okay.
It's a behavior of niggas. Like, why do they do that? Because niggas.
Yeah. Yep. Catch all free.
Like, you ever see the videos that they do, like, from liberal arts students, and they put them up, like, why do black people act this way? Or why do black people do this?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Like, shit, one word for all of those fucking questions. 2 words. Because niggas.
Yeah, because you can use that injunction. You can use that in conjunction with like any sentence. Like you could be like, well, why is it them cats don't understand that? Because niggas don't read. Because niggas don't read.
Yeah. You hear it all the time.
Everything could be suffixed with those 2 words.
2 words, yep. And when people go walk with it, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's very true. Gigi, you wanted to get in? She's been waiting a while.
No.
Oh, you just listening or what?
I was listening.
Okay.
But I was wondering how VA is today. Is it a place to go visit?
Talking about Virginia?
Yes.
Virginia?
Yes.
It depends on what parts you go to. Like, there's some parts that I would say are nice, you know, but there's some parts that's real rubbish. And my bad, I know you don't know what that word means. Like, there's some parts that's real like old school when it comes to like you know, just that whole
history
cradle of slavery thing. Yeah, it some parts is really bad.
Everything's still okay. Everything is in this place. Yeah, it's a little too much. There's not multi-pot. I mean, California, I'm addictive. I don't know how I'm going to do this. I'm trying to find another state.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking to go to Savannah first.
Yeah.
Savannah, Georgia? Savannah, Georgia?
Yes.
Yeah, Savannah, Georgia is nice. I think it's nice. I'd go there. I would rather go there than Virginia.
Yes.
Me personally. That's just me.
So that's all I was.
I,
Mhm.
I made the mistake of moving to Benton, Virginia, which is right outside of Roanoke, and I moved there off of the advice of somebody else because I was gonna move to Roanoke because I had lived there before, and I moved to Benton and realized that Benton had damn near a zero black population.
Oh
There wasn't
no,
nobody but
that's
white
because.
folks in it. And I didn't realize it until I went out shopping one day and white people was looking at me like I wasn't supposed to be free. And I
Wow.
said, oh shit.
Yes, it's very
Messed up.
hard. I heard also that if something happening, even me, I'm a little bit ethnic. Even if I'm white, I'm not white for some reason, and so I got some people try to give me trouble.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think
Because niggas.
No, I
those white
wish.
people. Yeah. No,
No.
Val's voice said the exact same thing because she's like, I think she's Dominican, and I think she's like her phenotype is white, and on her birth
Yeah.
certificate she's like 65% white. But so
I want to do the DNA. I have to do the DNA test.
even though she's considered white, she said white people know that she's non-white, and they
No,
classify her
voila.
as
Yeah,
white.
exactly.
Yeah.
So sometimes I get to the same little thing, but lighter than you. But I see what you're saying, and yeah, I mean, and I heard like in Virginia, if you do something bad against the law, you get
Oh yeah.
really long time.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Because
So
it's a commonwealth state. So it's not like other states you have like kind of like a criteria for like certain things. So like in like North Carolina, do something if you commit like a crime and you got a clean record. Somebody else that commits that same crime with a clean record, 9 times out of 10, they'll probably get around the same type of sentence.
Mm-hmm.
But in Virginia, it's really like they just pretty much do whatever the hell they
God.
want.
Okay.
Yeah,
Whoa.
they'll just give you I know dudes that have gotten. I know a dude that got locked up for robbery and got 5 years, and he had a record. But then again, I know a dude that didn't have a record, got locked up for robbery and got 50.
Oh, in Virginia, really? Wow.
Yeah,
They just make it up as
yeah.
they go
It's
along, huh?
still, yeah, they
Commonwealth?
just make it up. They just make it up whenever they feel like doing some shit. They just like what was another situation? Like they just pretty much like they railroad people, literally. You know, like I wouldn't want to go. I wouldn't want to face them for nothing real. No, because it's crazy. Like you'll have cats that murder somebody and don't get no whole lot of time, but somebody will, like it's a saying in Virginia. Like sometimes a dude to get locked up for attempted murder, and niggas will tell him, "Shit, you should have went ahead and killed him. You'd have got less time."
Because niggas. That's it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
See, it fits every sentence, the prefix and suffix of all negative. You can basically use that anywhere, just like the story just telling. Because niggas.
Yo, I know a dude. I know a dude that's done killed a few people and did time for it, and he's free right now. Like each time he killed somebody, he did some time for it, and he's free. Like one dude he killed, I know he killed him because I seen him when he did it,
Wow.
and he didn't get but
But
like
but why did
it
he
was at a
kill him?
damn house. Shh, because he's crazy.
Because
Okay.
niggas.
Like
Because niggas is crazy.
but you know what? It was at a damn house party,
Mm-hmm.
and him and the dude got to arguing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what they was arguing about because they was upstairs, and the one dude come running down the stairs trying to get away from him, and he was behind him with the damn gun and shot him in the damn head and killed him.
Wow. Okay.
And he only did like 5 years for that shit, I think. Like, this shit is crazy. Like it's like shooting. It's like literally like tossing a coin. Like, you don't even know, man. Like you liable to get a bunch of time or hardly any time.
But
unless they label you a threat to society. If they label you a threat to society, then they really throw the book at you.
so where is free? Like there is Oregon is pretty free, California is pretty free.
Yeah, California
Nevada,
like
Nevada's.
Nevada. Oh yeah, I have to go to Nevada.
Yeah, Nevada's pretty wide open. Because the population is rather small. If you can stand the heat, that's the other thing about. Well, you come from Morocco, so the heat probably doesn't bother you that much.
Well, I cover as hell. Everybody says, "What's going on?" I'm like, "Well, more it's hot, more I cover."
Okay.
The sun is hot as hell in here. It's all over. I heard it. I look at my phone. The heat is going up. That's why sometimes I'm like, I think I should I'm gonna try the south, but if the south doesn't work, I guess north is the way.
The south is hot, but it's humid. It's humidity. It's not dry like California because of the big ass desert. Is rather dry. In fact, there was a dentist I had. The girl, she's from India, and she didn't like California because it was too dry.
Okay.
Whereas Florida, the south is more humid.
So Florida, it's a big spot too. Very big state.
Yeah, Florida, Texas, California. Yeah, they're big. Those are your big states.
There is a lot of different spots in Florida, but when I look on Google, everywhere, and I go on the streets and everything, I look and I'm like, okay, I don't see anything that I really like.
Yeah, my father's out here. He claims by the end of August he's gonna go back to California.
California, California is the city.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, it's the city of Compton. Yeah. Yeah, they know how to party.
Yeah, he's in Virginia and he despises it.
Oh.
He's like, as soon as he gets the opportunity, he's going back to California.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to leave California because of the weather,
Isn't it? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. It's kind of hard to leave. It's the only place you can find that has this kind of weather and has a beach at sea level. Every place else, you got to be above sea level.
We have everything. Ocean, desert, mountain,
yeah,
culture, and a variety of different.
Yeah, and high taxes and crowded roads, unfortunately.
Well, the taxes are high for sure, but you can there's spots where you can have a nice little place to do your things. I mean, it's not. I mean, we tax everywhere in the United States, but I don't see where we're not taxed.
California state taxes are pretty high, like Florida and Texas, and I think there's a couple others. Nevada, they don't have any state taxes. So
Oregon.
Oregon, yeah. But California, I guess because of the culture, there's a lot of stuff that's going on as far as roads and all the kind of creature comfort. So you have to pay for that shit.
Yes, exactly.
California's paid everything.
Somebody said if Virginia giving niggas 5 years for murder, in VA niggas about to start becoming vigilantes. Man, let me tell you something. Virginia, like a lot of people talk about Texas, but I'm gonna tell you right now, niggas in Virginia will shoot you in a New York minute.
Yeah. Yes, they will.
They don't care. Like, and you know what? I'm gonna tell you the reason why. One reason is, aside from the cats that's walking around with illegal pistols, Virginia is a self-defense state, and you don't have to have no permit to get a gun. All you have to do is just be 21 and not have no felonies or no domestic violence charges. And all you do is you go to a gun shop and you buy your gun. They'll run the check that day, and you'll get you'll get your gun the same. I think it's the same day. It's either the same day or 5 days later. But you can get your gun right then. And if somebody attacks you, I don't care what they got. They could be coming at you with a stick.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot their ass, and you're not gonna pull a day, not a single day. And cats just had that mentality, like they'll blow your ass away, like literally. Don't care.
Yes, don't mess with me. It's like
Yeah.
Texas it's a don't mess with me state.
Mm-hmm.
Florida's the same way. Don't mess with me.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, they got them out in Norfolk. They got them conscious gangsters. They'll rob you. They'll rob your. Well, hey, beloved, can you spare a cigarette, my man?
Yeah, but they still got that. They still got that cowboy mentality in Virginia. It's like Texas and shit.
Yeah, yep. Especially out in the boonies. Especially out in
Yeah.
the boonies.
Oh yeah.
And you go outside that
Oh,
DC
yeah.
ring, shit changes real quick.
Well, I know the
What?
lower taxes in Georgia for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah. California and New York are the highest.
Yeah. But you know what, BGS with DC, like the what do they call it, the DMV area,
Yeah.
like that area of Virginia. When you go down to the southern part of Virginia, that's right on the border of North Carolina, it's like two different worlds.
Yep.
Like it's like two different worlds. You know what I'm saying? Like it's, to me, the part that's close to DC, it seems like it's more progressive.
Mm-hmm.
But when you go down to the south, it's almost like time is standing still.
Yeah. What's like the Maryland part, the Maryland part of Maryland that's in the DC ring in Baltimore. It's like two different worlds.
Yeah, yeah, that too.
Yeah, two
That
different
too.
worlds.
I actually was I actually had a girlfriend back in the day that was living in California
Mm-hmm.
because her pops was living out there, but she had a sister in Baltimore, and like I had met her in Durham, but she was gonna catch the Greyhound bus out to VA to chill with me before she went to Baltimore, and like me and my pops gave her a ride to Baltimore. Me, my pops, and his wife, because they were gonna go up to Annapolis and visit my aunt. And so we stayed at my aunt's house in Annapolis, and then the next day we went out to Baltimore and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, "Oh, well, I think I'm gonna spend the night over here with my," like, first of all, I had never been to Baltimore before, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when we got out there to Baltimore, I got out the car, I'm looking around like, God damn, so this how y'all niggas living? So I was like, look, she was like, look, I think I'm gonna spend the night over here. I said, I tell you what, this is what you do. You go ahead and do that. I'm about to take my ass across these tracks and sleep in comfort and luxury over here in Annapolis.
Okay, all right.
Like, I ain't messing with y'all niggas out here.
And
Like,
Baltimore ain't gonna get no Baltimore case, huh?
nah,
Baltimore,
hell no. Like,
Baltimore Negroes are funny anyway, especially the way they drag out their vowels. And, yeah.
Yep.
Like, oh man.
but see, you know what? I've been to a lot of hoods, and like when I go to a particular hood and it has certain characteristics, like I don't even like. I'm gonna tell you a bunch of places that have the same characteristics as Baltimore, and it's why I don't really rock with it like that. Detroit,
Cleveland,
Richmond, Virginia, Cleveland's
Yeah.
one of them.
Yeah.
Durham, North Carolina.
Okay, never been
Like
there.
all of them areas got the same. They got that same vibe.
Okay.
Like it's that same fucking vibe. And I just like, if you was to drop me off well, if you drop me off in Baltimore, I'd know I was in Baltimore just because of the row houses and shit like that. But in some areas, like if you drop me off in the middle of Richmond, it would take me a little second to realize where I'm at, because it's so similar to like certain parts of Detroit, certain parts of Durham. You know what I'm saying? It just looks the same for some reason. But yeah, that Baltimore shit, I was like, oh hell no. That's why I tell Officer Faulkner, I said, man, I don't know how you do it. You're a cop.
It's tough, man. Yeah, that's like a lot of cats that come from the East Coast, man. They see the projects in LA in the daytime, right? And the grass is mowed, and the lawns are kind of manicured and stuff like that, and the buildings look fairly nice and stuff like that. And he said, "Man, this is all right. This is nice." I said, "Come back." I said, "Come back at night."
Come back at nighttime.
Come back at night. There was a whole thing. When I was young, looking for apartments, right? I go look at the apartment, I see whether it's nice, and I said, okay, now let me come back on a Friday night and see what's happening. And that will let me know whether I can live there or not.
Look, I was watching that movie The Wash with Snoop Dogg and Drake. And they had went to go pick up these chicks, and when they pulled up, Snoop was driving the car. So he told Dre, he said, hey man, go get them hoes. It was a bunch of niggas standing out there. It was nighttime, right?
Oh shit.
So he got out and walked up there, and Corrupt was in the movie. So Corrupt was standing right there, and he bumped into him. He's like, my bad, man, what's happening? He's like, nigga, what's happening? So he pulled out the gun on him, right? As soon as he pulled the gun out, Snoop cranked the car up on his ass. And ain't nothing happened because the dude, his sister came out and, stopped him or whatever. And when he got back to the car, Dre was like, man, did you crank up the car and try to leave me? He's like, what you talking about? He's like, man, them dudes just pulled the strap. You ain't see them dudes pull the strap on me? He said, they pulled a strap on you just now?
Oh, man.
Acting like he ain't see that shit.
Yeah.
Yo, that shit's funny as hell.
Yeah.
I always wanted to go out to LA. I always wanted to go out to LA just to see what it was like and shit. Because I ain't
it's not the same.
Another planet.
It's been gentrified, man. So it's not like even Compton is tame now, man. Compton used to be the Wild West back in the day, man. Compton is tame. It's mostly Hispanic now, Compton. Yeah.
So they doing that shit everywhere then, ain't they?
Yeah. LA was the first. LA was the first city to start the gentrification process, and then it was Atlanta, and then it was New York. LA was first.
Yeah, man. They got New York.
Whenever they want to whenever they want to calm Negroes down, they always do these massive reorganization efforts. They call them urban renewal. Gentrification is all the same shit.
Yeah, this is like
they happen all over the United States.
Yeah, well, this is like I said. I point to the Hope VI or Hope 6, man. It spells it out because it's right after the Rodney King riots, and I saw the big ass police force being built. Now a police station, because before we had these little bitty police stations, right? And then all of a sudden they start building these forts like half a block long. I said, God damn! I mean, in LA we have these long ass blocks, right? So you have this big ass police station that doesn't make sense as far as a police station. It looks like a county jail almost. It's like 2 or 3 stories, and it's like a half a block. What would it be like? 300 feet deep, going all the way back. Man, it's just massive. And they start building these things all over the city. I said, okay, shit's getting ready to change. It's like Indian forts. Not building a station, building like forts that have these big walls in front of it and shit like that. So shit's getting ready to change. And that's back in the 90s after the riots. Like 93, they started building this shit. So, and then I heard it happened in Atlanta and New York. I said, okay, there's something going on. I was talking to, in fact, I was on Jason Black's Facebook page, TMI, Too Much Information, and we were going back and forth about that. He said it's economic. I said no, it's not economic. It's it's basically a racial policy by the government to break up these black neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you know what? That was something that surprised me when I lived in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Like before, like a lot of cats don't realize, like now people know it because when like I was there when Outkast was like the only big popular group in Atlanta was Outkast and Goody Mob. This was around the time that they came out with AT Aliens.
Oh yeah. Yep.
And like before T.I. and all of them came, like when T.I. and all of them came out, Gucci and them, they be saying Zone 6 and Zone this. Like cats didn't know what they was talking about, but like I knew what they was talking about because that's the way they police those areas. Like they have zones.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like they have Zone 4, Zone 6, Zone 5. And I noticed that like they had like the little police substations that they was building,
Right. Yep.
all over the place and shit.
Yep.
I noticed that.
Yep. Yep. It's not on a pattern, it was a policy. And that's what Jason Black, I'm proud of him because he actually, even though he disagreed with me, he actually looked at it and he studied it and he said, "Oh shit." And he actually made a movie out of it. So I'm proud of the dude, man. He didn't just sit on it and get mad and say I'm right. He actually studied the stuff, and he actually
And and Cerulean, I want you to know that right there, when I was in Atlanta, that was the height of my niggerdom.
Now, why am I not surprised? Why am
That
not
was the height. Oh my God, bro. When I got to Atlanta,
Mm-hmm.
it was wide. I think this had to be 95, 96.
Oh yeah, because you know what happened. You know what happened, right, in the early '90s, right, late '80s, early '90s with Newt Gingrich, right?
Was it?
That's where they transferred a lot of the defense contractors. Started opening up plants, so there's a lot of work and a lot of money in all of a sudden in the Atlanta area. So so they were building like crazy.
around.
Yeah, because I remember
Yeah.
a guy that was doing some work for me, right? He was at that time the building boom had kind of bust in Los Angeles, right? He couldn't find any work, and he was doing some work for me. I said, dude, why don't you just pack up and go to Atlanta because Gingrich is there. And I think it was 1990. He said Gingrich is there, and he's actually bringing a lot of the defense contractors to Atlanta. So that's where the money's going because they're taking it out of Southern California and they're shipping it to Atlanta just to go there. So Atlanta just went boom. They're building like crazy in Atlanta from like 1989 up until like 2000s, really, where they're really building like crazy. Yep.
Yeah.
So you're right in the middle of it.
And you know what? The craziest thing about Atlanta that I had never experienced before is, I had heard that Atlanta was overpopulated as far as women outnumbering the dudes.
Mm-hmm.
But like when I got there and saw how it was so the chicks outnumbered the dudes so much that chicks was hollering at dudes. I had never experienced that before. Like that shit was crazy. I was like, yo, and I tell you the other thing I experienced there too. Like around that time, you gotta think this was back in the day before the whole single mother explosion.
Mm-hmm.
The whole baby mama thing. And when I got to Atlanta, what I found is most chicks that was in their teens had at least 2 kids.
Yeah, they started early.
You was lucky if you found a chick that had just 1 kid.
Mm-hmm.
That was the other thing that shocked me. Like it was a culture shock when I got there.
Oh, you had never been in the South before, huh?
No, I hadn't been that far down south.
Okay, yeah,
I hadn't been that far. Yeah. Like the closest, like I have cousins in family in Birmingham.
Okay.
But I had only visited them when I was a kid, so it wasn't like I could, go around and hang out and shit like that.
That's funny. Speaking of
that's common in the South. Yeah.
That's funny. Speaking of single mothers, because I was watching that Dr. Umar Johnson with Roland Martin, and when Eazy-E little brother said LBJ and Tim Wise,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm thinking to myself, like, you do realize, like, LBJ created the single black mother. Like,
Yeah, he did.
like, that literally became a term under LBJ, like single
Really?
black mother in
Okay.
LBJ. Like single black mother's been around since LBJ. It's like, you know,
Yeah.
it's not like a new 80s or 90s thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I gotta. One day I have to actually, because I have the book. I actually have to finish reading it. But she did. She was part of the Bill Clinton's crew when they rewrote the child support laws and stuff like that. So she had to do a study on it, and she basically goes over every policy of child support ever written in the United States. And she talked about the different how that stuff really got started is before the 1960s. I want to say the only way you could get not child support, the only way you can get any kind of welfare or any kind of support for a child really is if you were married and you were either abandoned or your husband died. And I think even one of I think I pointed that out in the video. I said, looking back, where what the reporter asked you, how come you can't go to the government and get food stamps or get some kind of help? And she said, because I have a living husband, right? And that was the rule before, I think, before Johnson, that you couldn't get it unless you were married and your husband abandoned you. That's where the man in the house thing actually came from. And they changed that because they had so many white women having babies out of wedlock, right? So they had to change the rule to where you didn't have to have a husband and never had to be married to get support from the government. So he did change it. And then the Great Society.
When you actually, you know what's crazy? Like, I watched that video that you had put out about that, and a few other videos, because that's what everybody was talking about at the moment. When you sit back and you really examine it and re-examine the history of everything, you can honestly realize what a clusterfuck it all really is. Like, just how everything just started slowly sliding downhill.
Yep. I mean, in the government, the government's trying. The government is constantly trying to adapt to it because the culture and the environment is changing so fast. So basically, they're basically passing laws and policies trying to keep up with it. They're still behind. Like this automation that's coming, the universal basic income that's not ready, and how are you going to get these people back to work or not back to work? Do you give them welfare? Do you give them food stamps? How do you feed them if you don't have jobs? All that kind of stuff. They have no idea what to do with it. Basically, that's why they're giving up. You know what the hell with it? Universal basic income. Give them something to live off of, feed themselves, give them some housing, and fuck it. The rest of that shit, they're on their own. Because they're tired. They literally cannot keep up with it anymore. And that's worldwide, not just here. So that's another thing for the brothers about the universal basic income. They don't understand what it is.
Yeah, well, I mean, they literally painted themselves into a corner. And you know what? Here's a crazy thing. Like, even when I was younger, like early teens and shit. Like, I couldn't. What's the best way to describe it? You know how you might have a theory in your head about something, and then later when you get older, because like since I'm not classically educated, like I'll have a theory in my head, and then somebody might break down something that Einstein said that was a theory, and I'll be like, oh shit, that's what I thought about. I just didn't know that somebody else had already. Like, I was sitting there in my early teens, and I had calculated in my head, I was like, I really felt like, America's gonna fall in my lifetime.
Really?
Because I was looking around. I was looking around, like, once I really understood, like, I think when I turned about 16 and I first started working, and I really, really started understanding how America was structured, I was like, there's no possible way that this shit could last.
It last that long. Yeah. Okay. You probably started to see the decline because that was like in the 80s, right?
No, that was like in the 90s.
Oh, the 90s. Oh, yeah. You could see it then.
Yeah,
You
like
can start seeing it.
like the early 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the record, Angry Man, I'm not classically educated at all.
Bullshit.
I'm a two-time dropout.
Bullshit.
Matter of fact, niggas that I was in school with used to call me the apostate. Okay, that was when I joined the unorthodoxy.
Hold on, you said you dropped out twice. How'd you do that?
Oh, well, I dropped out on a master's in sociology and dropped out on a PhD in clinical.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's classified as a dropout. Yeah.
I'm a part of the unorthodoxy.
Yeah, you're part of the, what is it, Socrates? You are Socratic, right? It's rather than.
Yeah, I dropped out twice in high school.
I was that one fish that realized that this shit that there is a fucking hook on the end of this motherfucker.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, you could see, but by that time you guys could see the hook. When I was in my teens, we were just starting to go through it. That's right after we came off the gold standard, but America still had enough momentum to where we're still leading the rest of the world. We had the oil shocks and that kind of stuff, which as a teenager you really don't understand because you don't know how the world works, because even though there are books, you don't have access to the books. Not those kind. But later on I started to understand, okay, this is why we went off the gold standard. That one book, Gold, Dollars, and Power, explained everything to me about what happened and why it happened and a whole bunch of shit. That's how come. I remember this one guy, he was arguing with me about Sarge Willie Pete, right? Because he said I was too hard on him and I should debate him on the books and that kind of stuff. It was about the unseen hand. I said, okay, I've read the unseen hand years ago, but it didn't explain anything to me. I said, what I'm trying to do when I suggest books is give you guys a shortcut to it. In other words, these are the books that I found that were most pivotal and will tell you the most about a certain subject that I've read and how I understood the world, and that revealed the world to me. So in other words, instead of you guys reading 20, 30, 40 books about something, I said, okay, don't bother with that one. Read this one. If you want to understand the Bretton Woods system, the financial system, all that stuff, if you don't understand gold and the gold system and the dollar system after reading that book, then you won't understand it at all. And the other one, which is about the bankers, I can't remember the name of the book, but the bankers that broke the world. I can't remember the name of the book, but he explained the gold system because he needed to understand the gold system because he was trading. He said shit didn't make sense. He couldn't find a book that explained it. So he said, guess what? I'll research it and write it myself. And he actually won a Pulitzer Prize for actually writing the doggone book. I said, read that one. That will explain the gold system and Keynes and all those people, because he talks about them, right? If you read those two, you understand the structural system of the structural financial system that the globe is actually built on, right? You read Quigley, you understand the civilization that the globe is built on. You combine those three, then you have a framework for how the world works, and then the rest are just pieces. And that's what I'm saying. I'm building a framework for you.
Well, see, you know what stood out to me in today's society. The moment that when I lost that job with Toltex, and I noticed how they started shipping away the manufacturing jobs. And I said to myself, okay, so now we're supposed to be the service-based economy, where basically the majority of jobs are, but to me that didn't make sense, because I'm like, that's not something tangible. You know what I mean? Like
it's not sustainable.
Yeah, that's interesting because
like,
when I got my master's certificate in mechanical and structural engineering, from the time I got, I was 21. It's in 2001. I exited the Navy in 2005. That degree was already like 10 years old.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Well,
Get this. This guy, Appleby says UBI is not the solution. I don't have an immediate answer. I said, oh my goodness. I get this all the time. I get this.
Oh yeah, I caught some backlash on Twitter, and
you know what?
You know what you guys are saying about R. Kelly? Like, I'm just going to throw that in black women's faces, and you know, that's funny because I said something similar about Polite. Like, that nigga's y'all's problem. Like, y'all created that nigga.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, they did.
Go
ahead, Angry Man.
You know what, BGS? This is what I really think the problem is, because like when we look at the clusterfuck that's going on, and you know, a lot of cats that's in the position to manage it, they just don't know what to do. I think that as a society, and I hate to have to put the blame back on women again, but sometimes I sit back and I think, what if we took the gynocracy and we were to go back in time and we were to put, you know, start the gynocracy earlier, how many inventions would we have not gotten because of the simple fact that men who were able to just focus on their work and not be distracted by the issues of having to deal with women that are constantly stressing them out and all of that. Like, I think about that a lot. Like, I feel like in this day and age, we're missing out on a lot of great minds because anybody knows, like, if you are dealing with the wrong type of woman, which a lot of cats are nowadays, it's hard to focus on other things other than that.
Yeah, but it's saying the reason that you have wrong types of women is because you have a lot of leisure. Back then, 100 years ago, you didn't have it. They had to pick cotton, they had to pick crop, they had to tend 5 or 6 kids, they had to wash clothes by hand, they had to do a whole bunch of shit, and they were tired. They didn't have time to fuck with you. Okay.
Well, if you really want to go all the way back when you talk about the gynocracy, I guess it's been slow. It literally has been slowly ingrained into your culture. I mean, all the way back. Like, there's an article by a lady named Marilyn Salmon, and it's called. You could probably look this up. It's the legal status of women from 1776 to 1830. During this time, black women were able to own land. One of the conditions was if she was a slave, she had to have children by the owner. Yeah, by owner was, you know, left the land.
Okay.
You know. Now the thing was, if she remarried, and it was encouraged for her to remarry because of the society at that time. Getting somebody like a white man allowed them to hold on to their land, but it became the white man's land. And that's how a lot of the land that you would have had actually ended back up in the white man's hands. So you can actually read that. It's Maryland, MaryLynnSalmon.
Yo, somebody said Rush Limbaugh is against UBI. Like, I just want to say, like, what the
okay.
Rush Limbaugh, I mean,
okay. So what? So he's against the UBI. What does that mean?
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Like somebody in the chat room just randomly said Rush Limbaugh is against UBI. Like he holds some sort of weight when it comes to this.
Yeah, Rush Limbaugh is also against salad, but we don't talk about that, do we?
Rush Limbaugh can't even get to the World Economic Forum, much less even talk about having any kind of voice in it.
Rush Limbaugh?
Yeah, Rush Limbaugh.
Rush Limbaugh is to radio as what the Scarecrow is to the Wizard of Oz.
In the brain.
He only had a brain.
Maybe he only had a brain. No.
Yo, fellas,
he's a good speaker. Yeah, it's about that time.
I'm about to get up out of here, man. I'm gonna holler at y'all.
All right, man. It's about time. It's about time to close it off because this is impromptu, man. It's not a regular hangout. But I appreciate you guys being here, man. Turning out even for I popped it up open. It's supposed to be like a small hangout, and I said, but you guys